From February the 23rd to March the 6th in the year 1836, the Battle of the Alamo raged, an important chapter in the Texas Revolution, a valiant defense against insurmountable obstacles. Against the might of the Mexican army, under General Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna, a small band of about 200 Texan defenders, among them the legendary Davy Crockett, Jim Bowie, and William B. Travis, bravely resisted within the fortified mission of San Antonio de Bear. The brave Texans were eventually defeated, having to endure constant attacks and short supplies. But the tragic loss of life at the Alamo sparked a passionate call for independence, which would become famously summed up by the phrase, "Remember the Alamo." A moving symbol of bravery and sacrifice, this conflict rallied the Texas militia, paved the way for the eventual triumph in the struggle for Texas sovereignty, and of course lives on in the sense of pride for generations to come. Hello and welcome. It's good to have you back for another video on American history. And yes, I am getting quite interested in it. Growing up in Australia, we never studied it. So now is my opportunity, and perhaps it is yours too, if you are not a viewer from the United States. And if you are, I hope I can do it a justice. As always, best way to support the channel is by leaving your thoughts in the comments, doing the like and the comment subscribe thing. It's all good for the engagement. But for now, let's get nice and relaxed, and we can go back to the battle that would decide the fate of Texas. And so, we find ourselves firmly in the year of 1835, when the nation of Mexico underwent significant changes. Conservative forces' electoral victory set off a chain of events that resulted in the repeal of the Federalist Constitution of 1824 and an adoption of a new one on October the 23rd, 1835. The 7 Laws were a set of constitutional amendments that ended Mexico's first federal era and established a unitary republic, known as the República Mexicana, the Mexican Republic. They were enacted in 1836, after being formally established on December the 15th, 1835, under President Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna. Their purpose was to fortify and consolidate the national government. After 10 years of political unrest, economic stagnation, threats of actual foreign invasion, conservatives decided that centralized power was a better course for the country. The previous constitution aimed to establish a political system that would somewhat mimic the success of the United States. Many immigrants revolted. They were not happy with the new policies, which included prohibitions of immigration and also slavery, as well as the heightened enforcement of laws and import duties. The free ride was over. American immigrants, some of them legal, but mostly illegal, had made up the majority of the population in the Mexican-Texas border region. A significant portion of these immigrants brought their slaves with them, and by 1836 there were an estimated 5,000 enslaved people out of an estimated almost 39,000 non-native people. These individuals were extremely loud in their disapproval of Mexico's law enforcement and shift towards centralism. because they were simply used to a federalist government that granted them special exemptions from Mexican law, and of course a wide range of individual rights. Among them, of course, included the right to own slaves. Local federal exemptions to the slavery ban, negotiated by Stephen Austin and others, were completely terminated by the new centralized government. Mexican authorities, who were already weary following earlier U.S. attempts to acquire Mexican Texas, attributed a large portion of the unrest in Texas to the U.S. immigrants, many of whom who had entered the country illegally, and they did very little to fit in, didn't learn the culture, didn't learn the language. It's kind of ironic, isn't it? Well, given today's discourse. Either way, they kept enslaving people, even after slavery was completely outlawed in Mexico. And so, the first battle of the Texas Revolution was fought in October between Texans and Mexican troops. Santa Anna started putting together a sizable force, the Army of Operations in Texas, to put an end to the immigrant uprising and restore order. Many of his soldiers had been drafted against their will, and the majority were fresh recruits. The Mexican troops that were already in Texas were methodically routed by the Texans. After the siege of Bear, the final contingent of Mexican troops in the area, led by General Martin Perfecto de Cos, Santa Anna's brother-in-law, surrendered on the 9th of December. Oh, and just quickly, I am aware that there are several different pronunciations for that word bear being B-E-X-A-R. I believe the Spanish pronounce it as Bayar, or Behar, something along those lines. But most people that I found, and most of the research I did, was pronouncing it as bear, so we'll continue with that in mind. Well, very recent arrivals to the area, mostly illegals from the United States, now made up the majority of the Texan army. Unprepared for a protracted campaign, however, many settlers from Texas had already simply gone home. Santa Anna led a resolution designating foreign immigrants who were found fighting in Texas as effectively the same as pirates. He was simply upset about what he saw as U.S. meddling in Mexican affairs. The resolution essentially outlawed the capture of prisoners of war, and you know what that means. The pirates who were captured during this time were immediately disposed of. In a strongly worded letter to the U.S. President Andrew Jackson, Santa Anna restated this point. It is unlikely that the majority of the American recruits in the Texan army knew that there would be no prisoners of war, because the letter was not widely disseminated. But the ones that found out, I'm sure, were not happy with the surprise. Well, the Mexican garrison at the Alamo Mission, a former Spanish religious outpost that the recently expelled Mexican army had turned into a makeshift fort, was taken by the Texan soldiers as Mexican troops left San Antonio de Bear, which is now just known as San Antonio, Texas. Now, Santa Anna described the Alamo as a irregular fortification, hardly worthy of the name, because it was built to withstand an attack by Native Americans, rather than that of an army with artillery. The complex covered 3 acres, giving it a perimeter of nearly 400 meters, or just over 1,300 feet to defend. And that's a pretty wide perimeter for 200 men. The chapel was located on the east side of an interior plaza, while the low barracks, a 1-story structure, was located on the south side. Between these two structures was a wooden palisade. North of the chapel was the two-story long barracks. A horse corral and cattle pen were located at the east wall's northern corner, and the complex was surrounded by walls that were 9 to 12 feet high and at least 2.5 feet thick, about 0.8 meters. Of course, improvements had to be made, and they were made by one Texan engineer, Green B. Jameson, who built catwalks to compensate for the absence of firing ports, allowing defenders to fire over walls. However, this approach exposed the upper body of the riflemen. Jameson placed the 19 cannons that Mexican forces had left along the walls. The New Orleans Greys had bought a big 18-pounder to Texas. That certainly will help things. This cannon was placed in the compound's southwest corner by Jameson. He boasted that the Texans could whip 10 to 1 with our artillery. To Sam Houston, commander of the Texan Army. By January 6th, 1836, the Texan garrison had fewer than 100 soldiers left and was terribly understaffed and under-equipped. The acting commander of the Alamo, Colonel James C. Neal, wrote, "If there has ever been a dollar here, I have no acknowledgment of it." Neal emphasized that the garrison was probably not going to be able to survive a siege that lasted more than 4 days, and asked for more troops and supplies. The government of Texas, however, was in disarray and could not do much to help. There were 4 men who said they had been given command of the whole army, and that ought to cause some trouble. Neal asked Sam Houston, one of them, for help on January 14th in assembling ammunition, clothes, and supplies, what little they could rustle up. Now Houston was unable to spare as many men as would have been required to mount a successful defense. Rather, he dispatched 30 men under Colonel James Bowie to destroy the complex and remove the artillery from the Alamo. Because the Alamo garrison did not have the required draft animals, Bowie was unable to move the artillery. Giant piles of iron. They're not easy to push. Well, because David Bowie was soon convinced by Neal that the site was strategically significant, they figured they better keep as much artillery as they could. He stated, "The salvation of Texas depends in great measure to keeping Bear out of the hands of the enemy. It serves as the front picket guard, and if it were in the hands of Santa Anna, there is no stronghold from which to repel him in his march towards the Sabine." Bowie claimed in a letter to Governor Henry Smith that Colonel Neal and myself have come to the solemn resolution that we will rather die in these ditches than give it up to the enemy. Only a small number of reinforcements were permitted. On February 3rd, Cavalry Officer William B. Travis arrived in Bear with 30 men. A few volunteers showed up 5 days later. Among them, the well-known frontiersman and former U.S. Tennessee Congressman Davy Crockett. Determined to assemble more reinforcements and supplies, Neal departed the Alamo on February the 11th. Travis, the governor's senior regular army officer, took over as commander. A large portion of the garrison was made up of volunteers, and they refused to accept Travis as their commander. Rather, Bowie, known as a fierce fighter, was chosen by the men to be their leader. Unfortunately, he got really drunk that night and wreaked havoc in Bear as a celebration, but, well, we all need to have a break sometimes, don't we? Bowie did consent, however, to share command with Travis in order to lessen the ensuing animosity. Santa Anna kept amassing men at San Luis Potosi, while the Texans were struggling to find supplies, not to mention reinforcements. You see, by the end of 1835, his army had grown to 6,019 men, much bigger than the Texas side. Santa Anna directed his army to move inland to Bear, the Texas political hub and location of Cosa's defeat, rather than advance along the coast, where supplies and reinforcements could be readily transported by the sea. In late December, the army started its march northward. Officers trained the men during the lengthy march. Due to high recoil, many of the new recruits refused to fire from the shoulder and were actually unsure of how to effectively aim their muskets. The pace of progress was slow. Many of the teamsters, who were all civilians, quit when they didn't get paid. Can't blame them. And there were not enough mules to carry all the supplies. A large portion of the already limited supplies were consumed by the numerous soldiers, or women, or children who accompanied the army. Soon the soldiers were given only partial rations. They crossed the Rio Grande on February the 12th, and it was at this time that Texas saw a record low temperature, and apparently about 40 centimeters of snowfall by February 13th, about 15 inches. The Mexican soldiers suffered greatly, also from the Comanche raiding parties, who were not very happy to see them there. Not too famous for their hospitality. And then there was the dysentery and the hypothermia. Not a good time. Well, 25 miles from Bear, Santa Anna and his vanguard arrived at the Medina River's banks on February 21st. Most of the Alamo garrison attended a fiesta with the people of Bear, unaware of the approach of the Mexican army. When Santa Anna found out about the celebration, he gave General Joaquin Ramirez Isema orders to take the undefended Alamo right away. But there was a problem. It was raining, and no one likes to go out in the rain. So the raid was stopped. Fearing the arrival of the Mexican army, residents of Bear started to evacuate in the early hours of February 23rd. Travis placed a soldier in the highest point of the town, the bell tower of San Fernando Church, to keep a lookout for any indications of an approaching force, despite a reported lack of conviction regarding the reports, passing it off as a rumor, albeit most likely with his fingers crossed where no one could see them. Texan scouts reported seeing Mexican troops, however, 1.5 miles outside the town a few hours later. Not much had really been prepared for a possible siege. Some had scrounged for food in the recently abandoned houses, while another group of Texans hurried to herd cattle into the Alamo, where they reported to the Alamo a number of garrison members who had been residing in the town brought their families along. This included Gregorio Esparza, whose family climbed through the window of the Alamo Chapel after the arrival of the Mexican army. Bowie, who was accompanied by Gertrudis Navarro and Juana Navarro Alsbury, cousins of his deceased wife, and Alsbury's young son, along with Almiron Dickinson, who brought his wife Susanna and their infant daughter Angelina. The majority of the men working outside Bear did not attempt to slink past the Mexican lines, and other garrison members did not even show up for duty. Not off to a very good start, that's for sure. By late afternoon, roughly 1,500 Mexican soldiers had taken control of Bear. Travis fired a blast from the Alamo's largest cannon in response to the Mexican troops' raising of a blood-red flag, the traditional sign that meant no quarter. Remember, They were seeing everybody as pirates. No prisoners would be taken. Executed as soon as they caught them. Bowie sent Jameson to meet with Santa Anna because he thought that Travis had acted in too much of a hurried manner. Bowie's unilateral action managed to infuriate Travis, who dispatched Captain Albert Martin as his own envoy. Jose Batres and Colonel Juan Almonte met with both emissaries. The Texans requested an honorable surrender, but Almonte claims that they were told that any surrender had to be unconditional. Travis and Bowie decided to fire the cannon once more after learning about this. The siege's first night was comparatively calm. Mexican troops set up artillery batteries over the course of the following few days, initially positioned roughly about 1,000 feet, 300 meters, from the Alamo's east and south walls. Southeast of the fort stood a third battery. The batteries got closer to the Alamo walls every night, and over 200 cannonballs fell into the Alamo Plaza in the first week of the siege. Initially, the Texans fired back at the Mexicans, frequently reusing the Mexican cannonballs. Travis gave the order for the artillery to conserve shot and powder on February 26th. There were two noteworthy things that happened on Wednesday, February 24th. One was that Bowie passed away from illness later that day, leaving Travis as the only person in charge of the garrison. 2 Mexican scouts were the first to die during the siege in that late afternoon. Between 200 and 300 Mexican soldiers crossed the San Antonio River the next morning and sought refuge in the deserted shacks close to the Alamo walls, while Texans inside the Alamo supplied cover fire. A number of Texans went outside to burn the huts. The Mexican troops then withdrew to Bear after a 2-hour battle. 4 Mexican soldiers were injured, 6 were killed. No one was hurt on the Texas side. On the 25th of February, a blue norther blew in, and bringing the temperature down to 39 Fahrenheit, about 4 degrees Celsius. The frigid weather caught both armies off guard. Mexican troops stopped Texans from gathering firewood. Colonel Juan Bringas confronted a group of Texans who were setting fire to additional huts on the evening of February 26th. Likely one Texan, Edmondson, was killed. A soldier from one of the 2 battalions that Santa Anna had placed on either side of the Alamo, Private First Class Secundio Alvarez, was shot and killed by Texans 4 days later. By the 1st of March, the Texan garrison had lost only 1 man, while the Mexicans had suffered 9 fatalities and 4 injuries. 1 company was posted by Santa Anna on the road to Gonzales, east of the Alamo. The road to Goliad was lined with 800 dragoons and Almonte. Travis had sent several couriers to these towns during the siege to beg for supplies and reinforcements. Written on February 24th, his most well-known letter was addressed to the people of Texas and all Americans. Copies of the letter were circulated through Texas and later reprinted across the United States and much of Europe. It is claimed it is considered as the many masterpieces of American patriotism. General Joaquin Ramirez y Sesma added 600 men to Santa Anna's forces by the end of the first day of the siege, increasing the size of the Mexican army to over 2,000 men. Possible reinforcements gathered in Gonzales as a word of the siege spread across Texas. Colonel James Fannin was supposed to arrive from Goliad with his grandson, and they hoped to meet up with him. Following days of deliberation, Fannin gave the order for 320 men, 4 cannons, and multiple supply wagons to march 90 miles to the Alamo on February 26th. But this group turned around after traveling less than 1 mile. The officers and enlisted men accused Fannin of abandoning the mission, while Fannin blamed his officers for the retreat. Unaware of Fannin's return to Goliad, the majority of the Texans assembled in Gonzales kept waiting and waiting. Travis, impatient with the delay, gave Samuel G. Bastian the order to go to Gonzales to hurry up the reinforcements on February 27th. It is claimed that Bastian ran into Travis's courier to Gonzales, one Albert Martin, who had grown weary of waiting for Fannin, and the Gonzales Ranging Company, commanded by Lieutenant George C. Kimball. 4 of the men, including Bastian, were driven away by an attack by a Mexican patrol. The remaining 32, whom the Texans believed to be Mexican soldiers, were fired upon in the darkness. After 1 man suffered injuries, the occupiers were persuaded to open the gates by his use of English profanity. That's one way to get in. Well, around 1,000 Mexicans marched into Bear on March the 3rd, and the Texans watched hopelessly from the walls. The news that troops led by General José de Urrea had decisively defeated the Texan Colonel Frank Johnson at the Battle of San Patricio on February 27th prompted the Mexican army to celebrate loudly throughout the afternoon, both in honor of their reinforcements and of the good news they brought with them. Now, the celebration was mistakenly ascribed to the arrival of Santa Anna by the majority of the Texans in the Alamo, who thought Sesma had been in charge of the Mexican forces during the siege. With the reinforcements, there were nearly 3,100 Mexican soldiers in Bear. Things were not looking very good. Well, Travis still thought Fannin's force was on the way, so he sent 3 men, including Davy Crockett, to locate it when Mexican reinforcements arrived. 20 miles from the Alamo, the scouts found a sizable contingent of Texans camped. Following Fannin's failed rescue attempt, up to 50 of these men had arrived from Goliad. Gonzales had been abandoned by the others a few days prior. A portion of the Texan force breached Mexican defenses and entered the Alamo just before dawn on the 4th of March. A second group was driven across the prairie by Mexican soldiers. The day after his reinforcements arrived, on the 4th of March, Santa Anna suggested attacking the Alamo. A number of his senior officers suggested that they hold off until 2 12-pounder cannons, which were expected to arrive 3 days later on March the 7th, got there. In order to negotiate a surrender with the Alamo occupiers, a local woman, it was likely Bowie's cousin-in-law, Juana Navarro Alsbury, came to Santa Anna that evening. Many historians believe that Santa Anna's impatience was only heightened by this visit. Santa Anna told his employees the next morning that the attack would happen early on March the 6th, so that the soldiers from Bear wouldn't have to fight their own families. Santa Anna made arrangements for them to be released from the front lines. Well, on March 5th, and according to the legend, Travis gathered all the men together at some point and informed them that the Mexican army was significantly outnumbering them, and they were going to attack, pretty much telling everyone that they had a choice to flee or fight to the death. There was only one man, Moses Rose, who was reported to refuse his request to cross the line he had drawn on the ground and stand with him in support of the Texan cause. Since the story only came to light in a third-hand account decades after the battle, a lot of academics actually ignore it because, well, it was decades after. And these things often tend to get romanticized a little bit. Travis reportedly called for a conference of the men just before the last assault to let them know how bad things really were and to give them the option to either stay or go. He declared that any men who wanted to leave should inform others and leave behind their ranks and insignias. James Allen, a courier who brought private messages from Travis and a few of the other men on March 5th, was the last Texan confirmed to have left the Alamo. 10 p.m. The Mexican artillery stopped bombarding on March 5th. Soon after, Santa Anna had predicted, the weary Texans slept soundly for the first time since the siege began. Over 2,000 Mexican soldiers started getting ready for the final assault shortly after midnight. Cos, Colonel Francisco Duque, Colonel Jose Maria Romero, and Colonel Juan Morales led 4 columns of fewer than 1,800. To better manage the conscripts and new recruits in the center, veterans were placed on the outside of the columns. 500 Mexican cavalry were stationed around the Alamo as a precaution to stop either Mexican or Texan soldiers from escaping. Santa Anna and the 400 reserves stayed in the camp. The soldiers were then instructed to avoid wearing overcoats that would restrict their movement. This was in spite of the extreme cold. 5:30 a.m. The troops moved forward in silence. Duque led his men from the northwest towards a repaired breach in the north wall, while Cos and his men moved towards the northwest corner of the building. Romero's column marched in the direction of the east wall, while Morales' column headed for the low parapet near the chapel. Because the 3 Texan sentinels outside the walls were killed while they slept, Mexican soldiers were able to move in unnoticed and within musket range of the walls. At this point, the buglers' music and cries of "Viva Santa Anna" broke the silence, not the battle cry they wanted. The Texans were awakened by the sound. For protection, the majority of the non-combatants gathered in the church, declaring, "Come on, boys, the Mexicans are upon us, and we'll give them hell." Travis hurried to his post and yelled out, "Don't surrender." Mexican troops were disadvantaged in the early stages of the attack. Only the soldiers in the front rows were able to fire safely due to their column formation. The inexperienced recruits in the ranks blindly fired their guns without realizing the dangers, causing injuries or fatalities to the troops in front of them. Additionally, the Texan artillery found a prime target in the densely populated area. In the absence of canister shot, Texans converted their cannons into enormous shotguns by filling it with any jagged metal they could find, such as nails, door hinges, and broken horseshoes. You can tell how effective that would have been. Jose Enrique de la Peña wrote in his diary that half of the company of chasseurs from Toluca were destroyed by a single cannon volley. After suffering a wound to his thigh, Duque fell from his horse and was nearly crushed in the panic of his own men. Duquesne's column was soon taken over by General Manuel Castrilon. Soldiers in the rear of the Mexican ranks pushed them forward despite some in front faltering. Texans were exposed to Mexican fire, as they had to lean over the walls to shoot as the troops gathered against them. According to one account, Travis pulled out his sword and stabbed a Mexican officer to death who had stormed the wall before he passed away from his wounds, making him one of the first occupiers to be killed. Travis was shot while firing his shotgun into the soldiers below him. The Mexican ladders didn't often reach the walls and were not very effective. Only a handful of soldiers managed to scale the ladders before being swiftly killed or just beaten back. It became more and more difficult for the Texans to reload, however, as they fired their previously loaded rifles while trying to prevent Mexican soldiers from scaling the walls. Multitasking, not their strong point. Mexican troops regrouped and then withdrew, and their second attack was thwarted. They launched a third 15 minutes into the conflict. Romero's column, which was headed for the east wall, was hit by cannon fire during the third strike and moved to the north, where it mixed with the second column. Under fire from Texans on the west wall, Cossa's column, also swerved to the north. Santa Anna panicked and sent reserves into the same area after realizing that the majority of his army was gathered against the north wall and feared a rout. The Mexican soldiers nearest the north wall discovered that there were numerous openings and toe holds, as the wall was indeed somewhat improvised. General Juan Amador was among the first to climb the 12-foot wall, and his men rushed up upon it in response to his challenge. If he's going, they're going. Amador let Mexican soldiers flood into the complex by opening the postern in the north wall. There were few occupiers in the west wall, so others climbed through gun ports. The Texan gunners at the south end of the mission turned their cannon northwards and fired into the advancing Mexican soldiers as the Texan occupiers left the north wall and northern end of the west wall. In a matter of minutes, the Mexicans had scaled the walls, killed the gunners, and taken control of the Alamo's 18-pounder cannon, leaving the south end of the mission completely exposed. Romero's men were now flooding in through the cattle pen after seizing the compound's east wall. The majority of the Texans retreated to the chapel and the barracks, as was originally intended. The walls had been carved with holes so the Texans could shoot. Texans along the west wall, unable to get to the barracks, turned west towards the San Antonio River. The Texans hid in a ditch and opened fire as the cavalry charged, but they were ultimately killed, and Sesmo was compelled to send reinforcements. The cattle pen's occupants withdrew into the horse corral. The small group of Texans fired their weapons, clambered over the low wall, went around behind the church, and hurried on foot toward the east prairie, which at this point had seemed deserted. Almiron Dickinson and his artillery crew turned a cannon around and fired into the Mexican cavalry as they approached the group, likely causing a few casualties. Still, all of the fleeing Texans were killed. Crockett and his men were the last group of Texans still holding out, protecting the low wall in front of the church. They fought with knives, unable to reload, and used their rifles as clubs. The few Texans left in this group fell back towards the church after being hit by a barrage of Mexican bayonets and barrages of fire. With the exception of the church and the rooms alongside the east and west wall, the Mexican army now controlled the entire Alamo compound's exterior walls as well as its interior ones. The Texan flag, flying from one of the building's roofs, caught the attention of the Mexican soldiers. Before the Mexican flag managed to be raised in its place, 4 Mexicans were killed. The Mexican army spent the following hour trying to take control of the Alamo completely. The fortified barracks rooms were occupied by many of the remaining occupants. The Texans had retreated without first spiking their cannons in confusion. The cannon was turned towards the barracks by Mexican soldiers. They would blast a barrage of muskets into the dark room as each door was blown off, and then rush in for more direct, close-quarters combat. It was here that Bowie probably died in bed because he was too ill to fight. His death was reported in conflicting ways by a battle witness. According to some, Bowie was bayoneted by multiple Mexican soldiers as they entered his room and carried him out alive. Others said that Bowie, too weak to raise his head, shot himself, or was killed by soldiers. The most popular and probably most accurate version is that Bowie passed away in his bed with his back braced against the walls and used his pistols and famous knife. The 11 men who manned the chapel's 2 12-pounder cannons were the last to perish. After firing an initial volley of muskets, Mexican soldiers entered the church after the barricades were destroyed by a shot from the 18-pounder cannon. The Mexican soldiers at the door were hit by a cannon that Dickinson's crew fired from the apse. Dickinson, Gregorio Esparza, and James Bonham were among the Texans who grabbed rifles and fired before being bayoneted to death because they had no time to reload. The Master of Ordnance, Robert Evans, had been assigned to prevent the gunpowder from ending up in Mexican hands. With his torch inches from the powder, he was killed by musket fire as he crawled towards the powder magazine wounded. Of course, if he was successful, the blast would have also killed the women and children who were hiding in the sacristy of the destroyed church. So yeah, probably best that he didn't do that. One of the occupier Anthony Wolfe's young sons got up to drape a blanket over his shoulders as the soldiers drew closer to the sacristy. Mexican soldiers killed him because they thought he was an adult in the dark. Jacob Walker, wounded, ran to a corner and was bayoneted in front of Susanna Dickinson, possibly the last Texan to die in combat. Brigito Guerrero, another Texan, also took sanctuary in the sacristy. After proving to the soldiers that he was a Texan prisoner, Guerrero, who had deserted from the Mexican army in December of 1835, was spared. By 6:30 a.m., it was the end of the battle. Each corpse was examined by Mexican soldiers, who bayoneted any that moved for good measure. Mexican soldiers kept shooting, even after all the Texans were dead, and some of them killing one another in the confusion. Mexican generals turned to Santa Anna for assistance after failing to quell the bloodlust. The violence persisted, despite the general's appearance, and the buglers were eventually told to sound a retreat. After that, the soldiers still kept shooting at lifeless corpses for 15 minutes. While several reports of the battle state that 5 to 7 Texans actually gave up, Santa Anna, furious that his commands had been disregarded, ordered the survivors to be put to death right away. There were rumors circulating for weeks following the battle that Crockett was one of the people who gave up. Might have been propaganda, though. You know what it's like. Well, former U.S. slave Ben, that's all we know him, Ben, just Ben, who worked as a cook for one of Santa Anna's officers, insisted that Crockett's body was discovered with no less than 16 Mexican corpses surrounding it which version of Davy Crockett's death is true is up for debate among historians. Probably up for more debate among Mexicans, and probably Texans as well. I'm sure the no less than 16 Mexican corpses surrounding him is probably, well, a lot of people would probably choose that story. I suppose there's no way for us to really prove it otherwise. Well, according to reports, Santa Anna had said that the battle was but a small affair. With such victory as this, we'll go to the devil, said another officer, obviously in reference to the bloodlust afterwards. Santa Anna stated in his first report that 600 Texans had been killed, while only 70 Mexican soldiers had been killed and 300 injured. According to Ramon Martinez Caro, his secretary, 400 were killed. There were between 60 and 200 Mexican soldiers killed according to the other estimates, and another 250 to 300 were wounded. Although some survivors, like Susanna Dickinson, and some historians have estimated that between 1,000 and 1,600 Mexican soldiers were killed and wounded, but the actual number of casualties is probably less than 600. Well, in the aftermath, the Mexican soldiers were treated by the Texas physician J.H. Barnard, who reported 300 to 400 dead and 200 to 300 wounded. Between 400 and 600 Mexicans were killed, according to the majority of the Alamo historians. The local cemetery, Campo Santo, was used to bury Mexican soldiers. Colonel Jose Juan Sanchez Navarro suggested erecting a monument in honor to the Mexican soldiers who lost their lives shortly after the battle, but, well, the course had turned down that proposal. The bodies of the Texans were then stacked and burned. Gregorio Esparza's body was the sole exception. Francisco, his brother, and an officer in Santa Anna's army, was authorized to bury Gregorio properly. Until Juan Seguin returned to Bear in February 1837 to inspect the remains, the ashes were simply left where they had fallen. Ash from the funeral pyres filled a plain coffin bearing the name Travis, Crockett, and Bowie. Seguin buried the coffin beneath a grove of peach trees, according to an article published in the Telegraph and Texas Register, March 28, 1837. And since it was not marked, we don't know where it is. The location is completely unidentifiable. Now that is something left to be found. Leave that one to the archaeologists. Santa Anna spared Travis's slave, Joe, in an effort to persuade other slaves in Texas to back the Mexican government against the Texan uprising. He conducted a one-on-one interview with every non-combatant the day following the battle, and he was apparently so impressed by Susanna Dickinson that she offered to adopt her baby daughter, Angelina, and send her to school in Mexico City. Dickinson actually declined the offer, which Juana Navarro Alsbury did not receive, despite the fact that her son was roughly the same age. Apparently he took more of a liking to Susanna than her. 2 silver pesos and a blanket were, however, given to each woman. Dickinson, her daughter, and Joe were sent to Gonzales after Ben's escort, while Alsbury and the other Teano women were permitted to return to their homes in Bear. They were urged to recount the battle's events and let the other Texan forces know that Santa Anna's army was invincible. Well, it didn't really have that effect, didn't it? The newly elected representatives from all over Texas convened at the convention of 1836 during the siege. The Republic of Texas, was established when the delegates proclaimed their independence on March the 2nd. Travis wrote a dispatch on March 3rd alerting the convention delegates to his dire circumstance, which they received 4 days later. One Robert Potter demanded that the convention adjourn and march right away to save the Alamo. But at this point, he did not realize that it was already fallen. In order to draft a constitution, Sam Houston persuaded the delegates to stay in Washington on the Bear. Houston traveled to Gonzales to assume command of the 400 volunteers, who were still awaiting Fanning's leadership of them to the Alamo after being the designated sole commander of all Texan troops. On March 11th, just hours after Houston arrived, Andre Barcenas and Anselmo Bergeras arrived with the news that all of the Texans were dead at the Alamo and that the fortress had fallen. Houston detained the men as enemy spies in an attempt to stop a panic. When Susanna Dickinson and Joe arrived at Gonzales and verified the report, they were freed a few hours later. When Houston realized that the Mexican army would soon be moving towards the Texan settlements, he ordered his new army to retreat and advised all nearby civilians to leave. Most Texans, including those in the new government, fled as a result of this, causing a mass exodus that is known as the Runaway Scrape. And so the Mexican army in Texas was nearly 6 times larger than the Texan army, even after their defeat at the Alamo. Santa Anna believed that Texan soldiers would swiftly evacuate the area and that the resistance would be put down as soon as they learned of the difference in troop numbers and what had happened at the Alamo. But on the contrary, men rushed to join Houston's army after hearing of the fall of the brave men at the Alamo. An editorial in the New York Post stated, "Had Santa Anna treated the vanquished with moderation and generosity, it would have been difficult, if not impossible, to awaken that general sympathy for the people of Texas, which now impels so many adventurous and ardent spirits to throng to the aid of their brethren." And Santa Anna's camp near Lynchburg Ferry was then attacked by the Texan army on the afternoon of April 21. After 18 minutes, the Battle of San Jacinto was effectively over as the Mexican army was caught off guard. "Remember the Alamo," was reportedly yelled by many of the Texan soldiers as they massacred the escaping Mexican troops during the battle. That man may consider himself born to no common destiny, who has conquered the Napoleon of the West, and now it remains for him to be generous to be vanquished. Houston responded, "You should have remembered the Alamo." Santa Anna was captured the next day. After being forced to order his troops out of Texas, Santa Anna's life was spared, and Mexican rule over the province was ended. Now that ought to give the new republic some legitimacy. The Texas Revolution of 1835, an almost 6-month-long conflict that ultimately led to the full independence of Texas from Mexico. Tensions between Anglo settlers in the region and the Mexican government had been escalating for years prior, driven by many issues, among them cultural differences, Mexico's centralizing policies, and of course, disputes over slavery. In October 1835, the rebellion began. First, a series of skirmishes, but quickly escalating into full-blown conflict as Texan rebels sought their full autonomy. We have key events to talk about: the Siege of Bear, of course, the Battle of the Alamo, and the decisive Battle of San Jacinto, where General Sam Houston's forces famously defeated General Santa Anna's Mexican army. Santa Anna himself was captured, and in 1836, the Republic of Texas was formally declared. You see, this revolution solidified Texas's desire for self-rule, though Mexico refused to recognize its independence, of course, which led to years of tension. But the conflict also contributed to the broader debate over slavery in the United States, as Texas sought admission to the Union, eventually becoming the 28th state in 1845. Well, hello and welcome. Are you from Texas? Are you here to learn about the revolution? Well, you're in the right place. Well, an Australian telling you the story at least. But maybe that will be the interesting factor. Of course, if you like the content, you can subscribe and leave a comment. All those other good things. But let's just get right into it now, shall we? No more wasting of time. We have freedom to fight for. Of course, all of this is in the backdrop of Spain's efforts to colonize Texas. They were prompted by France's failed attempts in the late 17th century. You see, Spanish Texas was bordered to the south by the province of Coahuila, with the Medina and Nueces rivers marking its boundaries. To the east, it shared a border with Louisiana, and west of the Sabine River, the United States claimed the land after the 1803 Louisiana Purchase. Well, they bought it off Napoleon, if you were wondering. You can check out my video on that, if you please. So, during the Mexican War of Independence, which lasted from 1812 to the following year, U.S. filibusters and anti-Spanish Republicans launched the Gutierrez-McGee expedition. On April 17, 1813, Texas declared its independence from Spain as part of the Mexican Republic after initial victories. However, in August 1813, at the Battle of Medina, the newly formed Texan government and army were utterly crushed. Of the 1,400 rebel soldiers, 1,300 of them were killed or executed after the battle. Either way, they ended up in the same place. Now, the battle was actually the deadliest in the history of Texas, and saw Royalist soldiers, including the future Mexican president Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna, carrying out mass executions of the defeated rebels. Following the defeat, the Spanish executed 300 members of the Texan Republican government in San Antonio. Two future founding fathers of the Republic of Texas, Jose Antonio Navarro and Jose Francisco Ruiz, had fought in the Gutierrez-McGee expedition. But despite the defeat, many Americans continued to believe Texas should belong to the United States. This was a sentiment that persisted even after the U.S. renounced its claim in the 1819 transcontinental treaty with Spain. Over the next decade, the U.S. made multiple offers to buy the region. Of course, they bought Louisiana. Why not buy Texas too? After the Mexican War of Independence, however, Texas had become a part of the new Mexican Republic. Now, of course, the provinces of Texas and Coahuila were merged into the state of Coahuila y Tejas under the 1824 Constitution, which created Mexico as a federal republic. Happy birthday to Mexico. Texas was, however, allotted only one seat in the state legislature, which convened in Saltillo, hundreds of miles away. Of course, after months of complaints from Tejanos, that is, Texans of Mexican descent, about the loss of political autonomy, the state government restructured Texas as a department, with San Antonio de Bexar as its de facto capital. But Texas remained vulnerable. With just 200 soldiers and fewer than 3,500 non-native residents to strengthen the region, the Mexican government liberalized immigration policies, hoping a surge of settlers would help quell the indigenous resistance. The influx of Anglo-American settlers, primarily from the south, actually began to outnumber the Tejanos, many of whom were granted the right to settle legally. And these settlers brought with them strong racial prejudices, particularly towards the Tejanos, and many of them were actually slave owners. Well, despite Mexico's official Catholicism, most immigrants were actually Protestant, and proud of it. Of course, this made them distrustful of state religion. The situation in Texas grew even more precarious. In 1829, when Mexico abolished slavery, tensions soared. President Anastasio Bustamante responded by enacting the Laws of April 6th in 1830, which raised taxes, reaffirmed the prohibition on slavery, and banned further immigration from the United States. But the laws were widely ignored, or at least circumvented, by settlers. By 1834, the population of Mexican descent in Coahuila y Tejas had dwindled to just about 7,500. But the Anglo settlers, well, they numbered around 30,000 strong, and they were growing, unlike the Tejanos. Additionally, nearly 5,000 enslaved Africans and African Americans made up about 13% of Texas's non-native population by the end of 1835, adding to the volatile mix of cultural and political tensions. Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna led an uprising against Bustamante in 1832. English-speaking settlers, known as the Texians, took up arms in response to the uprising. All Mexican troops had been driven out of East Texas by the middle of August. Quite encouraged by these achievements, the Texans organized 2 political conventions to influence Mexican officials to erode the April 6, 1830 laws. The liberal Federalist Valentin Gomez Farias took Bustamante's place and would try to work out a deal with the Texans. In an effort to allay some of their worries, the Mexican government repealed parts of the law in November 1833, and this gave the colonists additional benefits, one of them being a little bit more representation in the state assembly. Never goes astray. So the first American settlers were brought to Texas by Stephen F. Austin, who wrote to a friend that every evil complained of has been remedied. Basically, come one, come all. This is a nice place to live now. We fixed it. Mexican authorities were, of course, quietly on guard, fearing that the colonists, being so great in number now, were attempting to succeed. After deposing Gomez Farias in April of 1834, Santa Anna consolidated his power, establishing the Centralist Republic of Mexico and swiftly repealing the 1824 Constitution. State militias and legislatures were dissolved, sparking outrage among Mexico's Federalists. Uprisings broke out in Zacatecas and Oaxaca, but Santa Anna's forces quickly quelled the rebellion in Zacatecas, not without massacring over 2,000 civilians in the process, though. This also allowed his troops to loot the city for 2 days. In Coahuila y Tejas, Governor Agustin Viesca resisted Santa Anna's centralist push, calling for the legislature to reconvene in Bear, far from Mexican military control. Viesca was arrested before he could actually reach Texas, as local officials in Bear advised against his involvement. So, Texas itself, it was of course not a unified entity. Lots of different moving parts, and they were divided themselves over the political crisis. Back in the United States, editorials began advocating for Texas's full independence. At the local level, public opinion remained to be uncertain, but by late August 1835, most Texan communities had agreed to send delegates to a consultation in October to discuss the future course of action, that being whether to pursue independence, a return to federalism, or simply to maintain the status quo. Military concerns also mounted, with leaders requesting reinforcements due to fears of a potential uprising, which day by day became more and more likely. Of course, Mexico was still recovering from its own instability, and they were very anxious about having to fight when they weren't ready, which would risk the loss of territory and the weakening of its northern defenses. In early September, General Martin Perfecto de Cos, Santa Anna's brother-in-law, by the way, I love that name, Perfecto, was ordered to send 500 troops to Texas to quell the unrest. And if it's like any of the other ways they quell the unrest in other towns, well, the Texans should be feeling a little bit nervous. So the Mexican forces landed at the port of Copano on September the 20th, prompting Austin to urge local militias to quickly organize for self-defense. Tensions escalated in Gonzales after a Mexican soldier attacked a resident on September 10, 1835. The Mexican military, seeking to regain control of the situation, sent Lieutenant Francisco de Castañeda and 100 dragoons to recover a small cannon loaned to the settlers for defense against Indian raids. However, when the residents of Gonzales were less than cooperative about handing over the cannon, Mexican forces were instructed to avoid violence, though the situation was quickly spiraling towards that very thing, a great confrontation. Well, just as well that they kept the cannon. Ah, yes, the cannon, the silent killer. The Texans' suspicion of Mexican motives grew after the October 2nd confrontation at Gonzales, where they believed that the Mexican government was using the cannon dispute as a pretext to just come in and destroy their militia. As they awaited for reinforcements, about 140 Texian volunteers ambushed Lieutenant Francisco de Castañeda's force in the early hours of the morning. Following a brief skirmish, Castañeda requested a meeting with John Henry Moore, the leader of the Texians. During their conversation, Castañeda revealed that his own Federalist sympathies were there, despite being bound to follow orders. The Texans hoisted a homemade white banner emblazoned with the words, "Come and take it," and a black-painted image of the cannon. Well, Castañeda, realizing he was outnumbered, and not to mention outgunned, withdrew his troops to Bear. The Texans claimed victory, although some have downplayed the incident, calling it a pretty inconsequential one. Nevertheless, the news of the victory spread quite quickly across the U.S., and with that morale being so high, the volunteers began to pour in. With reinforcements coming, Austin, who lacked formal military training, by the way, was unanimously chosen to lead the newly formed Army of the People on October the 11th. Despite their enthusiasm, the volunteer army showed little discipline, and Austin's first directive was to remind them to obey their officers. Buoyed by their early success, the Texans began preparing to march on Bear, determined to expel the Mexican army from Texas once and for all. In response to the attack on Castañeda's force, General Martin Perfecto de Cos hurried back to Bear. Meanwhile, on the 6th of October, a separate group of Texan volunteers from Matagorda launched an attack on Presidio La Bahia in Goliad, hoping to capture Cos and seize $50,000 that was allegedly with him. Now that ought to come in handy. So, the Texans stormed the Presidio on October 10th, defeating the small Mexican garrison in a brief 30-minute battle. And that is quite brief. 30 minutes? Wow. Leaving 3 Mexican soldiers dead, and several of them wounded. Under Captain Philip Dimmitt's leadership, the Texans took control of the Presidio, and he sent Teano volunteers to join Austin's march towards Bear. At the end of October, Dimmitt sent a squad led by Ira Westover to confront the Mexican garrison at Fort Lipantitlan. But without firing a shot, they captured the, admittedly poorly defended fort on November 3rd. As they dismantled the fort, the Mexican garrison returned from patrol. But after a brief skirmish, the Texans withdrew, securing control of the Gulf Coast. With communication routes now cut off, Cos was unable to quickly request reinforcements or supplies from Mexico. Meanwhile, Austin led the march towards Bear, where Cos and his forces awaited. Many of the delegates to the consultation, confident in quick victory, joined the military ranks. However, due to the inability to secure a quorum, the consultation was rescheduled for November the 1st. On October the 16th, the Texan forces stopped 25 miles from Bear and sent a message to Cos, urging him to avoid further conflict if he wanted to prevent a civil war. Of course, Cos refused, declaring that Mexico would never yield to foreign demands. By late October 1835, Mexican forces in Bear had quickly fortified the town, setting up barricades as around 650 soldiers prepared for the siege. Meanwhile, the roughly 450-strong Texan army advanced, repositioning their camp closer to the city. On October the 27th, James Bowie and James Fannin led an advance party to Mission Conception, where they set up camp and sent the remainder of the Texan army to join them. Upon hearing that the Texans were momentarily split, the Mexican commander, Ugartequia, moved to confront Bowie and Fannin's men. However, the Mexican infantry with weapons of shorter range and the cavalry, unable to maneuver through the forested terrain, were decisively beaten back after 3 failed attacks. They must have thought, third time lucky, surely. Well, between 14 and 76 Mexican soldiers were killed in this skirmish, while 1 Texan soldier was lost. Well, it is noted that this victory certainly boosted the Texans' reliance on their rifles and bred a sense of superiority. But it can also be said that the Mexicans displayed notable courage, and that the battle should have highlighted the importance of a strong defensive position. Either way, both sides have their story to tell. Well, as the weather cooled and supplies, of course, dwindled, morale in the Texan camp began to fall. Unauthorized departures, if we may call them that, were quite common, and only when the New Orleans Greys arrived on November 18th did spirits finally lift. These American volunteers brought bright new uniforms, clean rifles, ammunition, and most importantly, discipline. This set them apart from the more disorganized Texan forces, which were more like a mob at this point, albeit a very motivated one, but not quite disciplined. November 26th, after Austin resigned to serve as a commissioner to the U.S., Edward Burleston assumed command. He learned of a Mexican supply train near Bear and sent Bowie and William H. Jack to intercept it. In the ensuing skirmish, the Texans forced the Mexican soldiers to abandon their cargo, which was found to be nothing but horse feed. Disappointing, for sure. While the Texan victory was slight, it boosted morale temporarily, and I'm sure the horses were very happy, of course. However, by December, the Texans were becoming disillusioned with the siege, and Burleston suggested retreating to Goliad until the spring. To prevent retreat, Colonel Ben Milam rallied several hundred men for an assault on Bear. On December the 5th, Milam and Colonel Frank W. Johnson led the charge, pushing from home to home over the next few days, until they reached the fortified plazas near the city center. On December the 8th, Cos received reinforcements, but they were mostly poorly trained recruits, not much to write home about, still quite shackled and ill-prepared for the battle. Better than nothing, I suppose, and better not complain too loudly. This influx of troops either way just didn't really do much to help, and on December the 9th, Cos, realizing he was surrounded and frankly out of options, withdrew his forces into the Alamo mission on the outskirts of Bear. Though Cos proposed a counterattack, many of the cavalry officers misinterpreted their orders and fled south, possibly abandoning their posts. The following morning, Cos surrendered. As part of the terms, Cos and his men agreed to leave Texas and cease fighting for the Centralist cause. Many Texans believed the war was over as soon as Cos had gone. But the Texan army, weakened by the exodus of volunteers, was frankly in disarray. Burleston left his position as commander on December 15th, leaving Colonel Frank W. Johnson to take command of the 400 soldiers that remained. Of course, the presence of American volunteers in Bear, though significant, was often overstated in the Mexican perception. While only 150 to 200 American volunteers had arrived by December, they were the most visible element of the Texan forces. By January of 1836, 78% of the Texan volunteers were Americans who had arrived after October the 2nd, 1835. Of course, this further inflamed Mexican fears of foreign intervention. I mean, how much more could the foreigners intervene? Nothing was really sent out from the United States government regarding this, but volunteers and fighters just showing up with what they had, well, that's still foreign intervention. Either way, on November the 3rd, 1835, 58 of the 98 elected delegates met in San Felipe for the final session of the consultation. After days of contentious debate, they established a provisional government based on the 1824 Constitution, though without declaring independence. They weren't that gutsy just yet. The new administration consisted of a governor and a central council, each with one representative from every municipality. The delegates decided not to implement a system of checks and balances, assuming that the two branches would indeed cooperate. The consultation had also decided to form a regular army on the 13th of November, appointing Sam Houston as its commander-in-chief. To attract American volunteers, the delegates promised land bounties to soldiers. This clause concerning public land signaled an expectation that Texas might eventually declare its independence. Because how else were they going to give the land, right? Of course, before the consultation, Austin had led a volunteer army with Houston, having no authority over it. Houston was also appointed to the Indian Affairs Select Committee. Meanwhile, Austin was sent on a diplomatic mission to the United States to secure supplies, volunteers, and funds. Henry Smith was elected governor, and after the consultation adjourned on November 14th, he and the council took full control. With limited funding, the new government granted the military the power to impress supplies, a policy that quickly became unpopular, of course, particularly among the Texan troops stationed near Goliad and Bear. As food and supplies dwindled away, resentment against the council grew, with many volunteers refusing to join Houston's regular army. A Texas Register and Telegraph report lamented, "Some are not willing, under the present government, to do any duty. That our government is bad, all acknowledge, and no one will deny." As confusion persisted over whether the army was fighting for federalism or independence, the Goliad Declaration of Independence was issued on December 22nd. The council responded by calling for a new election of delegates for a convention in 1836, stating that Mexicans opposing centralism and all free white males would vote. However, Smith came in and vetoed the inclusion of Tejanos with Federalist views. And how do you think that went for the tensions? Of course, it intensified them even further. Too bad. A plan to attack the Mexican centralist forces in Matamoros was supported by prominent Mexican Federalists, including José Antonio Mexia and Lorenzo de Zavala. The Texas Council, eager to keep Texan soldiers engaged, approved the Matamoros expedition on December 25th, hoping to move the conflict out of Texas. By December the 30th, most of the army and supplies had been moved to Goliad for preparation. There are a few who actually suggest that Dr. James Grant, one of the expedition's leaders, had secret British interests in this operation, but, well, that's a little bit of speculation. We can't really discount it, though. After all, the French had their own interests in the Civil War and the War of Independence in earlier times, 1776 before then. Everyone has their own means to ends. Well, by January the 9th, 1836, Smith's disputes with the council had escalated to the point where he threatened to fire the council unless they withdrew support for the Matamoros expedition. The governor responded by impeaching Smith 2 days later, appointing James W. Robinson as acting governor. The power struggle left Texas in chaos, with Houston halting the departure of all but 70 men to Matamoros. After the removal of Smith, Houston left the army to negotiate a treaty with the Cherokee. He promised the Cherokees land in East Texas if they refrained from aiding the Mexican army or attacking any more Texan settlements. Fannin, a senior official in the regular army, led the troops who refused to go to Matamoros to Goliad in Houston's absence. As confusion over the organization of the February elections spread, municipalities struggled to balance the interests of long-time residents and the newly arrived American volunteers. Tensions flared again when a Kentucky volunteer company was turned away in Nacogdoches. Colonel Sidney Sherman, demanding the right to fight for Texas, eventually persuaded the election judge to allow the volunteers to actually vote. Meanwhile, there was also rumors that Santa Anna was assembling a large army in Mexico, and that sparked fears among the Anglos, who began to frame the conflict as a racial struggle to protect property against this perceived mongrel race of Mexicans and Indians. Well, that's not very nice, isn't it? Well, on October the 23rd, 1835, Santa Anna learned of an armed rebellion at Gonzales. While many in Mexico were indifferent to an uprising, the army and ruling class viewed it as a serious challenge to Mexican authority, which of course that was exactly what it was. Accusations were made that the Anglo settlers were unwilling to accept Mexican laws and customs, not willing to fit in, and it was believed that Mexican honor demanded the defeat of these usurpers. Santa Anna, eager to personally lead the troops and make a name for himself, delegated his presidential duties to Miguel Barragan. He and his officers were confident that the Texans would be quickly intimidated. The Mexican Secretary of War, Jose Maria Tornel, asserted that the superiority of the Mexican soldier over the mountaineers of Kentucky and the hunters of Missouri was undeniable, and that seasoned veterans, of course, would easily overpower the Texans, whom he described as undisciplined. Despite all this, Santa Anna faced logistical challenges. At the time, only about 2,500 soldiers were stationed in Mexico, and that was insufficient to quell the Texan rebellion, while also defending against other threats. So, to fund the campaign, Santa Anna took out loans from various sources, including Cayetano Rubio and Juan N. Erazo, and even used his personal assets as collateral. The new army, known as the Texas Army of Operations, was largely composed of conscripts and quite a few convicted felons who volunteered for military service in exchange for avoiding prison. It's quite arguable, depending on which military and which war you're in, if that would be a better option. That being said, the prisons were not very good back in those days. Of course, Santa Anna believed that his superiority in planning and the Mexican army's experience would just guarantee a swift victory, despite challenges such as corruption, inadequate supplies, poorly equipped troops, many of whom actually lacked proper clothing for the harsh winter. In December 1835, the Mexican Congress passed the Tornel Decree, which declared that foreigners fighting against Mexico would be treated as pirates and executed. This decree meant that Texan fighters would have no possibility of surrender, and likely many American recruits were unaware of this harsh resolution. Either way, by December, over 6,000 soldiers began their march towards Texas, though progress was slow. The army faced difficulties such as delayed pay for teamsters, a shortage of mules, and a large number of women and children, known as soldaderas, accompanying the troops. Santa Anna's forces, which included Cos and his Bayar men, eventually joined in Saltillo. From Saltillo, the army had several options for advancing: south to Bayar via the Laredo Road, west along the Camino Real, or by sea along the Atascocita Road toward Goliad. General Jose de Urrea was tasked with leading the 550 soldiers toward Goliad, while Santa Anna focused on Bayar, the political center of Texas. Some of his officers suggested that a coastal march would have been more practical, but Santa Anna's desire to restore his family's honor, especially his brother-in-law's surrender after that, well, that led him to prioritize Bayar. His spies informed him that the majority of the Texan army was preparing for the Matamoros expedition, which may have convinced him that Bayar would be easier to capture. On February 17th, Santa Anna's army crossed the Nueces River into Texas. By February 13th, the harsh winter conditions had really set in. Snowfalls of up to 16 inches and record low temperatures. Many of the recruits from the tropical Yucatan region were ill prepared for the cold. Some even succumbed to dysentery or hypothermia, or heaven forbid, both at the same time. Comanche raiders also targeted these straggling soldiers. As Santa Anna's army advanced, South Texas residents fled, and Mexican troops pillaged and burned abandoned homes. A network of Tejano spies coordinated by De la Garza provided Santa Anna with valuable intelligence about the Texan positions. At the Alamo mission in Bear, Colonel James C. Neal commanded fewer than 100 Texan soldiers. In January, Houston sent Jim Bowie with 30 men to remove artillery and destroy the facility. Bowie wrote to Governor Smith emphasizing the strategic importance of Bear, quoting, "The salvation of Texas depends in great measure on keeping Bear out of the hands of the enemy." Bowie and Neal were of course resolute, stating that they would rather die in the ditches than give it up. So February 3rd, a small group of volunteers, including the famous frontiersman Davy Crockett, arrived in Bear to reinforce the defenders. Neal left on February 11th to gather supplies and recruits, leaving Bowie and Travis in charge. Of course, I'm really skimming over this in this video. I've done a full video on the Battle of the Alamo. It goes for about an hour, with every little detail. But it's just one of the chapters within the broader part of the Texas Revolution. So if you want to watch that one afterwards, go ahead. You'll find it. On February 23rd, 1836, the Texan defenders of the Alamo, under Colonel Travis's command, were caught unprepared as Mexican troops approached the town of Bear. After gathering what food they could find, the Texans retreated to the Alamo when scouts reported the arrival of the Mexican advance guard. By late afternoon, 1,500 Mexican soldiers had taken control of Bear and raised a blood-red flag. That was the signal that no quarter would be given. The siege of the Alamo began, and it lasted for 13 days. Although there were a few minor skirmishes that offered some hope to the defenders, the situation was pretty bleak. February 24th, Bowie fell ill, and Travis took full command of the Texan forces. Travis sent out a famous letter pleading for reinforcements, vowing victory or death. The letter, reprinted across the United States and Europe, became a rallying cry for Texan independence. Back in Gonzales, Texan and American volunteers gathered in anticipation of reinforcements, hoping for the arrival of Colonel Fannin with his 300 troops. However, Fannin delayed his march, and by February 26th, he turned his forces back. Only a small number of reinforcements, fewer than 100 men, reached the Alamo. On March the 3rd, approximately 1,000 Mexican reinforcements arrived, further tightening the siege. On the 4th of March, a local woman, Juana Navarro Alsbury, attempted to negotiate a surrender on behalf of the Texan defenders. But Santa Anna rejected the offer. His impatience grew, and on March the 6th, he launched a final assault on the fort. Despite some opposition from his officers, who favored waiting until the Texans were forced to surrender, Santa Anna decided to attack. Many of the Mexican troops were inexperienced, and early in the assault some soldiers fired on each other due to confusion in the ranks. At least 80 Texans did manage to flee the Alamo, but most were killed by the Mexican cavalry. Within an hour, the Mexican troops overran the fort, killing nearly all of the estimated 180 to 260 Texan defenders. Crockett may have been among the few who attempted to surrender, but Santa Anna ordered their immediate execution despite General Manuel Fernandez Castrillon's efforts to save them. The Mexican army, of course, suffered heavy casualties, with between 400 to 600 men killed or injured, and that's a significant toll by any measure. The battle had little military importance, but it had huge political ramifications. Travis's delay in the siege bought precious time for the Convention of 1836, which met on March the 1st. Had Santa Anna not stopped in Bear for 2 weeks, he likely would have arrived in San Felipe by March 2nd, possibly capturing or scattering the delegates. Santa Anna interrogated the few survivors, mostly women and children, before releasing them. Among them was Susanna Dickinson, who was sent to Gonzales along with Travis's slave Joe to spread the news of the Texan defeat. Santa Anna expected the Texan forces to quickly disband, believing that the overwhelming difference in troop numbers would extinguish any remaining resistance. Meanwhile, on January the 31st, General Urrea arrived in Matamoros and quickly persuaded local Federalists that the Texans' goal was succession. He also dismissed their attempts to incite a Federalist uprising as a cover-up for their true intentions. Meanwhile, Texan forces under Johnson and Grant were misled by Mexican double agents, who assured them they would have no difficulty in capturing Matamoros. Grant and a small group wandered between the Nueces River and Matamoros, while Johnson stayed in San Patricio with a few men. On February 27th, Johnson's forces were ambushed by Urrea's men just after midnight, catching the Texans by surprise. Johnson managed to escape, one of the only 6 to do so. The others were either captured or, well, you know. On March the 2nd, Urrea's dragoons ambushed the Texans again at Agua Dulce Creek, killing 12 of them, including Grant. The rest were taken prisoner. Despite orders to execute the captives, Urrea sent them to Matamoros. On March 11th, 1836, Colonel James Fannin sent Captain Amon B. King to assist with the evacuation of the settlers from the Refugio mission. However, King and his men spent an entire day searching for Centralist sympathizers on nearby ranches instead of focusing on their mission. Upon returning to the mission, in March 12th, they were quickly surrounded by Mexican forces under De la Garza's Victoriana Guardes and General Urrea's advanced guard. The same day, Fannin received orders from General Sam Houston to march to Victoria and demolish Presidio La Bahia, also known as the Fort Defiance. In response, Fannin sent William Ward with 120 men to reinforce King's company, unwilling to leave any men behind. Ward's troops successfully drove out Mexican soldiers from the church, but instead of returning to Goliad, they postponed their departure to raid nearby ranches. On the 14th of March, Urrea arrived with nearly 1,000 Mexican soldiers, leading to the Battle of Refugio. The Texan defenders, though exhausted, hungry, and nearly out of ammunition, managed to repel multiple Mexican assaults, using their rifles with superior range and accuracy to inflict significant casualties. But it wasn't all good news. By the end of the day, the Texans were a little tired, and following an order from Ward to withdraw, they managed to breach Mexican lines under the cover of rain and darkness. They left behind a number of wounded men who were later captured by Urrea's forces with the help of local Centralist sympathizers. Mexican Colonel Juan Jose Holzinger insisted on sparing the non-American captives, but many were executed after their wives pleaded for mercy. By March the 16th, Urrea had marched most of his forces towards Goliad, hoping to trap Fannin. Fannin, however, delayed his departure from Goliad, still waiting for word from King and Ward. On March 18th, Urrea's advanced guard arrived just as Fannin's men were preparing to leave, and a skirmish ensued that very day. though very little progress was made. The next day, however, March the 19th, Fannin's group began their withdrawal, but they moved slowly, resting after covering just 4 miles. Later that afternoon, they crossed a prairie. Urea's troops caught up with them, fearing they would not make it to the timber cover along the Colto Creek. Urea deployed his forces, surrounding the Texans. The Texans formed a hollow square to defend themselves, managing to repel 3 charges. The Battle of Coleto left roughly 9 Texans dead and 51 wounded, including Fannin. But Urea suffered 140 casualties and lost 50 men. By March 20th, Urea paraded his forces and artillery and the Texans, realizing that their situation was hopeless, surrendered. Mexican records indicate that the Texans surrendered voluntarily, though Texan accounts suggest that they were promised treatment as prisoners of war and safe passage to the United States. 2 days later, on March the 22nd, Ward's remaining men were surrounded, and they also surrendered, despite Ward's personal objections. After surrendering, Fannin, Ward, Westover, and their men were marched off to the Presidio and executed on Palm Sunday, March 27th. The Mexican cavalry ensured that no one attempted to escape, and, well, the horses can run faster than the people, you know. Around 342 Texan soldiers were killed, while 27 managed to escape or were spared. A few weeks later, Mexican Congress officially granted a reprieve to all Texas prisoners condemned to death. Meanwhile, on the 1st of March 1836, the Convention of 1836 convened in Washington on the Brazos, where 45 delegates from 21 municipalities attended. George C. Childress quickly presented a draft of the Texas Declaration of Independence, which was approved on the 2nd day of March. Just hours after the fall of the Alamo, Travis sent out his final dispatch. Delegate Robert Potter, distressed by the news, moved to adjourn the convention and have all delegates enlist in the army, but was persuaded to stay. The convention ultimately appointed Sam Houston as the commander-in-chief of all Texan military forces, a position that he accepted with the full support of his delegates. Over the next 10 days after the Texas Declaration of Independence, delegates drafted the Republic of Texas Constitution, incorporating elements from the U.S. Constitution while adapting it to meet their needs. The new Constitution established a government with a bicameral legislature, a chief executive, and a Supreme Court, actually mirroring the structure of the U.S. government. However, it diverged from the U.S. Constitution by allowing the impressment of goods and forcing civilians to house soldiers. Additionally, it granted the people the right to rebel against the government and explicitly legalized slavery. After approving the Constitution on March the 17th, the delegates elected David H. Burnett as the interim president, despite his not being a delegate. The following day, Burnett declared the government would relocate to Harrisburg. Meanwhile, Santa Anna was moving his forces to suppress the Texan rebellion. On March 11th, he sent a column of troops to join General Urea. A second column, led by General Antonio Gaona, marched northeast along the Camino Real towards Nacogdoches, while a third, commanded by General Joaquin Ramirez Isema, traveled to San Felipe. These columns advanced along roughly parallel routes, 50 to around perhaps 40 miles apart, that sort of thing. On March the 13th, as Mexican troops left Bear, Sam Houston reached Gonzales with 374 volunteers, although many of them were unarmed, and he announced that Texas was now a separate republic. That night, Joe and Susanna Dickinson brought the news of the Alamo's fall and the approaching of the Mexican army. The Texan leadership quickly convened a council of war, deciding to withdraw and abandon the area. The evacuation began at midnight, with the Texans destroying anything they could not carry, and that included their 2 cannons, which were thrown into the Guadalupe River. By morning, the town was in flames when Ramirez y Sesma arrived in Gonzales. As the Texan army moved to the east, a cavalry company under Seguin and Salvador Flores was assigned as rear guard to protect the civilians and remote ranches from Mexican and Indian attacks. The retreat was slow, hindered by mud, flooded rivers, and heavy rains. By March 19th, the number of Texan volunteers had swelled to 1,400 men as the news of the Alamo's fall had spread. On March 20th, Houston learned of Fannin's defeat and understood that his army was the last hope that Texas had for its independence. Despite the growing number of men, Houston opted to avoid combat, fearing that his poorly disciplined and frankly under-equipped force would be overrun by Urrea's better-trained troops, though it's probably best not to tell them that. By March 28th, the Texan army had retreated 120 miles, crossing the Navidad and Colorado rivers. Many soldiers deserted, and those who remained grew quite frustrated with Houston's cautious leadership. On March 31st, Houston stopped at Gross's Landing, 15 miles north of San Felipe, where the army rested and conducted military exercises. During this time, the Twin Sisters cannons sent from Cincinnati, Ohio, arrived. Burnett, frustrated by Houston's reluctance to engage, ordered Thomas Rusk, the acting Secretary of War, to join the camp and press Houston to fight. Rusk was soon convinced by Houston's strategy. However, Samuel P. Carson, the Secretary of State, recommended that Houston continue retreating to the Sabine River to allow for more reinforcements from the United States. Burnett, unsatisfied, urged Houston to stop retreating, warning that the enemy was mocking them and that the fate of Texas depended on a good old fight. Frustration in the camp reached its boiling point, and Houston posted signs warning against any attempts to challenge his authority, stating that those who did that, would face execution or court-martial. Santa Anna, he'd remained in Bear with a small force after the fall of the Alamo, but he soon learned of the death of Miguel Barragan, the acting president of Mexico. Initially considering returning to Mexico City to secure his political position, he chose instead to remain in Texas, fearing that Urrea's victories could make him a political rival. On March 29th, he left Bear to join forces with General Joaquin Ramirez y Sesma. With a smaller force left to hold Bear, Santa Anna moved east. By April 7th, he and his combined forces entered San Felipe, where they captured a Texan soldier who revealed that if the Mexican army crossed the Brazos River, the Texans would retreat even further. On April 14th, after being blocked at the river crossing by a small group of Texans, Santa Anna, frustrated by the delay, led a force of roughly 700 men to capture the temporary Texas government. However, before Santa Anna could reach Harrisburg, government officials, including President Burnett, fled, with Burnett escaping in a rowboat towards Galveston Island. Colonel Juan Almonte, leading a cavalry force, was dispatched to intercept them, but halted his men's fire to avoid endangering Burnett's family as they crossed the water. Which is, well, that's pretty nice and a little out of character. But all right then, good for them. Now at this point, Santa Anna was pretty much convinced that the rebellion was all but over. You see, it looked pretty bad. The Texan government had been driven from the mainland, and there was no means of communication with an army that showed little interest in engaging anyway. Santa Anna's confidence in his victory grew, and he ordered the destruction of Harrisburg as he pressed forward towards Lynchburg. Mexican scouts had misreported Houston's army's movements, believing they were headed to Lynchburg Crossing to join the government in Galveston. Santa Anna pursued them further, unaware that Houston had been retreating toward the east. On April the 16th, Houston's army reached a fork in the road. One route led to Harrisburg, and the other toward Nacogdoches. The soldiers, without consulting Houston, moved towards Harrisburg. Just as the Mexican army left the area on April 18th, Texan scouts, including Deaf Smith and Henry Carnes, intercepted a Mexican courier carrying critical intelligence on Mexican troop movements. Realizing Santa Anna had only a small force and was close by, Houston rallied his troops with a passionate speech to remember the Alamo and remember Goliad. Houston then rushed his army to Lynchburg, and despite concerns over identifying Tejanos, he allowed Seguin's company to continue, all with the stipulation that the Tejanos were identifying cardboard in their hats. Well, the terrain near Buffalo Bayou, covered in dense oak groves and marshes, suited the Texan soldiers well, but posed quite a challenge for the Mexican ones. By mid-morning on April 20th, Houston's army of 900 men reached Lynch's Ferry. Hours later, Santa Anna's force of 700 had arrived. The Texans had the advantage of cover, and although Santa Anna set up a camp in a vulnerable location near the San Jacinto River, he chose to disregard military strategy by positioning his forces in a location bounded by woods, marsh, and a lake. Poor choice. It was later criticized by Mexican officers, who claimed that any inexperienced soldier would have actually made a better decision than that. A little bit of an embarrassment, that's for sure. Well, we all have weak moments. Give them a break. After several brief skirmishes, including one of them where Texan forces forced Mexican artillery and dragoons to retreat, Santa Anna's forces managed to regroup. However, the Texan cavalry was forced to pull back when Mexican dragoons counterattacked. During a retreat, Lamar, a newly arrived Texan volunteer, that is Mirabeau B. Lamar, saved General Thomas Rusk from being captured by the Mexican forces. Despite Houston's orders to keep his forces under control, several Texan infantrymen simply rushed onto the battlefield. Houston was furious that his orders had been ignored, while Mexican officers reportedly applauded Lamar's bravery in staying behind to help fellow soldiers. The skirmishes had given both sides a sense of the opposing forces' strength, whatever the case was, and the stage was then set for the decisive conflict. Are you excited? Oh yeah. Now, the night before the battle, the Mexican soldiers worked to fortify their camp at San Jacinto, using brush, saddles, and pretty much anything they could find to construct makeshift defenses. By 9 a.m. on April 21st, General Martin Perfecto de Cos and his 540 reinforcements arrived, bringing the Mexican force number to about 1,200 men, give or take. However, these reinforcements were largely inexperienced recruits, and it didn't help that they'd marched non-stop for over 24 hours without any food or rest. Not much good to us that tired and, well, certainly very cranky, one would assume. As the morning passed without any Texan assault, the Mexican officers became complacent. By the afternoon, Santa Anna allowed Cos's men to rest, while he too took the opportunity to have something to eat, take a bath, and just relax for a little while. Take it easy. I'm sure no one's going to attack us while we're doing that. Meanwhile, Houston ordered Deaf Smith to destroy Vince's Bridge, which was located 5 miles away, to prevent any further Mexican reinforcements from reaching the camp. At 4 p.m., the Texans, hauling their cannon, began to move stealthily through the tall grass. The Battle of San Jacinto officially began at 4:30 p.m., when the Texan cannon fire rang out. The Texan forces led by Houston and Rusk broke ranks and charged across the Mexican breastworks into hand-to-hand combat. The Mexican troops, caught off guard, struggled to form really any defensive positions. Confusion reigned as Santa Anna, Castrillon, and Almonte shouted conflicting orders, which only further disoriented the Mexican soldiers. It only took 18 minutes for the Mexican army to begin a full retreat. Many Mexican soldiers fled towards Peggy Lake, where Texan riflemen stationed along the banks fired at any movement in the marshes. Despite attempts by Houston and other Texan officers to halt the pursuit, the Texans continued their relentless attack. As soldiers chanted, "Remember the Alamo, remember Goliad," Mexican infantrymen shouting, "Me no Alamo," begged for mercy, but their cries went unanswered. In the aftermath, 650 Mexican soldiers were killed and 300 were captured, in what people have called one of the most one-sided victories in history. Debatable, I suppose. The Texans suffered 30 injuries and lost 11 men in the battle. Despite Santa Anna's defeat, the majority of the Mexican army in Texas under the command of Urrea and General Vicente Filosola, was still intact, and they had about 4,000 troops with them. Houston knew that his army could not afford another direct confrontation with Urrea or Filosola. So as night fell, a large group of prisoners was brought into the Texan camp. Initially, Houston thought they were Mexican reinforcements, causing him to exclaim that everything was lost. Santa Anna, meanwhile, had fled towards Vince's Bridge, but remember, it was no longer much of a bridge. Upon discovering that it had been destroyed, he hid in the marshes. The following day he was captured by Texan forces. Despite being severely injured in the ankle by a bullet, Houston was brought before the Mexican general, who was now negotiating for his life. Santa Anna offered to order the withdrawal of the remaining Mexican troops in exchange for his survival. He wrote a letter to Filosola, instructing him to withdraw to Bear and await further orders, acknowledging the disastrous outcome of the previous day's encounter. Filosola, urged by General Urrea to continue the campaign, was determined not to risk further failure after Santa Anna's defeat. However, logistical issues soon made the campaign simply untenable. All the spring rains had ruined the ammunition, and the roads had become nearly impassable, causing soldiers to sink knee-deep into the mud. Illnesses such as dysentery began to spread rapidly and supplies ran low. With no possibility of reinforcements, Filosola admitted that if the Texans had confronted them under such conditions, their only option would have been to die or surrender unconditionally. The Mexican forces were effectively finished in Texas. So, after the Battle of San Jacinto, Santa Anna continued to negotiate with Texan leaders, including Houston, Rusk, and Burnett, for several weeks after. 2 treaties were proposed by Santa Anna, one containing his personal agreements, and the other representing the terms between Mexico and the Republic of Texas. The treaties of Velasco stipulated the respect and restoration of private property, which included slaves, and the withdrawal of Mexican troops south of the Rio Grande. Santa Anna would be granted safe passage to Veracruz, and prisoners of war were to be released without incident. Additionally, Santa Anna covertly pledged to persuade the Mexican Congress to recognize the Republic of Texas and to accept the Rio Grande as the shared border. Following the defeat, many families from San Patricio who had supported the Mexican army joined General Urrea when he marched south in mid-May. By early June, only 20 families remained, and the area saw a notable depopulation during the early years of the Republic of Texas. Despite the treaty, Urrea refused to return slaves taken by his forces, and many former slaves seeking freedom followed the Mexican army back to Mexico. Mexican forces had crossed the Nueces River by the end of May, and Filzola prepared for a second campaign to retake Texas, but this was just not to be. As for back in Mexico, news of the defeat of Santa Anna led to widespread mourning, and the government refused to recognize the Republic, dismissing the treaties as made by a prisoner of war, desperate to save his own skin. Which, well, it's kind of hard to argue against that. That was pretty much what happened. Urrea replaced Filzola, who had been mocked for leading the retreat, and amassed 6,000 soldiers in Matamoros to prepare for the renewed invasion of Texas. However, Urrea's plans were diverted by Federalist uprisings in other regions of Mexico, preventing the invasion from materializing. Too bad, so sad, I suppose. Back in Texas, there was a widespread belief that the Mexican army would soon return. The good times couldn't last forever. The Texan government struggled to maintain an accurate record of enlistments as American volunteers flooded into the army. Baya remained under martial law for much of the year of 1836, and Rusk ordered the relocation of Tejanos living between the Guadalupe and Nueces rivers, threatening forceful removal of anyone who refused. This led to the displacement of hundreds of Tejano families, many of whom simply relocated to Mexico, while Anglo settlers seized their land through a little bit of legal maneuvering and, well, when required, violent threats. Well, that's about all we're going to talk about at the moment. It brings us to the end of the Texas Revolution. Of course, like I said, I have a full video on the Alamo, if that is what you came for. It gets into quite a bit more detail of what exactly happened there. I just want to cover it briefly in this as it sits within the context of the broader revolution. Now, before I go, I'm going to thank my patrons and supporters, both here on YouTube and on Patreon, who get to enjoy nice little exclusives. Good for them, huh? We have Dark, Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Cameron, Susan, Legitimus, Carrie, Charlene, Lynn Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfednir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuro Nerd, Aaron, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Star Factory, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Video Man, and Ryan. Thank you very much, everyone. The American Revolutionary War's pivotal opening battles, the Battle of Lexington and Concord, took place in Massachusetts, April 19th, 1775, and it marked the opening of the 13 American colonies' armed resistance to British rule. It was a conflict that began with the British attempts to seize the colonial military supplies kept in Concord, and quickly grew more intense when British troops ran into local militia in Lexington. Colonial militias resisted the British forces' relentless and fierce advance upon Concord, which led to a calculated withdrawal and heavy fighting on the road back to Boston. In addition to showcasing the colonists' tenacity and skill, the series of conflicts inspired broad support for independence and brought disparate colonial factions together in their struggle for self-governance. Thus, this spirit of rebellion and the pursuit of liberty that ultimately resulted in the creation of the United States are embodied on that ground of Lexington and Concord, where a pivotal turning point in American history took place. Hello. Good to see you. Back for more, are you? Or perhaps you're new. Either way, nice to have you here. Well, we're doing more American history today, Bit of a longer one on the battles of Lexington and Concord. Hope you're enjoying it so far, and if you are, I'm sure you've subscribed. We'll get to 100K soon, I'm sure of it. Now, let's get busy, and we begin in 1775, where tensions in Massachusetts were at a breaking point. In response to the 1773 Boston Tea Party and other acts of colonial resistance, the British Parliament had passed the Intolerable Acts in 1774, and this was to bring the rebellious colony to heel. Since 1768, the British forces had occupied Boston, bolstered by naval units and marines. Command of these troops fell to one General Thomas Gage, the military governor of Massachusetts, who had about 3,000 soldiers under his authority within the city itself. But Gage's power reached no further than Boston's limits. Outside the city, attempts to enforce the act sparked growing discord between pro-British Tories and patriot Whigs. Gage, hoping to prevent open warfare, decided on a strategy of swift, covert raids to seize and destroy the military supplies of colonial militias, an ongoing struggle remembered collectively as the Powder Alarms. Most of these attempts ended in success for the Americans, but the British did have some minor victories. Gage, personally sympathetic to the idea of liberty, it must be mentioned, tried to maintain a delicate balance between his duties as a governor and a military commander. Back in Parliament, Edmund Burke underscored the complexity of the situation, declaring, "An Englishman is the unfittest person on earth to argue another Englishman into slavery." Of course, at this time, things were definitely changing back in English Parliament. Plenty of abolitionists, different sorts of politics coming out in the world. Of course, long before these crises, New England colonists had organized local militias for defense against Native American attacks, and had fought alongside the British regulars in the French and Indian War too. But by law, all New England towns required all able-bodied males, 16 and older, to be armed and enrolled in the militia. Although each militia company elected its officers, the Massachusetts militias remained, at least on paper and in theory, under the authority of the provincial government. When the Massachusetts Government Act effectively dissolved that government, the colonists responded by forming the Massachusetts Provincial Congress, kind of like a shadow government that began coordinating resistance to British authority. And so, on April the 14th, 1775, William Legge, the Earl of Dartmouth and Secretary of State for the Colonies, issued orders to Gage to disarm the colonial rebels and arrest their leaders. From my cold dead hands, I'm sure. He gave Gage significant discretion, and Gage may have felt increased urgency upon learning, via a spy on April 15th, that the Provincial Congress was considering raising an army of 18,000 men, despite internal debates over armed resistance. Either way, in the early hours of April 18th, Gage deployed a mounted patrol of about 20, led by Major Mitchell, with orders to intercept any colonial messengers riding out of Boston. Unlike previous short patrols, this one stayed out after dark and questioned travelers about patriot leaders like Samuel Adams and John Hancock. This activity, though covert in intention, seemed to alarm the local residents. Word spread pretty quickly. They were on to us. In Lexington, the town's militia began mustering even before receiving direct news from Boston. Legend has it, too, that a local farmer, Josiah Nelson, suffered injury after mistaking the British patrol for colonists and openly asking about the regulars. But, well, this might be apocryphal. Later that same afternoon, Gage gave Lieutenant Colonel Francis Smith sealed orders to protect secretly and swiftly to Concord. Proceed, rather. There to seize and destroy military supplies stockpiled by the rebels. Smith was not to read his instructions until he had set his troops on the march already. Hoping to avoid stirring outright rebellion, Gage chose not to issue explicit orders for the arrest of Patriot leaders like Adams and Hancock. Either way, the stage was set for a confrontation. The British move to Concord would trigger the chain of events leading to the fateful encounters at Lexington and Concord on April the 19th, and thus it opens the first chapter of the American War of Independence. Are you excited? I'm sure you are. Well, the Massachusetts Provincial Congress passed the following resolution on March the 30th, 1775. It goes like this. Whenever the army, under command of General Gage, or any part thereof to the number of 500 shall march out of the town of Boston with artillery and baggage, it ought to be deemed a design to carry into execution by force the late acts of Parliament, the attempting of which, by resolve of the late Honourable Continental Congress, ought to be opposed, and therefore the military force of the province ought to be assembled, and an army of observation immediately formed, to act solely on the defensive, so long as it can be justified on the principles of reason and self-preservation. End of the resolution from the Massachusetts Provincial Congress, March 30th, 1775. Well, jumping forward a little bit, by April the 8th, all rebellion leaders except for Joseph Warren and Paul Revere had left Boston. They learned from London sources that Dartmouth had given General Gage these secret instructions. Samuel Adams and John Hancock believed they were safe from immediate arrest at John Clark's house, who was actually a relative of Hancock too. So, Massachusetts militias had been stockpiling supplies, gunpowder, and weapons at Concord and Worcester, which was kind of further west of Concord. An expedition from Boston to Concord was thus widely anticipated. The Pennsylvania Journal reported that the British might go to Concord to check things out, where the Provincial Congress was sitting, and warlike stores were lodged, waiting to be found. On April 18th, Paul Revere began his midnight ride to Concord to alert locals of an impending British expedition. Samuel Prescott completed the ride. Upon receiving Prescott's news, the townspeople decided to remove the stores and disperse them among the neighboring towns. Despite Gage's efforts to keep the expedition a secret, the colonists knew that it would actually occur on April the 19th, possibly informed by Margaret Gage, the general's wife, who was actually sympathetic to the colonial cause and quite friendly with Warren. Imagine the breakfast table the morning after that, Icy reception. So, between 9 and 10 p.m. on April 18th, Joseph Warren informed Revere and William Dawes that the British troops were ready to leave Boston for Cambridge, and the road to Lexington and Concord would soon be filled with marching British troops. Warren believed the regulars aimed to capture Adams and Hancock. Thinking their leaders in Lexington were unaware of the danger, Revere and Dawes were dispatched to warn them and notify colonial militias. So Dawes took the southern land route across Boston Neck and the Great Bridge to Lexington. Revere arranged for lanterns to be hung in Boston's Old North Church steeple as a signal to Charlestown. Then took the northern water route, slipping past the British warship HMS Somerset in a rowboat across the Charles River. Landing in Charlestown, he mounted and rode west to Lexington, warning nearly every house along the way. Additional riders were sent forth from Charleston. The British are coming. The British are coming. Revere, Dawes, Hancock, and Adams reached Lexington and informed the gathering militia. They believed that Concord was the main target, and that the forces leaving the city were too large to arrest just 2 men. They'd come for some other means. Revere and Dawes, joined by Samuel Prescott, continued towards Concord, while Lexington men sent riders to nearby towns. They encountered Major Mitchell's British patrol in Lincoln. Dawes was then thrown from his horse, and Revere was captured. But Prescott managed to reach Concord, and from there, more riders were dispatched. The ride of Revere, Dawes, and Prescott activated an adaptable alarm and muster system developed months earlier after the powder alarm. This upgraded emergency network used bells, drums, alarm guns, trumpets, and of course the express riders for rapid communication. Rebels in dozens of eastern Massachusetts villages were alerted to gather their militias as over 500 British regulars departed Boston. The system worked so effectively that residents 25 miles away knew of the army's movements while it was still unloading at Cambridge. These early warnings were of course crucial for assembling enough colonial militia to significantly damage the British later that day. Adams and Hancock, well, they were eventually moved to safety, first to what is now Burlington, and then to Billerica. General Gage had summoned his senior officers to Province House at dusk, and he told them that he had already received orders from Lord Dartmouth asking him to act against the colonists. Additionally, he informed them that Major John Pitcairn would serve as his executive officer, and that Lieutenant Colonel Smith, the senior colonel of his regiments, would assume command. Around 8:30 p.m. the meeting was adjourned, and Earl Percy then socialized with locals on Boston Common. One account claims that the unusual movement of the British soldiers in the town became a topic of conversation among the locals. One man responded to Percy's further questions by saying, "Well, the regulars will miss their aim." "What aim?" Percy inquired. The response was, "Why, the cannon at Concord." As soon as Percy heard this, he hurried back to Province House and informed General Gage. Gage was so stunned that he ordered messengers to stay in Boston, but it was too late to stop Dawes and Revere's from departing. 11 of Gage's 13 occupying infantry regiments provided 700 infantry that made up the British regulars. Under Lieutenant Colonel Smith's general command, Major Pitcairn oversaw 10 elite light infantry companies, while Lieutenant Colonel Benjamin Bernard oversaw 11 grenadier companies. The 4th, 5th, 10th, 18th, 23rd, 38th, 43rd, 47th, 52nd, and 59th regiments of foot, as well as the 1st Battalion of His Majesty's Marine Forces, provided 350 of the troops assigned to the regular expeditioners grenadier companies. The 1st Battalion of the Marines and approximately 320 light infantry and 59th regiments guarded the grenadier companies. Every company had a lieutenant, but most of the captains were in charge as volunteers from every regiment based in Boston who were tacked on at the last minute. During the battle, this unfamiliarity between the commander and the company would cause issues. You'll see. So on the evening of April 18th, the British began waking their soldiers at 9 p.m., assembling them by 10 p.m. at the western edge of Boston Common. Confusion arose due to Colonel Smith's late arrival and a lack of a boat-loading plan. Things were unorganized. They should have done better. Well, they didn't though, didn't they? Soldiers were cramped into naval barges with no seating. At midnight they disembarked into waist-deep water near Phipps Farm in Cambridge. Around 2 a.m., after unloading equipment, the regulars started their 17-mile march to Concord. While waiting, they had received hard sea biscuits. Yum. Cold salt pork and extra ammunition, but had no knapsacks since they wouldn't be camping. So they marched off in muddy, wet shoes, drenched uniforms, carrying their muskets, haversacks, and canteens along with all their other equipment. Pretty miserable. Hard to get motivated for a battle after that. As they passed through Minatomi, officers, aware of the mission, realized they had lost the element of surprise upon hearing colonial alarms through the countryside. Once again, another hit to morale. So around 3 a.m., Colonel Smith ordered Major Pitcairn and 6 light infantry companies to hasten to Concord. Around 4 a.m., Smith belatedly sent a message back to Boston to request reinforcements. Approximately 4,000 militia and Minutemen companies formed the colonial force. Units arrived piecemeal throughout the day, despite the provincial Congress organizing them into regiments and brigades with assigned commanders. Men from 30 nearby towns joined in the battle, and more would be on the way. By afternoon, many regimental commands were present and functioning as a single unit. Several provincial generals were traveling to the battle, but couldn't assume overall command. Later in that day, General William Heath of Roxbury, Massachusetts, commanded part of the fighting. Now, despite often being portrayed as significant, the Battle of Lexington was comparatively a small skirmish. About 80 Lexington militiamen emerged from Buckman Tavern and formed ranks on Lexington Common. Observing the regulars' advance guard under Pitcairn at sunrise on April 19, 1775. An additional 40 to 100 spectators began to watch from the roadside. Led by Captain John Parker, a veteran of the French and Indian War, who also had tuberculosis, which, well, that's bad. Many militiamen shared familial ties. A quarter were actually related to Parker. This group belonged to Lexington's so-called training band, a traditional local militia dating back to the Puritan times, rather than a real Minuteman company. Well, it was what they had anyway. So after waiting most of the night without sighting British troops, and doubting Paul Revere's warning, Parker received confirmation at 4:15 a.m. when his final scout, Thaddeus Bowman, reported that the British were approaching in force. Realizing he was outnumbered, and unwilling to sacrifice his men unnecessarily, Parker knew the colonists' military supplies at Concord had been hidden. There had been no declaration of war, and he was unaware that previous British expeditions in Massachusetts had found nothing and returned to Boston. Parker believed the regulars would march to Concord and return empty-handed as before. He carefully positioned his men on Lexington Common in parade ground formation, not concealed but not obstructing the Concord road, demonstrating resolve without hindering the British. His words, now inscribed at the battle site, were remembered. "Stand your ground. Don't fire unless fired upon. But if they mean to have war, let it begin here." In a disorganized attempt to encircle and disarm the militia, Marine Lieutenant Jesse Adair, leading the advanced guard, independently decided to defend the British column's flank by turning right and leading his companies onto the common instead of left towards Concord. Major Pitcairn led 3 companies to the left and halted the advance upon arrival. Colonel Smith's remaining companies were farther down the road towards Boston. As for Captain Parker, he ordered his men to disperse and return home, but due to confusion and the shouting and apparently his voice not being loud enough, a lot of the men just did not hear him. Others left slowly, and none really laid their arms down. Miscommunications. A British officer, likely Pitcairn or possibly Lieutenant William Sutherland, rode forward, waving his sword and calling for the militia to disperse, as reported that he was shouting, "Lay down your arms, you damned rebels." Well, we can do without the foul language, can't we? At least we know he's serious. And it was at that time that a shot came from an unidentified source. But both Parker and Pitcairn had instructed their men not to fire. Witnesses agreed the first shot didn't come from the men facing each other. Some said a colonial bystander fired from behind a hedge or tavern. Others claimed a British officer on horseback fired first. It's really hard to tell. There is speculation about a man named Solomon Brown, though, firing the first shot, but that's been refuted. Another theory suggests that the British fired first, killing Asahel Porter, who was an escaping prisoner. I suppose it's one of those things that we'll never really know. Either way, multiple sporadic shots were reported before the regulars began firing volleys without orders. Few militia managed to load and return fire, initially thinking that the regulars were firing blanks, warning shots. As for the ones who weren't thinking like that, well, they were just running for their lives instead. The regulars then charged with bayonets. Jonas Parker, the captain's cousin, was ran through. 8 Lexington men were killed, 10 wounded. The only British casualty was a soldier with a wound to the thigh. That can still kill you, though, for sure. There's a very big artery that runs down there. So the slain colonists were Caleb Harrington, Jonathan Harrington, Robert Munro, Asahel Porter, Isaac Muzzy, John Brown, Samuel Hadley, and Jonas Parker. R.I.P. in peace to them. Jonathan Harrington, fatally wounded, crawled home and died on his doorstep. Prince Estabrook, a black slave in the militia, was also among the injured. Due partly to their officers' ignorance of the mission's true objective, Pitcairn's companies slipped out of control, prepared to enter homes and fired in various directions. Hearing the musket fire, Colonel Smith arrived with the rest of the regulars, found a drummer to beat the assembly, and reorganized the column. After the grenadiers arrived, the light infantry fired a victory volley, and the soldiers returned to order before marching toward Concord, where the real action was about to take place. Militiamen from Concord and Lincoln had gathered to respond to the alarm, hearing gunfire from Lexington, but they were unsure whether to meet the British from higher ground, defend the town, or just wait for reinforcements. A militia column marched toward Lexington, but upon encountering the approaching regulars and realizing that they were outnumbered, 250 militia to 700 regulars, they retreated back to Concord, staying ahead of the British by about 500 yards. Officers debated the next move. Colonel James Barrett led the men across the North Bridge to a hill about a mile north. It was from there that they could more properly observe the British troop movements, and this proved to be a good decision, as Minutemen companies from western towns joined them, increasing their numbers. Now back to the British. When the regulars reached Concord, Lieutenant Colonel Francis Smith divided his forces to carry out General Gage's orders and searched the town for any hidden rebel military stores. One detachment of grenadiers from the 10th Regiment, led by Captain Mundy Pole, took control of the South Bridge, ensuring that the road was secure on that side of the village. Meanwhile, approximately 100 men from 7 light infantry companies under Captain Parsons advanced towards North Bridge. From their vantage point, they could see militia forces gathering in the fields beyond the bridge. Acting on intelligence that weapons and ammunitions were stored at Barrett's farm 2 miles up the road, Captain Parsons moved his 4 companies towards the farm to conduct a thorough search. Gloves on. 2 more companies were positioned along the route to protect the returning troops, and a single company from the 43rd Regiment remained at the North Bridge itself. These men all under the relatively green leadership of Captain Walter Lorry, were very much aware that more than 400 militiamen were forming on the other side of the bridge, and that they vastly outnumbered them. And this was bad for them. Concerned about the growing threat, Lorry dispatched a messenger to Lieutenant Colonel Smith pleading for reinforcements. Elsewhere in Concord, the Grenadier companies, guided by information from Loyalist informants, conducted a meticulous search for military surplus. Arriving at Ephraim Jones' tavern near the jail on the South Bridge Road, they found it barred. Jails closed. Jones refused entry, until under threat of force he revealed the location of concealed artillery. These hidden guns turned out to be 3 large pieces designed to fire 24-pound shot, heavy siege guns, more suited to attacking fortifications than defending a small town. Artillery. The silent killer. The Grenadiers rendered them unusable by smashing their trunnions. They also discovered and destroyed some gun carriages stored in the meeting house. When a resulting fire threatened the meeting house itself, local resident Martha Moulton urged the soldiers to help extinguish it. So, forming up a bucket brigade, soldiers and civilians worked together to save the building, a moment of uncharacteristic cooperation amid the escalating tension. So the British also threw nearly 100 barrels of flour and salted provisions, along with 550 pounds of musket balls, into the nearby mill pond. However, these losses proved to be superficial. Once the redcoats left, the townspeople recovered most of the flour, food, and ammunition. They must have packaged it pretty well if they had recovered it from the pond like that. Well, the only truly lasting damage was done to the captured artillery pieces. Throughout their search, British regulars were generally careful not to mistreat the inhabitants. They even compensated locals for their food and drink. This unexpected politeness allowed Concord residents to cleverly misdirect the soldiers away from several smaller, undiscovered caches of rebel material. Meanwhile, back at Barrett's farm, which had earlier served as a key arsenal, few munitions or arms actually remained. According to one local legend, any remaining weapons had been hastily buried in the furrows to resemble a freshly planted field. The soldiers who had marched out to the farm came up empty-handed. Well, they found a few things, but it was nothing of real consequence. Thus, despite their thorough efforts, the British only managed to damage one little cannon and stir up a bit more tension. From the observation point on Punkatasset Hill, Colonel Barrett's men glimpsed smoke rising from the village where the British troops had ignited cannon carriages. Seeing that only a few companies of light infantry stood between them and the town below, Barrett and his officers moved closer. They descended from their higher vantage to a lower, flatter hill, about 300 yards from the North Bridge. As the militia advanced, 2 British companies holding the position near the road, detachments from the 4th and 10th Regiments, fell back toward the bridge itself, ceding the hill to the colonists. By now, Barrett's forces had swelled considerably. 5 full companies of Minutemen and 5 militia companies from Acton, Concord, Bedford, and Lincoln gathered on the newly won hill. Altogether, they numbered at least 400 men arrayed against Captain Lorry's light infantry, whose numbers did not exceed 95. In preparation for an advance, Barrett ordered his men to line up 2 by 2 along the highway leading down to the bridge. He then paused to consult with his officers about the next move. Standing there with Lieutenant Colonel John Robinson and the company captains, Barrett considered whether to advance. He turned to Captain Isaac Davis of Acton, asking if his men would lead the attack. The answer was resolute. "I'm not afraid to go, and I haven't a man that's afraid to go either," Hell yeah. Well, with that, Barrett instructed his men to load their muskets, but he also emphasized restraint. They were not to fire unless the British fired first. Sounds pretty reasonable. He then ordered them forward. In response, Captain Laurie commanded the British companies at the bridge to retreat across it. One British officer tried lifting the loose planks to slow the advancing provincials, but Major John Buttrick shouted for the redcoats to cease damaging the bridge. The militia, led by Major Buttrick, Lieutenant Colonel Robinson, and Captain Davis, advanced in neat 2 abreast columns. They stuck to the main road, since the adjacent lowlands were flooded by the spring runoff of the Concord River. Facing the advancing militia, Captain Laurie made a critical tactical error. We did say that he was quite green, didn't we? Without fresh reinforcements, he ordered his troops in a formation that was more suited for urban combat. Street firing, arranging them in a column perpendicular to the river. This alignment worked best in confined spaces, not in open space behind a bridge. What the hell was he doing? The retreating British regulars, hurrying back across the bridge, became entangled in this unsuitable formation. Lieutenant Sutherland, at the end of the British line, recognized the error and attempted to deploy flankers. But since these men belonged to a different company than his own, they hesitated to follow his commands. Only 3 responded, while the rest tried to obey the orders of their own officers, resulting in confusion as both sides drew ever closer to that pivotal moment. As the colonial militia advanced, tension exploded into violence with a single, unexpected gunshot. According to Captain Laurie's later report, it may have come from one of his own soldiers in the 43rd Regiment, an exhausted regular who fired in panic rather than on orders. 2 more British soldiers discharged their muskets immediately afterwards, the shots plunking harmlessly into the river. Misreading these ragged discharges as the signal to open fire, the front ranks of the British force unleashed a sudden but disorderly volley before any officer had the chance to halt them. The result was devastating at close range. 2 men from Acton, Isaac Davis and Private Abner Hosmer, were marching resolutely at the head of the militia column as it approached the bridge. Both were struck and killed instantly, and 4 other Americans were also wounded. Outraged and shocked by these deaths, Major Buttrick cried out, "Fire, for God's sake, fire!" Within moments, the colonial muskets roared in response. And it was on. The opposing lines were now a mere 50 yards apart, separated only by the bridge and the slow-moving Concord River. With the roadway crowded, the frontiers of Minutemen and militia had to fire over their heads and shoulders of those front to strike at the British massed on the far side of the bridge. Their volley found its mark among the officers and the sergeants leading the regulars. 4 out of the 8 British leaders at the front were wounded. At least 3 privates of the 4th Regiment, Thomas Smith, James Hall, and Patrick Gray, were killed, and another 9 men were injured in the exchange. So now outnumbered, confused, leaderless, and terrified, the British light infantry faced a rather stark choice. You see, many of them were inexperienced in combat, and the shock of sustained fire from a determined enemy shattered their resolve. They hurriedly abandoned their wounded, where they fled back towards the town centre, seeking the protection of the grenadier companies moving up from behind. Their panicked retreat left Captain Parsons and the party searching Barrett's farm isolated from any reinforcements. In the wake of those fatal shots at the North Bridge, the day's events had taken an irreversible turn. In the immediate aftermath of the deadly exchange, the colonial militiamen were almost shocked at their victory, as the British were shocked by their defeat. Many of the provincials, had never expected such a lethal force to be used. The notion both sides would intentionally aim to kill each other, well, it seemed unreal. Some of the colonists pressed forward, emboldened by their success. Others withdrew, shaken and uncertain, anxious to check on their homes and loved ones. Gradually, Colonel Barrett regained a measure of order and purpose. He pulled some of his men back to the vantage point on the hill about 300 yards from the bridge, and directed Major Buttrick and others to cross the bridge to a more defensible position behind a stone wall on the opposite slope. Meanwhile, back in central Concord, Lieutenant Colonel Francis Smith had just received Captain Laurie's plea for reinforcements when the distant crackle of musket fire reached his ears. Not a good sound. Realizing the peril his men faced, Smith quickly assembled 2 companies of grenadiers and marched them towards the north bridge. En route, they encountered the scattered remnants of the light infantry companies fleeing in disarray. Alarmed by this development, and increasingly worried about the 4 companies he had sent to Barrett's farm, now possibly cut off, Smith kept pushing forward. Upon spotting the provincials, drawn up behind their stone wall on the hillside, he halted his grenadiers, and cautiously advanced with only his officers to assess the situation. From behind the wall, one colonial militiaman later recalled that the officers were easy targets, ripe for ambush. Yet the Americans held their fire. They hadn't had any orders to shoot, at least not yet. For around 10 minutes, the 2 sides faced off, each side tired, uncertain, and just wanted to go home. Well, reportedly in a bizarre interlude, there was one mentally ill local man who was wandering through the standoff peddling hard cider, passing between the lines just as if the battle had not erupted moments before. Suppose there's always time for business, right? Either way, neither side dared to break that uneasy calm. During the stalemate, the 4 companies that had been scouring Barrett's farm for arms finally marched back into view. Of course, the search had proved fruitless. As they returned along the now mostly deserted battlefield, they took in the grim scene of the dead and wounded comrades lying where they had fallen at the bridge. One body appeared to have been scalped, a horrifying sight that, of course, outraged the redcoats. A war crime, before there were even war crime definitions, I suppose. I suppose the British would call it poor manners. But if you ask the Americans, they would tell you that it was actually by a musket ball or another battlefield injury rather than deliberate mutilation. I tend to believe that. I mean, it can certainly take off the top of your head if fired at the right spot. And the Americans were obeying their orders of not firing, so I don't think that they would have engaged in that kind of savagery. I just don't think it would have happened. Unless it was the man with the hard cider. He stopped for a little bit of a break, I don't know. Either way, at this point it was around 11:30 a.m. These companies rejoined Smith's main force in Concord. The British, while still mindful of colonial forces, watching them from a distance, resumed the search for rebel supplies within the town. Whatever munitions they found, they destroyed. Whatever food they found, they ate. And finally they reassembled in preparation for their march to Boston. This delay, caused by skirmishes, searches, and reorganizations, proved to be critical. It granted militiamen from surrounding areas enough time to converge along the route back, ensuring the British would not simply retrace their steps unopposed. Instead, they would face a long, hard fight on the journey back home. But that is, of course, if there will be a journey back home. Lieutenant Colonel Francis Smith was beginning to get quite a bit worried about the growing number of colonial militia now converging around his dwindling force, approximately 1,000 strong by this point, so he deployed flankers along a ridge as his men marched eastward out of Concord. This ridge terminated near Merriam's Corner, about a mile from Concord Center, where the main road crossed a narrow bridge over Elm Brook. To pass the bridge, the British were forced to withdraw their flankers and compress into a tight formation only 3 soldiers wide. By now militia companies from the north and east had arrived, granting the colonials a decisive numerical advantage. The British realized that they were now witnessing precisely what General Gage had hoped to avoid by sending out the expedition under cover of darkness: the rapid, widespread mobilization of armed colonists whenever redcoats ventured anywhere beyond Boston. As the final ranks of British troops crossed the narrow bridge at Merriam's Corner, their rear guard fired a volley at nearby colonists, who had been lobbing occasional, ineffective shots from a distance. Now within lethal range, the Americans returned fire with deadly accuracy, killing 2 regulars and wounding perhaps 6 more. There were no suffered casualties on the American side. On the far side of the bridge, Smith ordered his flankers out again as the men pressed on. About a mile beyond Merriam's Corner, at Brooks Hill, roughly 500 militia had taken position to the south of the road, ready to rain fire down upon the British column. Smith's lead units charged the hill in an attempt to dislodge them, but the colonists stood their ground, inflicting serious losses on the attackers. Forced to pull back, Smith and his column moved on to another small bridge at the Brooks Tavern in Lincoln, only to face intensified attacks from even more militia amassed on the north side of the road. Not long after, at a bend in the road now remembered as Bloody Angle, the British walked into another carefully staged ambush. The roadway curved sharply left through a lightly wooded area where Woburn militiamen lay waiting in rocky cover on the southeast side. Other militias, having followed a parallel to the road since Merriam's Corner, were now positioned on the northwest side, creating a deadly crossfire. Additional militia pressed in from the rear. Several hundred yards further east, the road curved again, this time to the right, and another mass of colonists waited, with loaded muskets ready to go. In passing these 2 bends under heavy fire, the British lost about 30 men, whether killed or wounded. 4 colonists also died in the encounters. Captain Jonathan Wilson of Bedford, Captain Nathan Wyman of Billerica, Lieutenant John Bacon of Natick, and Daniel Thompson of Woburn. The battered British eventually broke into a trot, outrunning the pursuing militiamen who struggled in the dense woods and swampy ground. Meanwhile, the colonial forces crowding behind the road were too tangled and unorganized to launch more than a harassing pursuit. As militiamen continued to stream in from surrounding towns, the colonial force swelled to about 2,000 men. With the road straightening out into more open fields and orchards, Smith sent flankers forward once more, managing to trap and wound a few of the colonists. However, British casualties just kept going up and up from the constant sniping, and the men were running low on ammunition. Exhausted, they'd been marching and fighting for hours, all night and all morning, straining under the unrelenting pressure from the colonial militia. Upon nearing the boundary between Lincoln and Lexington, Smith's beleaguered column faced yet another trap. Captain John Parker's Lexington militia, some still bandaged from the morning's battle, ambushed the regulars from a vantage point above the road. In this exchange, Lieutenant Colonel Smith was shot in the thigh and knocked from his horse. Major John Pitcairn assumed effective command, and dispatched light infantry up the hill to drive the militia away. The British column then had two more rises in quick succession, known as the Bluff and Fisk Hill. Each new hill brought fresh ambushes from yet more arriving colonial companies. In one volley, Pitcairn's horse bolted, frightened, tossing him to the ground and injuring his arm. Now both primary British commanders were wounded, and their men, tired, thirsty, and nearly out of ammunition, they began to unravel. A few surrendered or were captured, while others broke ranks and rushed ahead in desperation. Officers tried to restore order, even threatening their own men with bayonets, attempting to hold the line under the ongoing musket fire. Only one British officer among the front companies remained unhurt as they neared Lexington Center. Recognizing the peril, he later remarked that many of his men were nearly out of ammunition and simply too exhausted to maintain any kind of fight. Without relief, they'd have no choice but to surrender or just be shot down where they stood. But then, to their immense relief, they heard a cheering from the direction where they were heading. A full brigade of about 1,000 men, complete with artillery, and led by Earl Percy, had arrived from Boston to rescue them. It was about 2:30 p.m., and the British expedition had been on the move for almost 12 hours straight. In the aftermath of the day's fighting, British officers expressed their exasperation with the colonial militia's tactics. You see, they weren't used to facing this kind of thing. Unlike the European norms of linear formations and head-on engagements, fighting like gentlemen, the colonists had taken advantage of stone walls, trees, and individual initiative. Well, would you rather fight like gentlemen? Or you want to fight like heroes, maybe? There's that individual initiative. I think that sums up the American experience right there. Well, this image of ordinary farmers firing independently from cover, popularized in American legends, poems, and songs, well, it implies this kind of lone wolf heroism. But in truth, however, the militias frequently acted with concerted effort, moving as organized companies that exploited the advantages that the terrain gave them. It wasn't all dirty guerrilla fighting, and if it was well planned. Beginning at the North Bridge and continuing through the British retreat, the colonial forces proved more disciplined and coordinated than the British had anticipated. General Gage had expected that Lieutenant Colonel Francis Smith's expedition might need a little bit of help, so he had prepared orders for a relief force to assemble by that evening before at 4 a.m. But the problem was, efforts to maintain security meant that the communication was inefficient. Only one set of orders reached the 1st Brigade, who failed to act swiftly. Meanwhile, Smith, realizing the countryside was full of armed colonists and the surprise was gone, sent a rider back to Boston requiring reinforcements. When the request finally reached Boston at 5 a.m., the 1st Brigade, including line companies from the 4th, 23rd, and 47th Regiments of the Battalion of Royal Marines, was ordered out under Earl Percy. Additional delays arose because only single copies of orders were distributed, and the Royal Marines' instructions went to Major Pitcairn's desk. He was already in the field with Smith's original column. As a result, Percy's brigade of 1,000 men did not leave Boston until around 8:45 a.m. Local tradition does say that the relief column marched out to the tune of Yankee Doodle, meant to mock the provincials, though the same tune would soon become a rallying anthem for the colonial forces. Percy took a land route out of Boston, but he encountered early obstacles. You see, colonists had removed planks from the Great Bridge to delay him. Upon reaching Cambridge, his troops unwittingly asked a Harvard College tutor for directions to Lexington, The tutor, apparently unaware of the wider conflict, complied and later had to leave the country for inadvertently aiding the enemy. Well, that's bad luck. That's really bad luck. How was he meant to know? It had barely been a few hours. Well, Percy arrived in Lexington around 2 p.m., just in time to rescue Smith's exhausted men, who stumbled into view ahead of a large formation of colonial militia. Percy deployed cannons and fired at long range to scatter the Americans, allowing Smith's battered force marching in near rout to reach Percy's lines. Once secure, the British combined force, about 1,700 strong, paused at Monroe Tavern to rest, eat, drink, and treat their wounded, before continuing the march back toward Boston. But Percy faced a serious logistical problem. Acting against the advice of his master of ordnance, he had left Boston without extra ammunition. Each soldier only carried 36 rounds, and 2 artillery pieces had only a few rounds each. Gage sent 2 ammunition wagons after Percy, guarded by a single officer and 13 men, but a group of older militiamen, veterans too old for active company services, ambushed the convoy. They shot the lead horses, killed 2 sergeants, wounded the officer, and forced the rest to surrender or flee. 6 of the British soldiers even threw their muskets into a pond before giving up. You're never too old. I would love to hear the talking to that the younger guys got when the old guys got back and said, "Look what we've done. Now who's too old to fight?" Not bad. Well, either way, thus Percy's men would have no resupply of ammunition, leaving them to just make do with whatever they had. Heath and Warren, 2 colonial leaders who had met earlier that day in Waterton, now took command of the swelling militia force, which had grown to about 2,000 men. They advised the militiamen to maintain distance, use cover, and avoid forming tight ranks that would attract artillery fire. Instead, militiamen applied hit-and-run tactics, dismounting to fire, and then mounting and riding up ahead again, and pressured the British flanks and rear. They also set up supply wagons and worked to coordinate incoming militia units, making use of leadership, planning, and flexibility that the British had just not anticipated they were capable of. And so, as the British retreated from Lexington into Menotomy, present-day Arlington, the fighting intensified again. More militias arrived, and individual homeowners began to fight for their own property. The British suffered not only from long-range musket fire, but also from determined resistance inside houses, barns, and behind stone walls. Civilians like Jason Russell tried in vain to defend their homes, and some were killed in their own doorways and homes. The chaos, fear, and exhaustion broke the discipline of many British regulars. Infuriated by rumors of that little scalping incident at North Bridge, and enraged by an unseen enemy striking from cover, they resorted to ransacking homes, committing atrocities, and killing individuals who pretty much had no part in the day's events. You imagine, what's going on? I just woke up. Well, taverns were also plundered for liquor, of course, adding drunkenness to the confusion. Some stolen valuables were later recovered in Boston, but, well, just more outrages to fuel the colonial anger and resentment. Just throw it on the pile, I suppose. Now, in Menotomy and Cambridge, bloodshed reached its peak. The colonists lost 25 and 9 wounded. The British lost about 40 and 80 wounded, bearing half the day's fatality during this final phase of the retreat. When the British finally neared the safety of Charleston and Boston, they'd been on the march and under fire for nearly 12 straight hours. By the morning after the battle, Boston found itself encircled by an expanding ring of colonial militia, now numbering more than 15,000 men throughout New England. This was no false alarm, not like that powder alarm that had been rung months earlier. This time, people were dead. Blood had been spilled. And, well, the American Revolutionary War had effectively begun. Under the command of General Artemus Ward, who arrived on April 20th and succeeded Brigadier General William Heath, this makeshift army formed a continuous siege line around Boston and Charleston, stretching from Chelsea to Roxbury. They positioned pinned the British forces into the peninsulas, trapping them on 3 sides and allowing no easy escape. In the days that followed, even more troops poured in from New Hampshire, Rhode Island, and Connecticut, steadily swelling the ranks and prompting the Second Continental Congress to incorporate these men into what would become the Continental Army. Even in the face of open warfare, General Gage, hesitant to provoke further unrest, still refused to declare martial law. Instead, he preferred to negotiate with Boston's select men to surrender private arms in exchange for the following civilians to depart the town at will. While in purely military terms, the day's events at Lexington and Concord had not been a large-scale engagement, at least not by European standards. The tactical moves and the number of casualties were modest, yet the political and strategic impact was profound. The British Army's failure to carry out its mission and seize a significant quantity of munitions showed a massive miscalculation by British leadership. All designed to quell the rebellion, the expedition instead ignited the very conflict that it aimed to prevent, turning widespread grievances into open revolt. And it also sparked a fierce contest for public opinion, particularly among British policymakers and the London press. The Massachusetts Provincial Congress, anticipating General Gage's official dispatch to London, scrambled to collect sworn depositions from militiamen and even some captured British soldiers. They compiled these testimonies, over 100 in all, and dispatched them across the Atlantic on a faster ship than Gage's. As a result, well, they got there earlier. The British newspapers published these detailed American accounts a full 2 weeks before Gage's, or frankly vague and unconvincing report arrived. Influential figures in Britain took note. George Germain, no friend of the American cause by the way, acknowledged the success in the rebels in shaping the narrative. London politicians laid blame squarely on Gage for the fiasco, rather than reconsidering their own flawed policies. British troops, for their part, criticized Gage and Colonel Smith for the day's failures. Now, we could say that their careers are effectively over. Leaders throughout the colonies responded to the news with a sense of irreversible change. John Adams, riding along the road from Braintree to the battlefields on the day after the fight, concluded that the die was cast, the Rubicon crossed, and that a peaceful settlement was now deemed impossible. What he means by the die is cast, Rubicon crossed, it's a reference to Julius Caesar crossing the Rubicon and marching on Rome. Now in Philadelphia, Thomas Paine ceased to view the struggle as a mere legal dispute, and forever rejected the hardened, sullen-tempered Pharaoh of England. Okay? At Mount Vernon, George Washington lamented that the once peaceful fields of America would either be drenched in blood or suffer under tyranny. He made it plain that any virtuous individual cannot hesitate in choosing resistance over subjugation. But far from the Massachusetts battlefields, news of the fighting spread and inspired symbolic gestures. On the American frontier, a band of hunters decided to name their camp Lexington, honoring the site of the first shots fired. Over time, that humble frontier outpost grew into what is known as the city of Lexington, Kentucky. Oh, it's so far away, sure, but it's a reminder of that day that turned the American resistance into a full-blown revolution. Finalized in 1803, the Louisiana Purchase was a significant acquisition in which the United States, led by Thomas Jefferson, acquired approximately 827,000 square miles of territory from France. The price tag? $15 million. This significant agreement effectively doubled the territory of the emerging nation, expanding American control west of the Mississippi River and ensuring crucial trade routes, including access to the port of New Orleans. Driven by the ambition to advance westward expansion, safeguard national security, and stimulate economic development, the acquisition also mitigated concerns regarding French dominance in the area during the time of Napoleon. The acquisition included extensive and varied territories, comprising portions of contemporary Arkansas, Missouri, Iowa, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, and additional states along with the New Orleans region. The Louisiana Purchase significantly impacted the United States, facilitating its swift territorial expansion, but it also affected indigenous communities and laid the groundwork for subsequent exploration and settlement, exemplified by the Lewis and Clark expedition. Thus, this event is a crucial juncture in American history. It illustrates the nation's aspirations and strategic vision in a time when it was still determining its fate. Hello everyone, here we are again for a little more American history. Now, considering about 56.5% on my last checking of my viewers are American, I advise you all to raise the roof on this one. You could also like and subscribe and leave your thoughts below, that also helps. But without any further ado, let's get busy. Well, we first find ourselves during the later part of the 18th century, and at this time the French colony of Louisiana turned into somewhat of a pawn in the complex arena of European political scheming. Oh, and if you're wondering where the name Louisiana comes from, it certainly comes from King Louis. Which one? Well, I'm not sure. France certainly seemed to have quite a few of them, and I can't remember it off the top of my head, so please feel free to correct me in the comments which King Louis it was named after. Now, either way, this colony represented France's largest overseas outpost. Apart from it, the French controlled only a handful of small towns strung along the Mississippi and other major waterways. But really, if you want to find the presence of France in the New World, New Orleans is where you'll find it. And so, in 1762, France entered into this secret Treaty of Fontainebleau, transferring the territory to Spain. Following France's defeat in the 7 Years' War, Spain assumed authority over the region west of the Mississippi, while Britain took control of the lands east of the river. But after the United States came into being, the area north of New Orleans and east of the Mississippi fell under American jurisdiction. Ensuring unfettered passage along the Mississippi to the ocean was the foremost concern for the Americans. Many Americans, Jefferson among them, anticipated that the territory would be obtained piece by piece as settlers steadily came to and populated the region. But the looming possibility that another foreign power might snatch it from a weakened Spain demanded a profound reconsideration of that incremental approach. You see, by then, the shipment of agricultural products to and from areas west of the Appalachians had already made New Orleans a critical hub. On October 27th, 1795, Pinckney's treaty with Spain granted American merchants the right of deposit in New Orleans, enabling them to store goods there for export. Not a bad deal, and it's a good start. This treaty also confirmed American rights to navigate the entire Mississippi, which had grown essential to the expanding commerce of the Western Territories. The Americans were deeply disturbed when Spain decided to revoke their right to use New Orleans in 1798. That was not part of the deal. Their ability to deposit goods was, however, restored in 1801 when Spanish governor Don Juan Manuel de Salcedo took over from the Marquess of Casacalvo. However, under Napoleon's clandestine Third Treaty of San Ildefonso, Spain had returned Louisiana to France in 1800. The Treaty of Aranjuez of 1801 clarified that Spain's handover of Louisiana to France considered a restoration rather than a mere retrocession. Although the region nominally remained under Spanish administration from November the 30th, 1803, when it passed into French hands, its transfer to the United States occurred a mere 3 weeks later, on December 20th, 1803. Although the treaty between France and Spain was mainly ignored in 1800, when Napoleon dispatched a military force to neighboring Saint-Dominique in 1801, American citizens began to fear the possibility of a French invasion. And of course, with Napoleon being on such a winning streak, that fear was a justified one. Federalists called for war against France and attempted to use Jefferson's call for moderation against him. Although relations were tense in that regard, Jefferson undermined them by threatening an alliance with Britain. And of course, this is a mere, 40 years after the Revolution? Remember the war with Britain? Well, controversial, I'm sure. Jefferson did back France's strategy in 1801 when Toussaint Louverture had overtaken the Saint-Domingue, modern-day Haiti, following a slave uprising. The United States, however, began to worry that Napoleon himself would dispatch troops to New Orleans after putting an end to the uprising. In 1801, Jefferson authorized Livingston to buy New Orleans and sent him to Paris in an attempt to gain control of the mouth of the Mississippi. In order to restore French authority over Saint-Domingue, which had effectively become independent under Louverture, France dispatched Napoleon's brother-in-law, General Charles Leclerc, on an expedition there in January 1802. In addition to repelling attacks from other European powers, Louverture, the French general, had started to establish his own authority on the island. You see, prior to the Revolution, Saint-Domingue had provided France with a vast wealth, albeit at the expense of the lives and liberation of the slaves. Napoleon desired the restoration of the region's income and output for France. As for Jefferson, he was alarmed, to say the least, by the French actions and their plan to re-establish what seemed like it could be an empire in North America. And so he declared neutrality in the Caribbean, denying the French credit and other forms of aid while permitting war contraband to reach the rebels in order to keep France from regaining ground. At Jefferson's request, a French nobleman named Pierre Samuel Dupont Nemours started assisting in negotiations with France in 1803. Dupont had strong connections to both Jefferson and the leading French politicians while he was residing in the United States. Bit of a double agent, it seems. Well, in order to diffuse a possible confrontation between the US and Napoleon over North America, he came up with the concept for the much larger Louisiana Purchase, and used back-channel diplomacy with Napoleon on Jefferson's behalf while he was in France. Jefferson had the most recent information on Napoleon's military operations and plans in North America during this period, giving Dupont some information that Livingston was not given was part of his changing approach. Jefferson sent James Monroe to Paris in 1803 to negotiate a settlement in order to prevent a potential war with France. If the negotiations in Paris were unsuccessful, Monroe was instructed to travel to London to negotiate an alliance with the British. American animosity increased as a result of Spain's delay in implementing the treaty to give Louisiana to France until late 1802. Louisiana would also be an indefensible location because Spain refused to give Florida to France. Now, for Napoleon to seize Louisiana, he needed to make peace with Britain. Otherwise, Louisiana would be a prime target for a possible American or even a British invasion. However, it seemed inevitable that France and Britain would continue to fight each other in early 1803 regardless. Napoleon then started organizing an invasion of Great Britain on March the 11th, 1803. As for Leclerc's troops, they captured Louverture in Saint-Domingue, but they were soon overwhelmed by disease and strong opposition. Napoleon made the decision to forego his plans to reconstruct France's new empire in the New World by the beginning of 1803. Louisiana was, after all, worthless to him if the sugar colonies in the Caribbean did not generate enough revenue. War between France and the UK was on the horizon, and Spain had not yet finished transferring Louisiana to France. Thus, Napoleon made the decision to sell the entire region, because he was quite, well, displeased with Spain, and saw a rare chance to sell something that was worthless and not yet fully his. So, on April 10th, 1803, Napoleon informed the Treasury Minister, François Barbe-Mabois, that he was thinking of selling the Louisiana Territory to the United States, despite opposition from Foreign Minister Talleyrand. A few days prior to Monroe's arrival, on April the 11th, 1803, Barbe-Mabois made Livingston an offer of $15 million. And that's less than 3 cents per acre for all of Louisiana. Now, how could you turn down that deal? But you should put it into a little bit of perspective. That $15 million total is equal to 70 cents an acre, or roughly $371 million in 2023 terms. And they're trying to tell you that buying property has always been this difficult, right? Imagine if you could get an acre of land for 70 cents. Perhaps we'll have to wait for someone to fall on some really hard times. Well, when the much larger territory was offered for 15 million, the American representatives were actually quite shocked, because they had been willing to spend up to $10 million on New Orleans and the surrounding area alone. But now they were getting the whole thing. Jefferson had only given Livingston permission to buy New Orleans, but Livingston was confident that the United States would take the offer. After all, why wouldn't they? It is probably the best offer anybody has ever got in terms of land concessions and all the rest. Well, short of full annexations. So we arrive on April 30th, 1803, where the Americans agreed and signed the Louisiana Purchase Treaty in Paris, because they believed Napoleon might revoke the offer at any time, preventing the United States from acquiring New Orleans. Now, Francois Barbe Mabois, James Monroe, and Robert Livingston signed the document. The treaty was announced on the 4th of July, 1803. Such an American day of announcing it. But the documents didn't actually reach Washington, D.C. Livingston famously said after the signing, "We have lived long, but this is the noblest work of our whole lives." From this day, the United States take their place among the powers of the first rank. Up until July 14th, from the Mississippi River in the east to the Rocky Mountains in the west, and from the Gulf of Mexico in the south to Rupert's Land in the north, the Louisiana Treaty was enormous. The United States almost doubled in size as a result of this acquisition. What a day to make a country. Well, as for France, the short end of the stick of the deal, they abandoned their aspirations in the Western Hemisphere and withdrew its 7,000 troops from Saint-Domingue in November of 1803, after 2/3 of its forces had perished there. And, now called Haiti, they proclaimed their independence in 1804. But Jefferson and the other members of Congress refused to acknowledge the new republic, the second in the Western Hemisphere, and placed a trade embargo on it out of concern for a slave uprising at home. Didn't want to give anybody any fancy ideas. This, of course, made it extremely difficult for Haiti to rebuild its economy following decades of conflict, especially after the French successfully demanded an indemnity of 150 million francs in 1825. Yes, Haiti really got the short end of the stick there. They're still suffering from a lot of this stuff, you know. Well, the purchase was formally announced on the 4th of July 1803, following the return of Monroe and Livingston from France with the news. This allowed Jefferson and his cabinet to debate whether the purchase was constitutional until October, when the treaty needed to be ratified. Jefferson thought about using a constitutional amendment to support the purchase, but his cabinet persuaded him not to. Before the treaty was ratified, Jefferson concluded that the purchase was necessary to protect American citizens, and that made it constitutional. He justified the purchase by stating, "It is the case of a guardian investing the money of his ward in purchasing an important adjacent territory, and saying to him when of age, 'I did this for your good.'" Because of his stance as a strict constructionist with regard to the Constitution, Henry Adams and other historians have argued that Jefferson acted hypocritically with the Louisiana Purchase by interpreting the document's intent in a way that would support his acquisition. There was domestic resistance to the American acquisition of the Louisiana Territory. In fact, many people questioned Jefferson's philosophical coherence and thought that he and others, like James Madison, were acting in a way that they undoubtedly would have disagreed with Alexander Hamilton. Because of the high price, their perception of Jefferson's hypocrisy, and a conviction that France would not have been able, rather, to fend off American and British intrusion into Louisiana, the Federalists were adamantly against the purchase. The constitutionality of the purchase worried both Jefferson and the Federalists, of course. The purchase was opposed by a large number of House of Representative members. The opposition was led by the majority leader, John Randolph. By a margin of 2 votes, that is, a vote being of 59 to 57, the House was unable to reject the purchase request. Records showed that the land was actually in Spain, not France, despite the Federalists' attempts to prove this. Additionally, the Federalists were concerned that the new residents in the West, whose political and economic interests would inevitably clash with those of New England merchants and bankers, would challenge the authority of the Atlantic seaboard states. Additionally, there was fear that further dividing the North and South would result from the creation of more slaveholding states from the territory. Senator Timothy Pickering of Massachusetts led a group of Northern Federalists who even considered the possibility of a distinct Northern Confederacy. The main reason why New England Federalists opposed the purchase was economic self-interest, rather than a valid question about constitutionality, or whether France actually owned Louisiana, or if it had actually been returned to Spain if it wanted to sell the region. The idea of giving Western farmers another market for their produce that did not involve the use of New England ports also did not sit well with the Northerners. Additionally, a large number of Federalists, who were speculators in upstate New York and New England lands, hoping to sell them to farmers that might choose to move west if the Louisiana Purchase was approved. Additionally, they were concerned that this would weaken the political influence of New England Federalists and result in the formation of Western states, which would probably be Republican. And there was another question, and that was whether it was appropriate to grant citizenship to the free black, French, and Spanish residents of New Orleans as required by the treaty. Congress criticized these foreigners because they were unfamiliar with democracy and questioned whether they should or even could become citizens. Spain, of course, objected to the transfer for 2 reasons. First, France had not fulfilled the Third Treaty of San Ildefonso by having the King of Etruria recognized by all European powers, and second, France had previously pledged in a note not to alienate Louisiana to a third party. The French government responded that these objections were unfounded because the Spanish government had ordered the transfer of Louisiana in October of 1802, even though it had known for months that Britain had not recognized the King of Etruria in the Treaty of Amiens, and the promise not to alienate Louisiana was not included in the Treaty of San Ildefonso itself. So basically, it lacked legal force. I know, it's a bit complicated. I'm not good with laws and everything. But we're going slowly, right? Well, the United States had initially approached Spain about buying the property, but Spain itself had informed the U.S. that it would have to negotiate with France for the treaty instead. This is what Madison had said in response to Spain's objections. And it's a fair point. After the fact, Spain coming back and telling them, you should have spoken to us, and Madison effectively saying, well, we did, and you told us that we should speak to the French instead. I bet they regretted that. I bet somebody got fired for that blunder. But of course, we've used this word worthless And of course, it was certainly not a worthless sale. The United States did actually take possession of Louisiana. Henry Adams asserted that the sale of Louisiana was trebly invalid. If it were French property, Bonaparte could not constitutionally alienate it without the consent of the French chambers. If it were Spanish property, well, he could not alienate it at all. If Spain had a right of reclamation, his sale was worthless. In addition, Spain gave the territory to France in a ceremony held in New Orleans on November 30th, 1 month before France gave the city to American officials. And the Spanish Prime Minister had given the U.S. permission to negotiate with the French government about the acquisition of territories which may suit their interests. Well, other historians refute the aforementioned claims that Jefferson's purported hypocrisy by stating that there are 2 ways for nations to alter their borders, the first being conquest and the second being treaties, which is an agreement between nations, of course. Now, the latter was a treaty known as the Louisiana Purchase, and, well, you don't need a conquest when you can just write up a contract. The article of the Constitution, the second article rather, Section 2, expressly gives the President the authority to negotiate treaties, which Jefferson did. And so Jefferson was reassured by Madison, aka the father of the Constitution, that the Louisiana Purchase fell well within the bounds of the Constitution's most stringent interpretation. And if you've got him on your side, well, you're doing pretty well. His endorsement, that's the word I'm looking for. So Treasury Secretary Albert Gallatin went on to say that since the President was expressly given authority to negotiate treaties, the only reason that expanding the nation's territory through a treaty could not be presidential power would be if the Constitution explicitly prohibited it, which it did not. And as a staunch constitutionalist and constructionalist, Jefferson was right to worry about adhering to the Constitution. But he recognized the strength of these arguments and was prepared to acquiesce with satisfaction if the treaty was accepted by Congress. The treaty was swiftly ratified by the Senate, and the House was equally prepared to approve the necessary funding. Instead of having $15 million in its treasury, the young United States borrowed the money from the Dutch and the British banks at a 6% annual interest rate. And that's pretty good. What's your credit card interest rate? 20%? In Australia, most credit cards are 20%. It's funny how when it's governments borrowing it from other governments, they get a bit of a free ride, isn't it? It's funny how that works. Well, on October the 20th, the U.S. Senate consented to ratification of the treaty by a vote of 24-7. The Senate gave Jefferson permission to seize the land and install a provisional military government on October 21st, 1803, the very next day. Congress authorized the use of military forces to maintain order and made temporary provisions for local civil government to continue as it had under French and Spanish rule in legislation passed on October 31st. Plans were also made for a number of exploration and mapping expeditions, the most well-known of which was the Lewis and Clark expedition, which I have made a video about. I'm sure you've seen that one. It is as they say, an absolute banger. So, on December 20th, 1803, at the Cabildo, France handed over New Orleans, the former colonial flag, with a flag-raising ceremony held in the Plaza de Armas, which is now Jackson Square, a significantly more American name. 3 weeks prior, on November 30th, 1803, Spanish authorities had officially transferred the colonial territories and their governance to France. Another ceremony, known as the Three Flags Day, was held in St. Louis on March 9th and 10th, 1804, to transfer the ownership of Upper Louisiana from Spain to France, and subsequently from France to the United States. The War Department appointed Amos Stoddard as the first civil commandant of Upper Louisiana, which was supervised as a military district from March 10th to September the 30th, 1804. With effect from October the 1st, 1804, the acquired territory was divided into the District of Louisiana, which was temporarily governed by the Indiana Territory's governor and judicial system, and the Treaty of Orleans, or in French we say Orléans, the majority of which would eventually become the state of Louisiana. Now, the District of Louisiana was renamed to the Territory of Louisiana the following year. St. Louis served as the capital of the Louisiana Territory, while New Orleans served as the administrative center of the Orleans Territory. The American government assumed French debts and issued sovereign bonds to pay for the land. After Byrd, Savage and Byrd failed earlier in 1803, Francis Baring in the Company of London was appointed as the official banking agent of the U.S. government in London. Due to this advantageous stance, the United States requested that Barings manage the deal. Hope & Co. of Amsterdam, with whom Barings had a close relationship, collaborated with the banking institution to underwrite and facilitate the purchase. Barings contributed its American connections to the transaction experience, while Hopes contributed to the experience of issuing sovereign bonds. In April 1803, Pierre Labouchere from Hopes and Alexander, the son of Francis Baring, came to Paris to help with the negotiations. The initial price of 100 million francs, which the Americans could not afford, and the financiers could not supply, was lowered to 80 million francs by the French and the American negotiators with the assistance of the bankers. The value of the U.S. currency was fixed at 3,333 per 10,000 francs per U.S. dollar in the final agreement. So the 15 million purchase price once again was roughly 371 million in today's money. Under the agreement, the U.S. took responsibility for French debts owed to American citizens, totaling up to 20 million francs, or about 3.7 million. The final 60 million francs, or 11.25 million, were paid with 6% interest-bearing U.S. government bonds that could be redeemed between 1819 and 22. In 1803, October, the U.S. about 2 million of the 5.86 million in the specie that the Treasury had on hand would be used to settle some of the debts that were taken on from France as part of the acquisition. But of course, Napoleon wanted his money as soon as possible. So Barings and Hopes bought the bonds for 52 million francs, agreeing to pay 6 million francs at the time of issuance, and then 2 million a month for 23 months consecutive. The banks had already given France a 10 million franc advance in July of 1803. But the first set of bonds was issued on January 16th, 1803. Napoleon, who was short on cash at the time, forced the banks to buy the bonds as soon as possible, and by April of 1804, the banks had transferred an extra 40 million francs to pay off their debts to France. Ultimately, the 11.25 million in bonds were purchased by Barings and Hopes for a mere 9.44 million. The United States Treasury paid off the remaining bonds in 1823. So, the total cost of the Louisiana Purchase was not 15 million, because if we encounter in interest and all the bonds and everything else, it was about 23.3 million, give or take. Of course, the British government initially permitted the purchase to go through because it was better for the neutral Americans to own the territory than for the hostile French to, even though the War of the Third Coalition, which led France into a war with the United Kingdom, started before the purchase was finished. But by December 1803, Barings was ordered by the British to stop making any more payments to France. Hopes accepted the directive after receiving it from Barings, but only on the proviso that Baring pay the change's expenses and transfer its Louisiana stock to Hopes. Baring was also obliged by Hopes to abstain from trading Louisiana stock without the state's approval. So, in April of 1804, the last payments were sent to France. The extent of the purchase quickly became a point of contention between the U.S. and Spain. The boundaries of the region were not specified in the Treaty of Fontainebleau in 1762, which gave it to Spain, the Third Treaty of San Ildefonso 1801, which returned it to France, or the Louisiana Purchase Agreement 1803, which gave it to the United States. It was all a little bit up in the air, intentionally vague. The United States, however, did assert that Louisiana encompassed land extending to the Rio Grande and West Florida, as well as the whole western part of the Mississippi River drainage basin up to the crest of the Rocky Mountains. But Louisiana, according to Spain, was limited to the cities of New Orleans and St. Louis, as well as western bank of the Mississippi River. Either way, in the end, the Adams-Onis Treaty of 1819 settled the conflict, giving the U.S. the majority of its western claims. While the large area to the west was still regarded as pretty much belonging to the Commandancy General of the Provincias Internas in 1803, the relatively small Louisiana of New Spain had been a special province under the authority of the Captaincy General of Cuba. Louisiana had never been regarded as an internal province of New Spain, you see. The northern reaches of the purchase extended into the equally ill-defined British possession, Rupert's Land of British North America, which is now part of Canada, by the way, if the territory encompassed all of Mississippi's tributaries on its western bank. Well, at first, the purchase was made just past the 50th parallel. The Anglo-American Convention of 1818, however, gave the UK portions of the Red River Basin south of the 49th parallel in return for the territory north of the 49th parallel, including the watersheds of the Milk and Poplar Rivers. Although its origin was unknown at the time, the Mississippi River served as the Louisiana Purchase's eastern border from its source to the 31st parallel. It was unclear whether the eastern boundary was below the 31st parallel. Spain asserted that the Mississippi River still served as the boundary of its Florida colony, while the United States claimed the territory up to the Perdido River. When the Adams-Onis Treaty with Spain was ratified in 1821, the matter was finally settled. Today, the Perdido serves as Florida's western border, while the 31st parallel serves as the northern border of the western half of the Florida Panhandle. President Jefferson promptly organized 4 missions to explore the map the new territory, because the western boundary was disputed at the time of purchase. The Mississippi River was the starting point for all 4 of them. The Red River Expedition of 1806 explored the Red River Basin. The Lewis and Clark Expedition of 1804 traveled up the Missouri River. and the Pike expedition in 1806 began up the Missouri but turned south to investigate the Arkansas River watershed. Furthermore, the watershed of the Ouachita River was investigated by the Dunbar and Hunter expedition in 1804–05. The western boundary was established as follows: north up the Sabine River from the Gulf of Mexico to its intersection with the 32nd parallel, due north to the Red River, up to the Red River to the 100th meridian, north to the Arkansas River, up the Arkansas River to its headwaters due north to the 42nd parallel, and due west to its previous boundary. These boundaries were established in part by the explorers' maps and journals during the negotiations that led to the Adams-Onis Treaty. Of course, it was easier to acquire the Louisiana Territory than it was to govern it, due to Spain's continuation of the transatlantic slave trade. The majority of its European inhabitants, who were mainly of French, Spanish, and Mexican ancestry, were Catholic. Additionally, there were many Africans still in chains. This was especially true in the region that is now Louisiana, which also had a sizable population of free peoples of color. In the 18th and early 19th centuries, there were already some slaveholders in both modern-day Missouri and Arkansas. Planters who brought their slaves with them were among the many French-speaking refugees who flocked to South Louisiana during this time to escape the widespread slave uprising in what is now known as Haiti. Many Southern slaveholders were concerned that if the new territory was acquired, it might encourage American-held slaves to rebel like those in Haiti. In order to support them bringing their slaves to the newly acquired territory to engage in new agricultural endeavors and to lessen the likelihood of slave uprisings, they wanted the U.S. government to enact laws permitting slavery there. For administrative purposes, the Louisiana Territory was divided into smaller areas, and the territories enacted laws pertaining to slavery that were comparable to those in the southern states, but included elements from the previous French and Spanish regimes. For example, although Spain had outlawed the enslavement of Native Americans in 1769, some slaves of mixed African and Native American ancestry were still being held in St. Louis, Upper Louisiana, when the United States took control. Of course, slavery of the Native Americans was finally abolished in 1836 by the Supreme Court. Half a century later, the American Civil War was influenced by the Louisiana Territory's institutionalization of slavery under U.S. law. Southern states wanted slavery to be extended to the West, while northern states were equally opposed to the new states being admitted as slave states. Imagine living in one of them. As states grew within the territory, the status of slavery in each state became a point of contention in Congress. In 1820, the Missouri Compromise was a stopgap measure. Since British and French traders from Canada and allied Indians, particularly in the Sauk and Fox, continued to dominate trade along the Mississippi and Missouri rivers, the U.S. government attempted to establish control of the area following the early explorations. In 1804, to conduct business with the Sauk and Fox, the United States converted the old Spanish establishment at Fort Bellefontaine into a fur trading post, close to St. Louis. Two military forts with trading factories were constructed in 1808. Fort Madison along the upper Mississippi River in eastern present-day Iowa, and Fort Osage along the Missouri River in present-day Missouri. Fort Bellefontaine was transformed into a U.S. military fort in 1809 as a result of growing tensions with Great Britain, and it remained in that capacity all the way into 1826, just in case. Of course, the British defeated the American forces in the upper Mississippi during the War of 1812. With the help of their Indian allies, the United States abandoned Forts Osage and Madison, along with a number of other American forts constructed during the conflict, such as Fort Johnson and Shelby. The Treaty of Ghent, which was ratified in February 1815, established American sovereignty over the entire Louisiana Purchase region. Later, the United States constructed or enlarged forts along the Mississippi and Missouri rivers, including Fort Bellefontaine, Fort Armstrong, Fort Edwards, Crawford, Snelling, Atkinson, and well as Fort Bellefontaine, the one from before. Of course, the elephant in the room is the poor native tribes who always got pretty hard done by with these sorts of agreements. No one really asked them. The numerous Indian tribes that inhabited the area and had not given it up to any colonial power were not consulted during the negotiations between France and the United States over the purchase. Of course, the Trail of Tears was the result of court decisions during the first 4 decades after the Louisiana Purchase that forced many tribes to leave their lands east of the Mississippi in order to relocate to their new territory. But of course, if you want to know about that, you should just go and watch my Trail of Tears video, and I will tell you all about it. The United States and a coalition of Native American tribes led by Black Hawk, a Sauk warrior and leader, fought a short but crucial war in 1832. Of course, due to this leader, we call it the Black Hawk War. It demonstrated the fierce opposition to westward expansion and was brought on by contested land treaties and the U.S. government's attempts to drive the native tribes from their ancestral lands in Illinois and Wisconsin. As for Black Hawk, him and his supporters fought a string of skirmishes and battles against the American militia forces in an attempt to retake their lost homeland. The Battle of Bad Axe, where the Native American coalition was ultimately overpowered by the superior numbers and resources of the Americans, and the Battle of Stillman's Run were significant engagements which we will talk about shortly. After Black Hawk's forces were eventually routed at the end of the war, Native American tribes were forcibly removed, and the territory of the new United States began to grow. Native American displacement, the influence on U.S. frontier policies, and lasting legacy of Black Hawk is that symbol of tenacity and resistance that are the main reasons why the Black Hawk War is remembered. Of course, we can learn all about them today. Welcome to the channel, everybody. A little bit more U.S. history today, and I have made mention that I am quite enjoying it. A little bit of a different area. It's good fun. Of course, if you like this sort of thing, well, you better share the joy. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your neighbors. Like, subscribe, do all the rest, but most importantly, get relaxed because we now begin. The Sauk and Fox tribes, being known as the Meskwaki tribe, Fox being their word for it, lived along the Mississippi River in what is now the region of Illinois and Iowa during the 18th century. Their homeland's fertile soil, prime hunting grounds, access to lead, and water routes for trade made it highly prized. These two tribes, each displaced from the Great Lakes by conflicts involving New France and other native nations, especially during the Fox Wars of the early 1700s, formed a strong alliance together, pooling up their resources, trying to survive. By the time of the Black Hawk War, they numbered a decent 6,000 people. Early in the 19th century, as the United States began to expand westward, government agents attempted to purchase the native lands. In 1804, Territorial Governor William Henry Harrison negotiated a treaty in St. Louis with a small group of Meskwaki and Sauk leaders, supposedly selling the land east of the Mississippi for $2,200 worth of goods, plus an annual $1,000 in goods to be paid once a year. The treaty stirred, well, more than a little bit of controversy, because the tribal councils had not formally authorized this succession. In fact, it's believed that the Native American leaders never intended to part with so much valuable territory for so little, and that the Americans quietly broadened the treaty's land boundaries, little by little, piece by piece, as if no one would notice. Under its terms, the Sauks and Meskwakis were allowed to remain on the ceded land, at least temporarily, at least until it was eventually sold to settlers. And so, for 2 decades, most Sauks continued living at Saukenuk, near the confluence of the Rock and Mississippi rivers. But in 1828, the U.S. began surveying this land for sale, and Indian agent Thomas Forsyth ordered the Sauks to immediately abandon Saukenuk. The tribe was divided. A majority chose not to fight and simply moved to the west of the Mississippi under the orator Keokuk, who had led Saukenuk's defense in the War of 1812, but believed resisting the United States at this point was a futile venture. American officials, eager to avoid conflict, showered Keokuk with gifts, encouraging him and his followers to leave. About 800 Sauks, roughly about a sixth of the tribe, decided to stay behind, determined to fight the American encroachment, determined to fight for their way of life. And their leader was Black Hawk. Not a young man, perhaps not as energetic as you might have assumed, but definitely with the spirit to match. In fact, he was 60 years old at the time, a war captain who had fought the United States in that War of 1812. Though not a civil chief, Black Hawk challenged Keokuk for influence. He had signed an 1816 treaty reaffirming the 1804 cession, but claimed the Americans wrote down different terms than what had been agreed upon orally. In his words, and I quote, "The whites were in the habit of saying one thing to the Indians and putting another thing down on paper." Black Hawk had been born in Saukenuk, and he refused to relinquish it. In 1829, after a winter hunt, his followers returned to find white squatters already occupying part of the village. Of course, this was not the surprise they wanted. "Who's been sleeping in my bed? Who's been eating my porridge?" Seeking to avoid constant feuds, Keokuk told Forsyth that he would not return to Saukenuk. In the spring of 1830, however, Black Hawk's group went back against Keokuk and Forsyth's advice. They were joined by over 200 Kickapoos, longtime allies, and began calling themselves the British Band, because they occasionally flew the British flag to challenge U.S. sovereignty and hoped to secure British support from Fort Malden in Canada. I mean, it's an interesting strategy. They would have never been in that situation if not for British colonialism in the first place, but, well, it is what it is, I suppose. So by 1831, Black Hawk's British Band had actually grown to about 1,500 people, and that includes some Potawatomis, allied with the Sauks and Meskwakis. American officials were, of course, determined to expel them from Illinois, General Edmund P. Gaines, commander of the U.S. Army's Western Department, mustered militia cavalry under Governor John Reynolds to ensure the band could not simply move farther inland on horseback. About 1,500 volunteer militiamen responded. Meanwhile, Keokuk convinced many of Black Hawk's supporters to leave Illinois for safer ground across the Mississippi. On June 25th, Gaines sent troops to Vandrough Island, which is opposite of Saukenuk, where a farmer had provoked Black Hawk by selling liquor to his followers. The next day, the militia tried to assault Saukenuk but found it abandoned. Black Hawk and his people had again retreated west. On June the 30th, Black Hawk and other tribal leaders signed an agreement with Gaines, pledging to remain west of the Mississippi and refrain from contact with British agents in Canada. But late that year, the Sauk civil chief, Neopope, returned from Fort Malden in Canada, claiming the British and other Illinois tribes would support Black Hawk in their fight against the Americans, though these rumors proved to be exactly that, rumors unfounded. Black Hawk thus spent the winter trying to recruit more allies, including from Keokuk's faction, but he met with quite little success. Neopope also claimed that Wabokieshek, the Winnebago prophet, had promised backing from other tribes. Wabokieshek, whose father was from a Sauk civil leadership clan, and mother was Ho-Chunk, Winnebago, did join the British band, but generally cautioned against armed conflict with the United States. His village, Prophetstown, lay about 35 miles up from Rock River and Saukenuk, housing roughly 200 people. Ho-Chunks, Sauks, Meskwakis, Kickapoos, and Potawatomis, angry at tribal leaders who refused to resist American expansion. So on April 25th, 1832, Black Hawk's band of about 500 warriors and 600 non-combatants re-entered Illinois near the Iowa River's mouth, heading north. But we must say, historians do disagree on his precise aims. There's a few that suggest that he planned to settle near Prophetstown, others saying that he intended to reclaim his ancestral home of Saukenuk. But it was possible that he was unsure himself exactly of what aim. Either way, he was up to something. While U.S. authorities urged Wabokieshek to turn Black Hawk away, the prophet believed the Americans would permit a peaceful settlement if local tribes and the British supported the band. Black Hawk likely wanted to avoid war. The inclusion of women, children, and elders indicates that it was not a conventional war party, not out to raid or anything, just a bunch of people trying to find a home. I'm sure you understand. At the time, American officials were actually more concerned about the conflict among the region's native tribes than they were about the British band's return. You see, that wasn't the only thing that was going on. It's a big country with a lot of frontiers, you see. Many histories focus, however, solely on Black Hawk's clash with the United States, but it somewhat overlooks an ongoing intertribal rivalry that predated and intersected with the Black Hawk War. You see, things were not all peaceful and hugs and kisses before the arrival of the colonists. No. Wars and tribes were always doing what they do best. For years, tribes along the upper Mississippi had wrestled over these diminishing hunting grounds. Well, you see, following the War of 1812, with Britain no longer the dominant foreign power, the United States became the principal mediator in these regional disputes. In the 1820s, U.S. officials aimed to minimize these intertribal warfares, believing it complicated the Indian removal process that favored relocating the tribes west. Treaty councils at Prairie du Chien in 1825 and 1830 attempted to impose tribal boundaries, which some native warriors resented. Of course they did. You see, for them, waging war was a key path to prestige. How else are you going to earn those feathers? Thus, the Black Hawk War not only pitted Black Hawk's band against American troops, but also reignited these internal tribal tensions under the broader shadow of this U.S. expansion. All very complicated, I know. So the American spoils system complicated matters further when Andrew Jackson became president in 1829. Skilled Indian agents, including Thomas Forsyth, were replaced by inexperienced loyalists like Felix St. Vrain. There was a bit of argument, however, regarding if Forsyth had remained the Sauk's agent. The Black Hawk War might have been prevented. Well, maybe. Efforts to curb intertribal warfare, however, faltered in 1830. At the Treaty Council in May, Dakotas and Menominees killed 15 Meskwakis at Prairie du Chien. In July of 1831, Meskwakis and Sauks struck back, killing 7 Menominees. Killing 26, rather. Excuse me. Though American authorities persuaded the Menominees not to seek revenge, their western bands joined the Dakotas in attacking the Sauks and Meskwakis. To avoid a broader conflict, U.S. officials ordered the army to arrest the Meskwakis who killed the Menominees. When General Edmund P. Gaines fell ill, Brigadier General Henry Atkinson took command. An officer with strong administrative experience, but no combat background, Atkinson left Jefferson Barracks on the 8th of April, 1832, heading upriver with 2,200 soldiers, completely unaware that Black Hawk's British band had just crossed into Illinois. You can see where all this is going. Arriving at Fort Armstrong on April 12th, Atkinson learned that the Meskwakis he sought were now with Black Hawk's band. Convinced the group intended war, he had few troops and turned to Illinois' Governor John Reynolds, who was eager to remove all native people from the state by any means necessary. The foreboding report from Atkinson on April 13th brought 2,100 militia volunteers to Beardstown by April 22nd, forming a brigade under Brigadier General Samuel Whiteside. One of these volunteers, 23-year-old Abraham Lincoln, became a military captain. It's him. I know, right? Well, despite emissaries from Atkinson, Keokuk, and the Meskwaki chief Wapello urging a withdrawal, Black Hawk simply refused to turn back. Colonel Zachary Taylor later claimed Atkinson should have acted more decisively, while some historians argue in hindsight better diplomacy or a stronger show of force might have ended things peaceably. Others note that both Black Hawk's warriors and militiamen were primed for a fight, making bloodshed almost an inevitability. Either way, Black Hawk found little support from the Ho-Chunk and the Potawatomi. Their various bands adopted differing stances. Some in Illinois cautiously backed the British band, but tried avoiding outright war with the U.S., while others in Wisconsin, recalling defeat in the 1827 Winnebago War, completely stayed out of the conflict in any regard. Some Ho-Chunk, like Wakon Decorah, with Menominee ties, wanted to fight the British band head-on. For the Potawatomis, mistrusted by settlers since the 1812 Fort Dearborn massacre, neutrality was difficult. Leaders feared that if any Potawatomis joined Black Hawk, the whole tribe would be punished. At a May 1st council near Chicago, Billy Caldwell and others proclaimed that any Potawatomi siding with Black Hawk would be branded traitors. In mid-May, the chiefs, Shabona and Wabonsi, told Black Hawk neither they nor the British would be giving him any assistance. So, without sufficient provisions, British supplies, or native allies, Black Hawk knew that his big band was in big trouble. According to some reports, he was prepared to engage Atkinson in negotiations to resolve the conflict, but a disastrous run-in with Illinois militiamen would eliminate any chance of a peaceful conclusion in that regard. In late April, General Atkinson mustered General Samuel Whiteside's militia brigade into federal service at Rock Island. It was split up into 4 regiments, led by Colonels John DeWitt, Jacob Fry, John Thomas, and Samuel M. Thompson, as well as a scout or spy battalion under James D. Henry, with Judge William Thomas serving as their quartermaster. On April 27th, Atkinson had told his least disciplined and well-trained men to move upon the Indians should they be within striking distance without waiting for my arrival, while he led the rear with the regular soldiers, allowing Reynolds, Whiteside, and the militiamen to depart up the Rock River. General Reynolds served as a major general of the militia and accompanied the expedition. About 35 miles from where they began at the confluence, the militia marching up the Rock River to pursue the British band arrived at Prophetstown on May 10th. Instead of, however, waiting as Atkinson had planned, they set fire to the deserted village of White Cloud, and then moved about 40 miles upriver to Dixon's Ferry, where they awaited Atkinson and his soldiers. The wary Whiteside insisted on waiting for Atkinson at the settlement, despite Reynolds' desire to let the 260 eager militiamen who had not yet been federalized to continue on as scouts. In fact, Ogie, who was half native, founded Dixon's Ferry in 1826, but the wagon trail that connected Peoria to the lead mines in Galena crossed the Rock River. Settlers built cabins at the crossing and along the Peoria-Galena trace, and by 1829 the post office was serving settlers as far up the river as Rockford. Eager to confront Black Hawk's band, Major Isaiah Stillman led a group of volunteers out of Whiteside's camp on May 12, 1832, setting up near a Rock River tributary later called Stillman Valley. Acting without orders, Major Samuel Hackleton and some other men chased a group of natives flying a red flag, killing one of them. Unaware that Black Hawk was nearby, Stillman's party was surprised at dusk on May 14 in what became known as the Battle of Stillman's Run. But of course, accounts vary. They always do. Black Hawk had claimed that he had sent emissaries under a white flag who were detained and fired upon, while militiamen insisted they never saw any kind of true signal. Well, either way, Black Hawk's 40 warriors routed Stillman's larger force, killing 12 militiamen and losing only 3 of their own. The clash solidified the war on both sides. There was really no turning back now. Shocked at Stillman's defeat, U.S. officials, President Andrew Jackson, and War Secretary Lewis Cass included, dismissed diplomacy, hoping a swift victory would deter future native uprisings. Realizing that he had few allies, however, Black Hawk moved non-combatants, women, children, and elders upriver to a sheltered Ho-Chunk area called the Island on Lake Koshkonong in the Michigan Territory. Meanwhile, his warriors, joined by some Ho-Chunks and Potawatomis, launched raids against the settlers. Although Potawatomi Chief Shabona attempted to warn settlers, the violence still spread.
Ho-Chunks initiated the first raid on the 19th of May, killing William Durley near Buffalo Groves, Illinois. Not long after, Indian agent Felix St. Vrain and 3 others were attacked and mutilated at Kellogg's Grove. Sometimes these raids arose from personal grievances rather than loyalty to Black Hawk. One example was the Indian Creek Massacre, triggered by settler William Davis's dam construction that blocked the Potawatomi's fish supply. Ignoring their protests, Davis even assaulted a Potawatomi man. Seizing on the turmoil, about 50 Potawatomis and 3 Sauks attacked David's settlement on May 21st, killing and mutilating 15 people. They also abducted 2 teenage girls, released weeks later by Ho-Chunk chief White Crow, who tried to placate both sides while secretly aiding the British band. And then there was the news of Stillman's Run, the Indian Creek Massacre, and all the other smaller attacks that were starting to spread. And it wasn't the only thing that was spreading. The panic was spreading too. Settlers flooded into Chicago, which was at the time a pretty small town actually, all seeking refuge. Many Potawatomis also fled there, hoping to avoid suspicion as hostiles. Elsewhere, frightened settlers had hastily erected makeshift forts and formed their own militia units, bracing for future violence. After Stillman's defeat on May 14th, American regulars and militia pressed upriver in search of Black Hawk, but morale plummeted when they just couldn't find him anywhere. No word, and no one was really telling them. Many militiamen deserted upon hearing about raids back home. They went out to defend their home, and then they found out their home had been robbed. Well, what exactly are they defending now? Governor Reynolds let his officers vote on continuing. General Whiteside, disgusted by his troops' performance, broke a tie in favor of disbandment. Most of his brigade mustered out at Ottawa on May 28th, though about 300 men, including Abraham Lincoln, by the way, agreed to stay an extra 20 days until new forces were raised. In June of 1832, General Henry Atkinson formed the Army of the Frontier, consisting of about 3,200 mounted militia and over 600 regulars, though only about 2,100 militia and 450 regulars were ready for field operations. Brigadier Generals James D. Henry, Milton Alexander, and Alexander Posey led the militia brigades. More militiamen served outside this core force. Henry Dodge, a Michigan territorial colonel, led a mounted battalion of up to 250 men. Total militia participation remains unclear, but estimates do range between 6,000 and 7,000 from Illinois alone. Abandoning the earlier policy to prevent intertribal warfare, Atkinson recruited Dakotas, Menominees, and some Ho-Chunks, eager to fight the British band. By June 6th, Agent Joseph M. Street had assembled around 225 native warriors at Prairie du Chien, nominally commanded by William S. Hamilton, who was, by the way, Alexander Hamilton's son. These allied forces soon tired of his leadership, though, and mostly went their own way, though some Menominee scouts did stay. Learning Atkinson was raising an army, Black Hawk deployed raiding parties in June of 1832, likely aiming to draw attention away from his Lake Koshkonong camp. On June 14th, about 30 warriors killed and scalped 4 farmers near present-day South Wayne, Wisconsin, marking the war's first major attack in that area. Colonel Henry Dodge responded by gathering 29 mounted volunteers who pursued the raiders. On June 16th, Dodge's men trapped 11 natives at Pecatonica River Bend, killing and scalping them, all in a brief fight. Dubbed the Battle of Horseshoe Bend, that is the word, of course, Pecatonica, it was the first notable American victory in the war, restoring public faith in the militia. Finally, some good news. And that same day, another clash occurred at Kellogg's Grove in modern Stevenson County, Illinois, where American forces were blocking raids. A militia unit led by Adam W. Schneider caught around 30 British band warriors, killing 6 of them at the cost of 3 militiamen. 2 days later, on June 18th, James W. Stevenson's troops fought what was likely the same group near Yellow Creek at Wadham's Grove. In a fierce melee, 5 or 6 Indians and 3 militiamen lost their lives. When raiders killed a civilian miner close to the Michigan Territory village of Blue Mounds on June 6th, locals started to worry that the Rock River Ho-Chunks would actually join the conflict. The settler fort at Blue Mounds was attacked on June 20th by a Ho-Chunk raiding party that one eyewitness claimed it numbered up to 100 warriors. The attack claimed the lives of 2 militiamen, one of whom was severely disfigured. About 200 warriors, including Black Hawk himself, launched an attack on the hurriedly built Apple River Fort, June 24, 1832, close to what is now Elizabeth, Illinois. Alerted to Black Hawk's approach, local settlers sought safety in the fort, which was guarded by roughly 20 to 35 militiamen. The duration of the Battle of the Apple River Fort was only about 45 minutes. Under Elizabeth Armstrong's leadership, the girls and women inside the fort molded bullets and loaded muskets. Black Hawk broke off the siege, pillaged the neighboring houses, and returned to his camp after losing a number of men. On June 25th, Black Hawk's group came across a militia battalion under Major John Demont's command. Black Hawk's warriors forced the militiamen into their fort and began a 2-hour siege during the Second Battle of Kellogg's Grove. Black Hawk ended the siege and went back to his main camp at Lake Koshkonong after losing 9 warriors and killing 5 militiamen. This would turn out to be Black Hawk's final military triumph in the conflict. Of course, he didn't know that yet, but the tide was about to turn. He made the decision to lead his band back across the Mississippi since they were running low on food. Dissatisfied with Atkinson's management of the war, President Andrew Jackson named General Winfield Scott to assume command on June 15, 1832. At that same time, a cholera outbreak had swept across eastern North America. Scott assembled roughly 950 soldiers from army posts in the east, but they began to contract cholera as they crossed the Great Lakes from Buffalo, New York, to Chicago by steamboat, and, well, many of them did not make it. Soldiers abandoned their posts, and the sick were dumped wherever the ships landed. By the time the final steamboat touched down in Chicago, Scott had lost about 350 of his soldiers. Scott started a hasty march then, westward, on July 29th, ahead of his men, eager to assume command of what would undoubtedly be the last campaign of the war. But he would arrive too late to witness any action. You see, General Atkinson hoped to successfully conclude the war prior to Scott's arrival, after learning in early July that he would be taking command. However, part of the reason that the Americans had trouble finding the British band was because local Native Americans had given them false information. In Illinois, the Ho-Chunks and Potawatomis, many of whom would wish to stay neutral during the conflict, had actually chose to work with the Americans. Tribal leaders hoped that a high-profile display of support for the Americans would deter U.S. officials from punishing the tribes after the war was over, since they knew that some of their warriors had helped the British band. Atkinson's army was led by Ho-Chunks and Potawatomis, who wore white headbands to set themselves apart from the hostile natives. Atkinson was actually misled by Ho-Chunks, who sympathized with the predicament of Black Hawk's people, into believing that the British band was still at Lake Koshkonong. The British band had indeed moved miles to the north, while Atkinson's men were slogging through the swamps and running low on supplies, not to mention morale. Billy Caldwell's Potawatomis were also able to show their support for the Americans without engaging in combat. And then we come to Pierre Paquette, a Memetist trader, who informed Colonel Dodge in the middle of July that the British band was encamped close to the Rock River Rapids, which are now in Hustisford, Wisconsin. On July the 15th, Dodge and James D. Henry left Fort Winnebago to pursue. As the military drew closer, the British band, now down to less than 600 members from death and desertion, made their way to the Mississippi River. Several native survivors were killed and scalped by the Americans as they chased after them. That's right, the Americans were doing plenty of scalping of their own. You give as good as you get. So the British band was overtaken by the militiamen on the 21st of July, 1832, close to what is now Sauk City, Wisconsin. Black Hawk and Neapope engaged the Americans in a rearguard action that became known as the Battle of Wisconsin Heights, in order to buy time for the non-combatants to cross the Wisconsin River. Black Hawk led roughly 50 Sauks and 60 to 70 Kickapoos against 750 militiamen. Of course, more than a little outnumbered. The militiamen won the battle by a lopsided margin, killing up to 68 of Black Hawk's fighters while only losing one man of their own. Much of the British band, including many women and children, were able to escape across the river as a result of the battle despite the high death toll. A difficult military operation that impressed some U.S. officials was Black Hawk's ability to repel a much larger force while allowing the majority of his people to escape. Well, either way, the Battle of Wisconsin Heights, chalk it up to an American victory. A few days after the battle, Atkinson and the regulars joined the volunteers. On July 27th, the Americans crossed the Wisconsin River and resumed their pursuit of the British band with a force of roughly 400 regulars and 900 militia. Due to the burden of injured soldiers and starving people, the British band was moving slowly. The trail of dead bodies, abandoned equipment, and the remains of horses that the ravenous natives had consumed was followed by the Americans. A messenger from Black Hawk had yelled to the militiamen following the Battle of Wisconsin Heights that the starving British band was returning across the Mississippi and would not be fighting any more. However, with no Ho-Chunk guides to interpret this message, nobody in the American camp knew what on earth he was saying. After the Battle of Wisconsin Heights, Black Hawk might have thought that the Americans had received the message and were simply not pursuing him anymore. It seems that he thought the Americans would leave his band unharmed when they crossed the Mississippi again. But the Americans were not going to allow them to get away that easily, or indeed at all. While American allied Dakotas, Menominees, and Ho-Chunks guarded the banks, the Warrior, a steamboat equipped with an artillery piece, patrolled the Mississippi River. When the Warrior reached the Bad Axe River mouth on August the 1st, the Dakotas assured the Americans that they would locate Black Hawk's people. Black Hawk attempted to surrender by raising a white flag, but it's possible that his meaning was misinterpreted. The Americans believed that the Indians were setting up an ambush with the white flag because they were unwilling to accept a surrender anyway. They started shooting as soon as they were positive that the Native Americans on the land were the British band they were looking for. The gunfight claimed the lives of 23 natives and wounded only one soldier from the other side. Black Hawk made the decision to join the Ojibways in the north for safety after the warrior departed. Webokiosek was among the 50 or so people who consented to accompany him. The others stayed behind, intent on crossing the Mississippi and going back to Sauk territory. Black Hawk found out that the American army had surrounded the British band members attempting to cross the Mississippi the following morning, August 2nd, as he was traveling north. After a skirmish with American troops close to what is now Victory, Wisconsin, he abandoned his attempt to rejoin the main body. Later, Black Hawk and Webokiosek came under fire from the Sauk chief Weeshit for deserting the people in the war's last battle. After the Americans caught up to the remaining members of the British band a few miles downstream from Bad Axe River mouth, the Battle of Bad Axe started around 9 a.m. on August 2nd. By this point, the British band had actually shrunk to about 500 members, including 150 warriors, while the native non-combatants desperately attempted to cross the river. The warriors engaged in combat with the Americans, and the steamboat warrior, the one with that big old artillery piece, returned at noon with regulars and Menominees who were allied with the Americans, dislodging many who had managed to reach one of the two nearby islands. With only 14 men lost, including one Menominee, who was killed by friendly fire and buried with honors alongside U.S. soldiers, the Americans won the battle by a landslide again. The British band lost at least 260 members, including roughly 110 who perished in the water while attempting to cross the river. Although the regular soldiers of the U.S., many of the militiamen killed native non-combatants on purpose, sometimes in cold blood, despite the Army's general efforts to prevent these unnecessary deaths. More of a massacre than anything. Well, I suppose you could call any one-sided battle a massacre. Either way, arriving too late for the battle were Green Bay Menominees, who had organized a battalion of almost 300 men. General Scott sent 100 of them after a portion of the British band had escaped on August 10th because they were upset about missing the opportunity to fight their old enemies. Chief Grizzly Bear maintained that the Menominees could not be forced to take any scalps, despite the advice of Indian agent Samuel C. Stambaugh, who accompanied them. Only 2 of the roughly 10 Sauks the group found were warriors. The women and children were spared, but the warriors were killed and scalped by the Menominees. In addition to arriving too late to take part in the Battle of Bad Axe, the Dakotas, who had offered 150 warriors to fight the Sauks and Meskwakes, pursued the British band members who managed to cross the Mississippi into Iowa. They attacked the remaining members of the British band along the Cedar River on or around August 9th in the war's last battle, killing 68, capturing 22. Additionally, Ho-Chunks hunted down British band survivors, capturing 50 to 60 scalps in the process. 77 settlers, militiamen, and regular soldiers lost their lives in the Black Hawk War. The cholera deaths the General Winfield Scott's relief force experienced are, of course, not included in this number. And then there is the 450 to 600 members of the British band who are thought to have perished in the battle, which accounts for roughly half of the 1,100 individuals who joined Black Hawk in Illinois in 1832. Now, A number of politically aspirational American men, of course, served in this war. 7 or more future U.S. senators actually participated, as did 2 future U.S. presidents, Taylor and Lincoln, as well as 4 future governors of Illinois, Michigan, Nebraska, and the Wisconsin Territory. American officials learned from the Black Hawk War that fighting a mounted enemy requires mounted troops. Throughout the conflict, the U.S. only mounted soldiers in the army that were volunteers who served on a part-time basis. There was no official cavalry unit. The Mounted Ranger Battalion, commanded by Henry Dodge, was established in Congress following the war and became the 1st Cavalry Regiment of the United States in 1833. So, as for Black Hawk, well, him and 19 other British band leaders were imprisoned at Jefferson Barracks by the end of the war. In the months that followed, well, the majority of the inmates were released. However, in April of 1833, Black Hawk, Wabokieshek, Neapope, and 3 other inmates were moved to Fort Monroe in Virginia, which had better prisoner storage facilities. The captured natives were eagerly viewed by the American public. They passed in front of sizable crowds in Cincinnati and Louisville. Before being transported to Fort Monroe, the prisoners had a brief meeting with President Jackson in Washington, D.C. on April 26th. They received celebrity treatment, even while incarcerated. Before they were released, a dinner was hosted in their honor, and they posed for portraits by artists like John Wesley Jarvis and Charles Byrd King. Either way, after a few weeks, the American officials had made this decision to free the prisoners. But first, the Native Americans had to travel to a number of these major East Coast cities. When Native American leaders traveled to the East, they frequently employed the strategy because it was believed to be showcasing the United States' might and size and would be a deterrence to future opposition to its expansion, you see. Black Hawk and his friends were taken on this grand tour of New York City, Philadelphia, and Baltimore starting on June 4th, 1833. They saw a battleship, several public buildings, and a military parade in addition to attending dinners and plays. Large crowds came to gawk at them. One favorite was Whirling Thunder, Black Hawk's reportedly quite handsome son. But unfortunately, the response in the West was less hospitable. One mob actually burned and hung Indian effigies as the prisoners passed through Detroit on their way home. Not the welcome that they were hoping for. Perhaps with that image of the burning effigies, we may put out the light of this video for today. Well, thank you very much for watching.
Andrew Jackson, 1767 to 1845. The 7th President of the United States, holding office from 1829 to 1837. He was renowned for his strong leadership and populist policies. A military hero who was born in the Carolinas, he gained national renown for his resounding victory at the Battle of New Orleans in the War of 1812. In his capacity as the president, he promoted what was called Jacksonian democracy, calling for increased public engagement in politics and opposing what he perceived to be elite corruption. But then there was also the Indian Removal Act, which sparked the Trail of Tears, and his vehement opposition to the Second Bank of the United States, which resulted in the Bank War. Those were 2 important and, well, frankly contentious policies that have defined his administration. It's a complicated legacy. He's a complicated person. The founder of the modern Democratic Party, he leaves behind this legacy that embodies both the darker facets of American expansionism, but also the expansion of democratic ideals in general. Perhaps, by the end of this hour, you would have made up your own mind. It could go either way, depending on your interpretation. But first, let me welcome you to the channel. You're in the right place if you want to learn all about history, especially today's topic, Andrew Jackson, President number 7. Here we are again with the American history continuing. Get nice and relaxed, like and subscribe, all the rest, and we can begin. So where do we begin? It is the year 1767. It is the 15th day of March, where Andrew Jackson was born in Waxhaw, a frontier region straddling the North and South Carolina border. His parents, also named Andrew Jackson, his mother Elizabeth Hutchinson, were Scots-Irish Presbyterians who had immigrated from Ulster, Ireland in 1765. The elder Andrew hailed from Carrickfergus, County Antrim, having descended from relatives who had moved from Scotland into Northern Ireland after the 1690 Battle of the Boyne. Certainly a tale for another video, that one. But he wasn't an only child, you know. He had 2 older brothers, Hugh and Robert, who made the journey from Ireland with their parents. His mother, Elizabeth, was well known for her deep dislike of the British, an attitude that she passed on to her children, and certainly, well, at the time, definitely made you fit in quite well in the former colonies. I'm sure she found plenty of friends pretty quickly. Anyway, as for Jackson's father, he died at just 29 years old in February of 1767, 3 weeks before his namesake was born. Consequently, Elizabeth and her 3 sons moved in with her sister and brother-in-law, Jane and James Crawford, although Jackson later claimed that he was born on the Crawfords' property in Lancaster County, South Carolina. Some sources suggest he might have been born on another relative's farm in North Carolina, a minor detail. So, hoping her son might join the clergy, a pretty respectable and safe career option, Elizabeth arranged for Jackson's schooling under a local minister. Of course, this led him to learn the classic education of the time, reading, writing, arithmetic, but also Greek and Latin. However, his nature was one that was quite strong-willed, along with a hot temper, which he was certainly known for in his early and later life, and this unfortunately did not align with a future in the pulpit. He knew it. Everybody else knew it. Now, during the American Revolution, Jackson and his older brothers fought on the side of the Patriots. Hugh served under Colonel William Richardson Davy, and unfortunately died of heat exhaustion in June of 1779, soon after the Battle of Stono Ferry. Andrew and Robert joined militia drills amid heightened anti-British sentiment following the 1780 Battle of Waxhaw. They carried messages for the Patriots and participated in the Battle of Hanging Rock, August 1780. And by the way, all of these smaller battles I'll cover in the lesser-known battles of the American Revolution video. I'm working on it, and I thank you in advance for your patience. So, the next year, in April of 1781, the brothers were captured after British troops seized a Crawford relative's home. A British officer ordered Andrew to clean his boots, and in his typical headstrong fashion, Jackson refused. The punishment for such a refusal was being slashed with a sword, which the officer quickly did, leaving him permanent scars on his hand and head. Robert also refused and was struck on the head too. The two then ended up in a prisoner of war camp in Camden, South Carolina, and the conditions were, as you can imagine, not the Hilton. They got smallpox, and the buffet breakfast, disappointing. malnutrition. It was not the best of times. But it didn't last forever. They were both released in a prisoner exchange. Robert unfortunately didn't have too much time to enjoy it because he died soon after. But Elizabeth did manage to nurse Andrew back to health. Later, she actually volunteered to care for the American prisoners of war aboard the prison ships in Charleston, where she also contracted cholera and died from it. So, orphaned at 14, Jackson's resentment toward British ways, especially aristocracy and privileged upper-class snootiness, was cemented by these wartime losses. At such a young age, he'd been through it all, and that certainly takes an impact on one's character, surely. So, after the Revolution, Jackson briefly worked making saddles. Got to make money somehow. Then taught reading and writing as a tutor before leaving Vauxhall for Salisbury, North Carolina, in 1784 to study law with Spruce Mackay and later John Stokes. He gained admission to the North Carolina bar in September of 1787. With assistance from his friend John McNary, Jackson became a prosecuting attorney in the Western District of North Carolina, which later became part of the state of Tennessee. On his journey west, he paused in Jonesboro, where he purchased his first slave. Yes, this will be a prevailing theme, but try not to let it distract you too much. I can see some people angrily typing the comments now, but let's just wait until the end of the video to get the full picture, shall we? Now, this was a woman around his own age, and at this time, too, he fought his first duel against attorney Whitestill Avery. That's right, a duel. They were, of course, doing those things back then. Fortunately, just like the former thing that I mentioned, duels have also gone quite out of style. That being said, it's sometimes tempting. Either way, both of the men seem to have rather looked at it as a kind of show of bravado rather than a real duel, as they both fired into the air, avoiding bloodshed. Now, by 1788, Jackson had moved to Nashville, a frontier settlement where he quickly rose in social standing, finding a mentor in William Blount, a key figure in local politics. He became Attorney General of the Merrow District in 1791 and Judge Advocate for the militia in 1792. Alongside Attorney John Overton, Jackson engaged in land speculation, capitalizing on claims stemming from a 1783 Land Grab Act, as he called it, that opened Cherokee and Chickasaw territories to white North Carolinians. He also became involved in the interstate slave trade, transporting enslaved individuals between Nashville and the Spanish West Florida's Natchez district. That's right, I do remember at the time there were quite a few more colonial concessions in the Americas than there is now. While staying at the home of Rachel Stockley Donaldson, the widow of John Donaldson, Jackson grew close to Rachel Donaldson Robards. Her unhappy marriage to Captain Lewis Robards ended in separation around 1789, and soon after, Jackson and Rachel began living together as husband and wife. Finally, perhaps some good days are to come, settle down and give up the slavery, perhaps. Well, in 1793, Robards secured a divorce, citing Rachel's infidelity. So it was all in paper now, all in writing, rather. The couple legally wed in January of 1794, and soon purchased a 640-acre plantation called Hunter's Hill, right outside of Nashville. A member of the Democratic Republican Party, Jackson served in the Tennessee Constitutional Convention in 1796. After statehood, he was elected as Tennessee's first U.S. representative. In Congress, he opposed the Jay Treaty, criticized George Washington for allegedly purging Democrat-Republicans from the office, and defended Tennesseans' right to use military force against native interests. Chosen by the legislature as a U.S. senator in 1797, he resigned after 6 months. In the spring of 1798, Governor John Sevier appointed Jackson to the Tennessee Superior Court. 4 years later, Jackson became Major General of the Tennessee militia by a rather narrow vote, of the militia's officers. The losing candidate, John Sevier, that's right, was a popular Revolutionary War veteran and former governor, but unfortunately not quite popular enough. But tensions ran high, and Jackson had actually accused Sevier of fraud and bribery, 2 very naughty things that you are not meant to be doing. Sevier then insulted Rachel's reputation. So they exchanged shots in the street and very nearly had a formal duel. Very nearly, but cooler heads prevailed. So Jackson left his judgeship finally in 1804, facing near bankruptcy after his speculations had collapsed. He was then forced to sell Hunter's Hill, but he did all right out of it. He bought a smaller 420-acre property that became the Hermitage. Recovering financially, he grew cotton on an estate that expanded to 1,000 acres, emerging as one of Tennessee's major planters, and also one of Tennessee's major slaveholders, but hey, that's just what happens in 1804, I'm afraid. In fact, like many Southern planters, Jackson relied on enslaved labor. In 1804, he owned 9 slaves, and that number exceeded 100 by 1820, climbing to more than 150 by his death in 1845. It makes you wonder what happened after his death to all those slaves. Well, across his lifetime, he had owned some 300 individuals. He embraced the paternalistic rationale that slaveholders provided human care, yet still treated enslaved workers as a source of profit. And of course, well, according to reports, enforced brutal punishment, but there is a little bit of argument as to how he as an individual was in control of this, we must say. In one 1804 advertisement for a runaway, he did, however, offer $10 extra for every 100 lashes, up to 300, and that is certainly a beating that could easily prove fatal. So, if you want to have one example of how brutal he could be, well, it's certainly a good example to pull up. Now back to the duels. It's time to duel. In May of 1806, Jackson dueled Charles Dickinson over horse racing payments and long-standing insults. Apparently, Dickinson just could not keep his damn mouth shut, and the only way to sort out that problem was to shoot him in the middle of the street. Dickinson's shot, however, hit Jackson in the chest, but it shattered on his breastbone. Jackson's return shot actually killed Dickinson. Now you'd think that would be over and done with, but this whole affair actually stained Jackson's public image. Later that year, Jackson became tied to the former Vice President Aaron Burr's plan to drive the Spanish from Florida, and possibly beyond. You see, Burr, traveling the western states after fatally wounding Alexander Hamilton in a duel, stayed at the Hermitage in 1805 and intrigued Jackson with the idea of a private campaign.
Jackson wrote to James Winchester that the United States can conquer not only Florida, but all Spanish North America. He also notified the Tennessee militia to prepare if the federal government issued the order. He even informed President Thomas Jefferson that Tennessee stood ready to defend the nation's honor. Jackson also expressed uncertainty about the enterprise. He warned the governor of Louisiana, William Claiborne, and Tennessee's Senator Daniel Smith that some people involved in the adventure might be actually intending to break away from the United States. In December, Jefferson ordered Burr to be arrested for treason. Jackson, safe from arrest because of his extensive paper trail, organized the militia to capture the conspirators. He then testified before a grand jury in 1807, implying that it was Burr's associate, James Wilkinson, who was guilty of treason and not Burr himself. Well, lucky for Burr, as we all know the penalties for treason in 1807, he was acquitted of all charges, surely walking out of that courtroom rubbing the side of his neck, I'm sure. Moving on, June 18th, 1812, the United States declared war on the United Kingdom, of course launching the namesake, the War of 1812. Full video on that one soon. That the war was primarily caused by maritime issues, it provided white American settlers on the southern frontier the opportunity to overcome Native American resistance to settlement, undermine British support of the Native American tribes, and pry Florida from the Spanish Empire. Now, British support for native tribes, we must remember things like the British band from the Black Hawk War, those Native Americans led by their tribal leader Black Hawk, who were actually using the British flag and battle standard as a way of intimidating the Americans. This kind of thing. Also getting help, or at least trying to get help, from the British neighbors up in Canada. Didn't always work out. Well, back to Jackson. Of course, Jackson immediately offered to raise volunteers for this War of 1812, but he was not called to duty until after the United States military was repeatedly defeated in the American Northwest. After these defeats, in January of 1813, Jackson enlisted over 2,000 volunteers who were ordered to head to New Orleans to defend against a British attack. When his forces arrived at Natchez, they were ordered to halt by General Wilkinson. That was the commander at New Orleans, and the man Jackson accused of treason after the Burr fiasco. A little later, Jackson received a letter from the Secretary of War, John Armstrong, stating that his volunteers were not needed, and that they were to hand over any supplies to Wilkinson and disband. Of course, Jackson, in his typical headstrong fashion, he refused to disband the troops. Instead, he led them on the difficult march back to Nashville, earning him the name Hickory, or Old Hickory, mainly because of how tough Hickory is. After returning to Nashville, Jackson and one of his colonels, John Coffee, got into a street brawl. That's right, they were beating the living hell out of each other right there in the middle of the road, over honor with the brothers Jesse and Thomas Hart Benton. Of course, nobody was killed, but Jackson did manage to get shot in the shoulder, and that nearly killed him. But once again, Old Hickory pulls through. He had not fully recovered from his wounds when Governor Willie Blount called out the militia in September of 1813 following the August Fort Mims massacre. The Red Sticks, a Creek Confederacy faction that had allied with Tecumseh, a Shawnee chief who was fighting with the British against the United States,
killed about 250 militia men and civilians at Fort Mims in retaliation for an ambush by the American militia at Burnt Corn Creek. Jackson's objective was to destroy the Red Sticks. He headed south from Fayetteville, Tennessee in October with 2,500 militia, establishing Fort Strother as his supply base. He sent his cavalry under General Coffee ahead of the main force, destroying Red Stick villages and capturing supplies. Coffee defeated a band of Red Sticks at the Battle of Tallushatchee on November 3rd, and Jackson defeated another band later that month at the Battle of Talladega. By early 1814, desertion and expiring enlistments had reduced Jackson's force by about 1,000, but he pressed on. The Red Sticks had to be dealt with, and he was going to be the one to do it, outnumbered or not. Though Jackson repelled attacks at Emmok Ford and Enotachopo Creek, he withdrew to Fort Strother to regroup. Reinforced by new recruits, plus regulars on the 39th U.S. Infantry and Allied Cherokee Choctaw Creek, Jackson led some 3,000 men against roughly 1,000 Red Sticks at Horseshoe Bend on the Tallapoosa River. What was the result? Well, of course, it was devastating for the Red Sticks. Most of them were killed, and nearly 300 women and children were taken prisoner and handed over to Jackson's native allies. Jackson continued destroying villages and supplies. William Weatherford's surrender effectively ended the campaign, though some Red Sticks fled to East Florida. Promoted to Brigadier General in the U.S. Army on June the 8th, then Brevet Major General with command of the 7th Military District, Jackson imposed the Treaty of Fort Jackson. This treaty forced both friendly and hostile creeks to surrender 23 million acres of land to the United States. He next targeted the British and Spanish forces who were supporting the Red Sticks. Moving to Mobile, Alabama, Jackson accused Spanish West Florida's governor of aiding the Red Sticks. When the British landed at Pensacola, he pushed them out and destroyed Spanish defenses on November 7th. Learning that the British intended to seize New Orleans, he fortified Mobile and marched his army there. Arriving on December 1st, 1814, Jackson declared martial law in New Orleans, worried about local loyalties and sympathies. He enlisted Jean Lafitte's smugglers and recruited free black troops as well as Creeks, paying them equally with white soldiers. That's right, basically having an army of pirates and freed slaves. They certainly have a bone to pick, surely, especially against the aristocracy. The cleaner the uniform, the angrier they get. Now as for the British, led by Admiral Alexander Cochrane and General Edward Pakenham, they arrived with about 10,000 men. And if you know the timelines, you'll know that these men were certainly, well, seasoned from combat. They had just gotten back from fighting Napoleon, and if that doesn't toughen you up, nothing will. But what about Jackson's force? Well, they had about 5,000 in total. They built defensive works on the east bank of the Mississippi. In the climactic January 8th battle, the British frontal assault collapsed and they suffered over 2,000 casualties, including Pakenham himself. The Americans? 60. That's right, 6-0. Chalk that up to a pretty good win for the American side, don't you think? Although the British withdrew at the end of January 1815, Jackson decided it was probably best to keep that martial law in place, executing 6 militiamen for desertion. He ordered French citizens to get out of the city if they claimed foreign nationality, and arrested Louis Loallier for criticizing him.
When U.S. District Judge Dominic A. Hall tried to release L'Huillier via habeas corpus, Jackson detained Hall as well. Even after a military court freed L'Huillier, Jackson kept him imprisoned, and he banished Hall. He finally lifted martial law upon the official notice that the Treaty of Ghent had ended the War of 1812, but his handling of events left a lingering stain on his reputation in New Orleans. Of course, Jackson's triumph at New Orleans made him a national hero in other areas. The big picture was a little bit more important. Of course, the locals on the ground had a different opinion, but it was a more French city back then than it was an American one. So on February the 27th, 1815, Congress passed a resolution of thanks, and they even gave him a Congressional Gold Medal. The battle took place after the Treaty of Ghent had already been signed in December of 1814, you see, but Jackson's victory did secure American control of the Gulf region between Mobile and New Orleans. And that allowed the U.S. to disregard a treaty article that would have restored Creek land ceded under the Treaty of Fort Jackson. So all's well that ends well. After the war, however, Jackson remained commander of the forces in the South, operating from the Hermitage. Appointed an Indian commissioner, plenipotentiary. Now that's a new word, isn't it? I'm not going to edit that out. We're leaving it in. Plenipotentiary. He continued displacing native peoples. Between 1816 and 1820, he negotiated 5 treaties, among them Tuscaloosa, Doak's Stand, and Turkeytown, forcing the Creek, Choctaw, Cherokee, and Chickasaw to relinquish millions of acres. Jackson soon became entangled in the Florida turmoil, too. A former British port at Prospect Bluff sheltered British colonial marines, escaped slaves, and local natives, all considered a threat to the enslavement of the U.S. Jackson ordered its capture in July 1816. Colonel Duncan Clinch destroyed the fort and killed many of its occupants, with survivors facing enslavement or fleeing into the Florida wilderness. Conflicts also simmered along the Florida border, where the Seminoles, straddling Spanish and U.S. territory, fought with the white settlers. In December of 1817, Secretary of War John C. Calhoun launched the First Seminole War, directing Jackson to act as he may think best, seizing the chance to annex Florida. Jackson wrote President James Monroe that he could capture it in under 60 days, if it were in the nation's interest. And so he invaded Florida in early 1818, seized the Spanish fort at St. Mark's, and took Pensacola. By May, Seminole and Spanish resistance had completely collapsed. Jackson also captured and executed 2 British citizens, that being Robert Ambrister and Alexander Arbuthnot, sparking an international incident. Now, usually in other countries, when things like this would happen, there was the case for extraterritoriality. Extraterritoriality effectively being that if Brits in overseas territories were to be doing things they weren't meant to be doing, breaking a law, whatever it was, they would be charged under British maritime law, not under local law. This was, for example, the situation in Hong Kong for such a long time, and certainly rubbed the locals up the wrong way. The local authorities wanted to give certain punishments for certain things, some a little bit too far, but, well, the British were the completely opposite. They kind of just let people get away with anything. Not a good way to gain the trust of the locals. Anyway, all of these actions had basically split Monroe's cabinet. You see, Calhoun wanted him censured for violating the Constitution, while Secretary of State John Quincy Adams defended Jackson. He basically believed that Spain would simply sell Florida, kind of the same way that Napoleon had sold Louisiana. Indeed, Spain did soon cede the territory in the Adams-Onis Treaty of 1819. Congress exonerated Jackson in February of 1819, and his victory helped prompt the Seminoles to sign the Treaty of the Moultrie Creek in 1823. But rewinding it back a little bit, we're not going to go that far ahead. During the Panic of 1819, Congress cut back the army and removed Jackson's generalship. As compensation, President Monroe made him the first territorial governor of Florida in 1821. But it wasn't all good news. Ill health forced him to return to the Hermitage after only 2 months on the job. During this time, Jackson, who was, by the way, a long Freemason, served as Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of Tennessee from 1822 to 23. He also concluded negotiations for the Jackson Purchase. That was basically the acquisition of Chickasaw territory for Tennessee. With business partner John Overton, he also helped found Memphis on some of that land that he had purchased. Now, in 1822, Jackson accepted the Tennessee legislature's nomination for president in the upcoming 1824 election. With the Federalist Party having collapsed, 4 prominent Democrat Republicans, William Crawford, John Quincy Adams, Henry Clay, and John C. Calhoun, were all vying for the nomination. Initially viewed as a stalking horse to keep Tennessee's electoral votes from going to Crawford, Jackson unexpectedly gained nationwide support. His reputation as a war hero, plus the recently expanded suffrage for white man, helped fuel his popularity. Presented as a decisive outsider who blamed banks for the country's lingering depression, Jackson appealed to voters tired of political insiders. It sounds a little bit familiar, doesn't it? Well, while running for president, Jackson also sought a U.S. Senate seat from Tennessee to unseat his opponent, the incumbent John Williams. Elected in October of 1823, he took the Senate duties very seriously, serving as a chair of the Committee on Military Affairs, yet avoiding heated debates on new legislation. Instead, he built alliances, as his close associate John Eaton continued to promote Jackson's presidential bid by updating his biography and circulating pro-Jackson essays. Historically, the Democratic-Republican nominee was chosen through a congressional caucus, but in 1824, most Democratic Republicans in Congress, they simply boycotted that process. Power shifted to state gatherings, and Jackson's nomination by a Pennsylvania convention made him a major national contender. After he secured that key endorsement, Calhoun withdrew from the race. Jackson went on to claim additional state nominations, becoming a strong front-runner. Although Jackson won a 42% plurality in the popular vote and toppled the electoral count with 99 votes, he fell short of a majority, and under the 12th Amendment, the House of Representatives had to decide the outcome from the top 3 electoral vote winners, excluding, of course, Clay, who was then the Speaker of the House. Seeing Jackson's presidency as a grave mistake, Clay had backed Adams. Adams triumphed on the House's first ballot and named Clay his Secretary of State. Of course, you can imagine how Jackson felt about this. He was outraged, and Jackson's supporters called it a corrupt bargain Jackson himself resigned from the Senate and returned to Tennessee. Hoping to deny Adams a second term, Jackson's allies formed a new political faction. Adams' time in office proved to be turbulent, to say the least, and his aloof style reinforced critics' impressions that he was an out-of-touch elitist. Of course, you can't quite claim to be a man of the people when you have a 240-acre cotton plantation with 150 slaves on it. Not quite the normal situation for the man on the street, I suppose. Well, further damaging his standing was his statement that, I quote, "We are palsied by the will of our constituents," interpreted by many as contempt for the representative governance. Jackson, by contrast, championed ordinary citizens and declared that the voice of the people must be heard. So he was nominated for president by the Tennessee legislature in 1825, more than 3 years before the 1828 election, and he gained powerful supporters in both the South and the North, including Calhoun, who became Jackson's vice presidential running mate, and New York Senator Martin Van Buren. Ah, so many familiar names. Isn't it nice? Well, meanwhile, Adams' support from the southern states was eroded when he signed a tax on European imports, the Tariff of 1828, which was called the Tariff of Abominations by his opponents. Jackson's victory in the presidential race was, however, overwhelming. This time, he won 56% of the popular vote and 68% of the electoral vote, and good luck trying to swing that in a way that he's going to lose like last time. The election basically ended the one-party system that had formed during what was called the Era of Good Feelings, as Jackson's supporters coalesced into the Democratic Party, and the various groups who did not support him eventually formed the Whig Party. During the 1828 presidential race, both Jackson and his opponents launched severe personal attacks at each other. Rumors circulated that his mother was of unreputable reputation, if you know what I mean. And they also accused him of being mixed race. More factually, he was denounced for trading in enslaved people and executing soldiers accused of desertion. I mean, that was what he was actually doing. They didn't need to make up any rumors, just go after the reality, I suppose. A set of pamphlets called the Coffin Handbills alleged that he had murdered 18 white men, and claimed that he also stabbed a man to death with a cane, massacred native women and children at Horseshoe Bend, eaten, that's right, eaten the bodies of those he had killed, and threatened to cut off congressmen's ears during the First Seminole War. That's a hell of a rap sheet, don't you think? But there was another controversy, and we've already mentioned it, but I'm not sure if you got it. It was involving Jackson and his wife, Rachel. Remember that little divorce that was going on? Well, they were charged with adultery because they lived together before her divorce was finalized. 2 consenting adults. But is there someone you forgot to ask? Of course, poor old Rachel was already under enough stress as it is. Don't you think she's got enough on her mind? She heard these accusations as Jackson prepared to leave for his inauguration. With all that stress, she fell ill and she died a few days later. Jackson blamed his political enemies for hastening her death, vowing that he could never forgive them. One must feel sorry for poor old Rachel. That's for sure. All caught up in somebody else's dirty game. Well, after arriving in Washington on the 11th of February 1829, a very angry Jackson formed his cabinet.
We got Martin Van Buren, Secretary of State, John Eaton, Secretary of War, Samuel Ingham of the Treasury, John Branch of the Navy, John Berrien, Attorney General, and William Barry as Postmaster General. He was then sworn in on March the 4th. An embittered John Quincy Adams was notably absent, and in his inaugural address promised to protect state sovereignty, limit presidential power, clean up the government, and treat Native Americans fairly. He then invited the public to the White House, which erupted into a raucous gathering that damaged some of the furniture, prompting critics to label him King of the Mob. Hey, a man of the people, why not? Believing John Quincy Adams' administration was corrupt, Jackson initiated departmental probes. These uncovered $280,000, or about $8 million in today's money, stolen from the Treasury, and led to about $29 million of today's money spending reduction in the Navy. He pressed for tougher laws against embezzlement and improved government accounting. He also implemented a rotation in office principle, invoking the Tenure of Office Act from 1820 to replace incumbent federal workers with his own supporters. Over 10% of federal office holders lost their jobs in Jackson's first year. I'm sure the rest of them were feeling very nervous. He defended this policy, though, as cutting corruption through accountability, but of course, the critics denounced it as patronage, calling it the spoils system. In fact, Jackson spent much of his first 2.5 years as president managing the petticoat affair, which centered on Secretary of War Eaton's wife, Margaret. You see, like Rachel Jackson, rest in peace, Margaret was accused of immorality. You see, a little bit of a different situation. She had married Eaton shortly after her first husband's death, a little bit too shortly, raising a few eyebrows, of course. You see, most cabinet wives, led by Vice President Calhoun's wife, refused to socialize with her, effectively freezing the Eatons out. Jackson's fierce defense of Margaret divided his cabinet, which was already ineffective and rarely convened. By spring of 1831, Jackson demanded nearly all cabinet members resign, sparing only Postmaster General Barry, who would leave in 1835 under criticism for mismanagement. Jackson attempted to console Martin Van Buren, his loyal campaigner, by naming him Minister to Great Britain. Calhoun cast a tie-breaking Senate vote against it, blocking Van Buren's appointment, but nonetheless Van Buren joined the informal kitchen cabinet, as it was called. I don't know if that's pun intended, but, kitchen cabinet. Along with journalists Amos Kendall and Francis Preston Blair, and in a circle of advisers Jackson increasingly relied on for policy guidance, even after appointing a new official cabinet. Now, his presidency ushered in a federal policy of removing Native Americans from their ancestral lands, which was quite interesting since he had promised to treat them fairly. Of course, it was only fairly for one side, I suppose. Long before he took office, tensions were simmering in the South. States saw themselves as sovereign over all land within their borders, and that includes the lands of the tribes. You see, the tribes believed that they were autonomous nations of their own, with legitimate claims to the territories. The United States? What's that? We're Chickasaw people. We're Comanche people. They didn't really recognize all those white people all far away with laws that they didn't really understand or care about. Well, many of these so-called 5 civilized tribes, the Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Creek, and Seminoles, had been adopting aspects of white culture little by little. We're talking from schooling and farming methods to building roads and basic manufacturing. But still, Georgia, in particular, clashed with the Cherokee, and President John Quincy Adams had tried to coax them west with financial incentives, but most of them simply refused to leave. Soon after Jackson's inauguration, Southern states began passing laws extending their jurisdiction over native lands. Jackson supported the moves, and his position became clear during the 1832 Supreme Court case, Worcester versus Georgia. Chief Justice John Marshall ruled that Georgia's imposition of state law against the Cherokee was unconstitutional. But Jackson made it known he would not enforce the court's decision. His administration used federal authority to separate indigenous groups from white populations. In May of 1830, Jackson signed the narrowly passed Indian Removal Act, enabling him to negotiate land swaps, tribal lands in the east exchanged for reservations west of the Mississippi. In practice, the negotiations often involved fraud, bribery, coercion, and treaty signers sometimes did not represent the entire tribe. Removal brought rampant corruption, of course, and suffering, as illustrated by the relocation of the Choctaw tribe. They got it pretty bad. If you want to know about that, watch my Trail of Tears video. It's not pleasant. Of course, Jackson personally negotiated with the Chickasaw in 1830, who soon agreed to move. That same year, Choctaw leaders, many unwilling, signed the Treaty of Dancing Rabbit Creek. By 1832, Seminoles signed the Treaty of Payne's Landing, but most refused to relocate, sparking the Second Seminole War of 1835. The Creek had their land in Alabama slowly whittled away under the Creek War of 1836. Mass removals. Well, meanwhile, the 1836 Treaty of New Echota ceded Cherokee land, culminating in the Trail of Tears under President Martin Van Buren. In the Northwest, Jackson tried and failed to remove the Iroquois in New York. But when some Sauk and Meskwaki, Fox tribe that is, attempted to return east of the Mississippi, the resulting Black Hawk War ended with reduced tribal holdings. Overall, Jackson struck around 70 treaties with native peoples, forcing an estimated 70,000 of them east of the Mississippi, at great human cost from disease, displacement, and resistance. Yet these policies increased Jackson's popularity among white settlers, adding 170,000 square miles to the public domain. Small farmers benefited from access to inexpensive land and squatter rights, allowing them to buy parcels before public sale. But Jackson faced another major controversy that had been smoldering all the way back from his first term: the Tariff of 1828. Passed under John Quincy Adams, it set high protective duties that shielded northern manufacturers from cheaper British imports, but hurt southern cotton planters, whose profits were already declining. Soon after its enactment, the anonymously authored South Carolina Exposition and Protest, later revealed to be done by John C. Calhoun, argued that the individual states, seeing the Constitution as a compact among them, could nullify federal laws as they deemed them unconstitutional, and in this case, of course, the protective tariff was unconstitutional. Jackson, suspecting Calhoun's authorship, as it was, well, pretty damn obvious, staunchly opposed this nullification doctrine, insisting that Congress had the right to impose tariffs and that no single state could override the will of the majority. Because the tariff accounted for 90% of the federal revenue, he also viewed it as vital for his goal of eliminating the national debt. Their disagreement intensified
into a personal feud. At a Jefferson Day dinner in April of 1830, Jackson famously toasted, "Our federal union, it must be preserved." To which Calhoun retorted, "The union, next to our liberty, the most dear." Ooh, fighting words from Calhoun. Well, as a compromise, Jackson backed the tariff of 1832, halving duties from 1828, but neither side was really pleased. On November 24th, South Carolina passed an ordinance of nullification, declaring both tariffs void and threatening secession if the government tried to collect duties by force. In response, Jackson sent warships to Charleston and vowed to hang anybody supporting the nullification or, of course, the succession. On December 10th, he issued a proclamation denouncing the nullification as unconstitutional, rejecting succession, and accusing South Carolina of flirting with insurrection and treason. Calhoun resigned as vice president to join the Senate. Jackson then requested a force bill to allow military enforcement of the tariff. Calhoun decried it as tyranny, but soon he and Henry Clay had worked out a bit of a compromise. Jackson insisted the force bill pass first, and then signed both the force bill and the tariff of 1833 into law on March 2nd. South Carolina repealed its nullification ordinance, but symbolically nullified the force bill. Jackson later declared that the tariff was only the pretext, and disunion and Southern Confederacy the real object, warning that slavery would become the next pretext. Of course, foreshadowing, spoiler alerts to come. Soon after taking office, Jackson also turned his attention to the Second Bank of the United States, chartered in 1816. Under Nicholas Biddle's leadership, the bank held public funds, managed the national debt, and served the interests of private shareholders. Though the economy was healthy and currency stable, Jackson believed the bank was a money power, operating like a fourth branch of government, an elite institution controlling the income of the true working people. His personal brush with bankruptcy years earlier, fueled by speculative credit, had left him mistrustful of paper money and supportive of hard currency policies. You know, the gold standard. You should have never gotten rid of that one. Anyway, maybe a video on the gold standard soon, December 1829. Jackson publicly challenged the Second Bank of the United States in his first annual address, questioning its constitutionality and accusing it of issuing unsound money. His supporters claimed the bank favored speculators over farmers and artisans, used funds to bribe press and legislatures, and was entangled with foreign creditors. Bank President Nicholas Biddle responded by leveraging the institution's vast resources to defend its vast reputation, arguing that the bank underpinned national prosperity. Too big to fail. In fact, Biddle had spent over $250,000 of the day's money, almost $8 million of 2 days' money, on lobbying and political favors. I'm sure we're glad that the billionaires aren't buying the politicians in our modern age, Now, privately, Jackson opposed the bank. Publicly, he appeared to consider renewing it under certain conditions, like more federal oversight, limited real estate holdings, and state taxation of bank property. Treasury Secretary Lewis McLean hinted to Biddle that Jackson might accept a revised bank charter, but Biddle never dealt with Jackson directly. Ultimately, Senator Henry Clay, running against Jackson in 1832, convinced Biddle to seek recharter early. Clay reasoned Jackson would be trapped if he signed the charter. Anti-bank voters would simply desert him. If he vetoed, he'd lose pro-bank Pennsylvanians. Jackson vetoed the recharter on July 10, 1832, declaring that the majority's wishes must not be overruled by wealthy interests. Good job. In 1832, the presidential election underscored the growth of political parties under Jackson. Democrats held their first national convention and chose Martin Van Buren as Jackson's running mate. The National Republicans nominated Clay, with John Sargent as his running mate. And the anti-Masonic Party, you don't hear about them much anymore, fielded William Wirt and Amos Ellmaker. Clay hoped Jackson's support for Indian removal, veto of the Maysville Road Bill, and his bank veto would cost him votes. However, Jackson maintained popularity in the West and Southwest due to the Indian removal, and in the Northeast because of his high tariff stance. Except South Carolina, which cast votes for John B. Floyd, the South endorsed Jackson for his willingness to compromise on tariffs. Jackson won in a landslide, 55% of the popular vote, with 219 electoral votes. Of course, do remember, 219 electoral votes, things were a little bit different back then. Now, Jackson viewed this victory as a mandate to break the power of the banks, really stick it to the big businesses, the bourgeois. In 1833, he issued an order to stop depositing Treasury funds in the bank. Treasury Secretaries Louis McLean and William J. Duane both refused and were replaced. Acting Secretary Roger B. Taney carried out Jackson's policy. Without federal deposits, the bank had to curtail credit. Biddle orchestrated an economic slowdown to force a compromise, believing that suffering abroad would pressure Congress to relent. Instead, the economy rebounded, and public blame for the downturn fell solely on the shoulders of Biddle. Bad luck for him, I suppose. But Jackson's opponents were quite busy forming the Whig Party, that's W-H-I-G, by the way, accusing him of wielding excessive presidential power and mockingly dubbing him King Andrew I, pulling on the heartstrings of those anti-monarchists. In March 1834, the Senate censured Jackson for assuming authority over the Treasury, rightfully Congress's domain, and refused to confirm Roger B. Taney as Treasury Secretary. The following month, however, the House endorsed Jackson's position by declaring the second bank should not be rechartered, and by July 1836, the bank held 0 federal deposits. Jackson redistributed federal funds to the so-called pet banks, state banks politically aligned with his administration. These institutions, which more than doubled in number, invested heavily in land and public works, fueling speculative growth. By 1835, Jackson had fully paid off the national debt, an unprecedented feat, using tariff revenues, limiting federal outlays for infrastructure and profiting from large-scale land sales. Between 1834 and 36, land revenues soared, and a remarkable 63 million acres were sold during his presidency. Though the economy initially boomed, reckless lending in the West contributed to the Panic of 1837. In 1836, Jackson issued the Specie Circular, requiring Western lands be purchased with gold or silver-backed currency, and signed the Deposit and Distribution Act, which routed funds from Eastern to Western banks. British creditors subsequently called in debts, leaving Eastern banks short and triggering a depression lasting until 1841. But besides that, Jackson was the first president to be subjected to both a physical assault and assassination attempt And this is interesting. So on May the 6th, 1833, Robert B. Randolph struck Jackson in the face with his hand because Jackson had ordered Randolph's dismissal from the Navy for embezzlement. Pretty brave move, one has to admit. But Jackson declined to press charges. While Jackson was leaving the United States Capitol on January 30th, 1835, Richard Lawrence, an unemployed house painter from England, brandished a pistol and aimed it at him. Unfortunately, for him, it misfired. Lawrence pulled out a second pistol, which also misfired. It's one thing to be lucky once, but twice, well, certainly go and buy a lottery ticket after that. Jackson attacked Lawrence then with his cane, beating him there in the middle of the street, while others intervened to restrain Lawrence, who was later found not guilty by reason of insanity, and they just locked him up in an institution. Still, the image of Andrew Jackson brandishing his cane and beating the living hell out of his would-be assassin in the middle of the street is quite, well, it's quite stirring, I think. Now, of course, during his presidency, slavery was a minor political issue, at least for the majority of people. Abolitionist movements in the United States had not picked up as much traction just yet, though federal troops were used to crush Nat Turner's slave rebellion in 1831, video on that soon. Jackson ordered them withdrawn immediately afterwards, despite the petition of local citizens for them to remain for protection. Jackson considered the issue too divisive to the nation and to the delicate alliances of the Democratic Party. But his view was challenged when the American Anti-Slavery Society agitated for abolition by sending anti-slavery tracts through the postal system into the South in 1835. Jackson condemned these agitators as, quote, monsters, who should atone with their lives because they were attempting to destroy the Union by encouraging sectionalism. The act provoked riots in Charleston, and pro-slavery Southerners demanded that the Postal Service ban the distribution of such terrible materials. To address the issue, Jackson authorized that the tracts could be sent only to subscribers whose names could be made publicly accountable. That December, Jackson called on Congress to prohibit the circulation through the South of incendiary publications intended to instigate the slaves to insurrection. Maybe they didn't want the same situation that happened in Haiti. Video on the Nat Turner Rebellion and the Haitian Rebellion. Very, very soon. So, the Jackson administration also successfully negotiated a trade agreement with Siam. That would be modern-day Thailand, the first Asian country to actually form a trade agreement with the U.S. The administration also made trade agreements with Great Britain, Spain, Russia, and the Ottoman Empire, which fell a little bit after the First World War. Now, in his first annual message to Congress, Jackson addressed the issues of spoliation claims, demands of compensation for the capture of American ships and sailors by foreign nations during the Napoleonic Wars. Using a combination of bluster and tact, he successfully settled these claims with Denmark, Spain, and Portugal, but he had quite a bit of difficulty collecting them from France, which was simply unwilling to pay an indemnity agreed to in an earlier treaty. Jackson asked Congress in 1834 to authorize reprisals against French property if the country failed to make payment, as well as to arm for defense. In response, France put its Caribbean fleet on a wartime footing. Both sides wanted to avoid the conflict, of course, but the French wanted an apology for Jackson's belligerence. In his 1835 annual message to Congress, Jackson asserted that he refused to apologize, but stated that he did not intend to menace or insult the government of France. The French were assuaged and agreed to pay $5 million, and about $150 million in 2024 money to settle the claims. 2024. It's 2025. Only a couple of weeks in and I still can't get it right. Now, since the early 1820s, large numbers of Americans had been immigrating into Texas, a territory of the newly independent nation of Mexico. Remember, it wasn't always part of the United States. As early as 1824, Jackson had supported acquiring the region for the United States, however. In 1829, he attempted to purchase it, but Mexico was not willing to sell. In 1830, there were twice as many settlers from the United States as from Mexico, leading to tensions with the Mexican government that started the Texas Revolution. During the conflict, Jackson covertly allowed the settlers to obtain weapons and money from the United States. They defeated the Mexican military in April of 1836 and declared the region an independent country, i.e., the Republic of Texas. The new republic asked Jackson to recognize and annex it. Although Jackson wanted to do so, he was a little bit hesitant, because he was unsure it could maintain independence from Mexico. He was also concerned because Texas had legalized slavery, which was an issue that could divide the Democrats during the 1836 election. Jackson recognized the Republic of Texas on his last full day of his presidency, March 3, 1837, and his presidency ended on March 4, 1837, where he left Washington 3 days later, retiring to the Hermitage in Nashville, where he remained influential in national and state politics, of course, just to a little bit less of an extent. To reduce the inflation caused by the Panic of 1837, Jackson supported an independent treasury system that would restrict the government from printing paper money and require it to hold its money in gold and silver. He also continued to lobby for the annexation of Texas. He was concerned, however, that the British could use it as a base to threaten the United States and insisted that it was part of the Louisiana Purchase, which, well, it wasn't, but, he can insist. A treaty was signed of the annexation in April of 1844, but it became associated with the expansion of slavery and was not ratified. Van Buren, who had been Jackson's preferred candidate for the Democratic Party in the 1844 presidential election, had actually opposed annexation. Disappointed by Van Buren's refusal to cooperate, Jackson convinced fellow Tennessean James K. Polk, who was then sent to be Van Buren's running mate, to run as the Democratic Party's presidential nominee instead. Polk defeated Van Buren for the nomination and won the general election against Jackson's old enemy, Henry Clay. Meanwhile, the Senate passed a bill to annex Texas, and it was signed on March the 1st, 1845. And, well, 1845 was quite a year for Jackson, because he died of dropsy, tuberculosis, and heart failure at 78 years of age on June the 8th. Now, it's quite an event, isn't it? His deathbed was surrounded by family, friends, and a whole lot of slaves. He was recorded to have said, "Do not cry. I hope to meet you all in heaven. Yes, all in heaven, white and black." And of course, he was buried in the same tomb as his beloved wife, Rachel. Well, thank you very much for listening all this way. Oh, these American president videos are going on for quite a long time, aren't they? But we're having quite a lot of fun. At least, I am. Andrew Jackson. What a character. Tell me what you thought of him. Now, I'm going to thank the top-tier patrons and supporters, who also all go to heaven. Dark, Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Legitmus, Carrie, Charlene, Lynn, Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfidnir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuro Nerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Stark Factory, Shell, Wendy, Josie, and Sarah.
Thomas Jefferson, renowned as the third President of the United States, the principal author of the Declaration of Independence, and of course a leading advocate for democracy and individual rights. Born in Virginia, Jefferson was a polymath, and he excelled as a statesman, diplomat, philosopher, and even an architect. Not a bad resume. His vision of an agrarian-based, decentralized government shaped the early republic, emphasizing liberty, education, and, of course, religious freedom. Now, as president from 1801 to 1809, 2 terms, Jefferson orchestrated the Louisiana Purchase, doubling the size of the United States, and, of course, promoting westward expansion. He also commissioned the Lewis and Clark expedition, which explored the newly acquired territories and established American presence in the West. His commitment to education led to the founding of the University of Virginia. But despite all of these complexities in his legacy, including his ownership of slaves, his contributions to American governance, architecture, and intellectual life, well, they all remain profoundly influential. His dedication to liberty and his role in shaping the nation's foundational principles really make Jefferson a lasting icon of American ideals and innovation, one we're going to talk all about today. Yes, hello, welcome. Here we are back for another very deep dive into one of the big figures of early American history. So, if you like it, you better subscribe to the channel and leave a comment. All of that good stuff really does help. But get yourself nice and relaxed now. Let me begin the life of Thomas Jefferson. So, Jefferson, being the third of 10 children, was born at the family's plantation, Shadwell Plantation, that is, in the British colony of Virginia. Now, do remember, it was a British colony then. We're not quite at the Revolution yet, as Jefferson was born on April 13, 1743, and that made him a British subject of English and possibly Welsh ancestry. Now, as for his father, a planter and surveyor, Peter Jefferson, well, he passed away when Jefferson was actually 14. His mother's name was Jane Randolph. Poor old Randolph had to take on the task of raising 10 children. Not easy. Well, after William Randolph III passed away, naming Peter Jefferson as guardian of his children, the Jefferson family moved to Tuckahoe Plantation in 1745, returning to Shadwell before October 1753. Remember, this is quite before the death of his father, and he was about 2 years old at the time when this happened. So, Thomas and Randolph, Peter's sons, inherited portions of his estate after Peter's death in 1757. 13-year-old Thomas, well, he was placed under the guardianship of John Harvey Sr., and upon turning 21, he gained full control of the property, including Monticello, inheriting about 5,000 acres. Not bad, to say the least. So Jefferson received early tutoring at Tuckahoe alongside the Randolph children. At 5 years old, he was enrolled in an English school by his self-taught father. By 9 years old, while studying under a Scottish Presbyterian minister, he developed a love for the natural world and began learning Greek, Latin, French, and horseback riding. Of course, French in those days was a lot more important than it is now. The French Empire, well, it was a lot bigger. Doing business, going to war, all the rest. Yeah, French was quite important. It's still good fun. So from 1758 to 1760, he boarded with Reverend James Morey near Gordonsville, Virginia, studying the classics, science, and history. And during this period, he actually came into contact with several American Indians, including Cherokee Chief Ostenaco, who actually visited Shadwell Plantation on trips to Williamsburg. Now, speaking of Williamsburg, it was there where Jefferson also befriended Patrick Henry, at the time when he was 8 years old, with whom he actually shared quite a passion for violin playing. So, moving to 1761, at the age of 18, Jefferson enrolled at the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg to study philosophy, metaphysics, and mathematics under the tutelage of William Small. Now, through Small, he encountered the ideas of John Locke, Francis Bacon, and Isaac Newton, and was introduced to Francis Fauquier and George Wythe. Recognizing Jefferson's promise, they included him in their Friday dinner gatherings, which Jefferson later described as offering, I quote, more common good sense, more rational and philosophical conversations than in all the rest of my life. Must have been quite a party. During his first year at the college, Jefferson spent freely on social activities, but in his second year he resolved to study for 15 hours a day. And that is not a typo. 15 hours a day. Easier said than done. I suppose back then there wasn't much else to do anyway. He also joined the Flat Hat Club. Had to do something with his time. I'm sure he got a free hat upon joining too, which is, of course, definitely helps boost up the membership numbers. So in April of 1762, his formal education had finally come to an end, and began reading law in Wythe's office, delving into history, religion, ethics, and more scientific fields like agriculture, a little bit of law as well. Under Wythe's mentorship, Jefferson kept a commonplace book summarizing his studies. Wythe later gave his entire library to him, and it was reportedly quite impressive. Not something you give away just willy-nilly to someone who's not going to use it properly. That certainly shows that he saw the promise within Jefferson. Of course, throughout his life, Jefferson amassed 3 extensive libraries. He started his first in his youth with about 200 volumes. That doesn't sound like too much, but remember back in those days, books were, well, a little bit harder to come by. Well, this 200 volumes did include those who were inherited from his father and given to Wythe, but it was unfortunately lost in a fire in 1770. Sorry, I know, it kills the mood. He rebuilt it into a second library, however, which grew to 1,200 titles by 1773, and by 1814 there was nearly 6,500 books, categorized accordingly to memory, reason, and imagination. He sold this collection to the U.S. government for almost $24,000 to help rebuild the Library of Congress after it was destroyed in 1814, using some of these proceeds to pay his debts. Undeterred, he soon began a third library of roughly 2,000 volumes. As he wrote to John Adams, I quote, "I cannot live without books." Well, after passing the Virginia bar in 1767, Jefferson lived at Shadwell with his mother. From 1769 to 1775, he represented Albemarle County in the Virginia House of Burgess. In 1769, having trouble with that one, he drafted legislation allowing slave owners, rather than the royal governor and courts, to free their slaves, which, well, it wasn't. It was a step towards something, at least. Despite his cousin Richard Bland championing it, the bill of course met with strong opposition in agrarian society. Jefferson waived his fee in one of the 7 freedom suits for the enslaved clients, actually. Remember, he was doing law, arguing the individual should be freed before the minimum statutory age. Although the judge disagreed, citing natural law, Jefferson gave his client money for a likely escape. This concept of a universal, natural right to liberty later found its way into the Declaration of Independence, certainly before its time, along with 3 notable cases, that being Holwell versus Neverland, 1770, Bolling versus Bolling in 71, and Blair versus Blair, 1772. He took on 68 cases for the General Court of Virginia in 1767. After Parliament passed the Intolerable Acts in 1774, Jefferson actually penned a resolution urging a day of fasting and prayer and a boycott of British goods. He expanded this argument for self-government in a summary view of the rights of British America, which you can find. You'll be able to Google a PDF of it. So, in 1768, Jefferson began constructing his hilltop residence, that being Monticello, Little Mountain in Italian, on his 5,000-acre plantation. He spent much of his adult life refining it, once remarking that architecture was his delight, and that putting up and pulling down was one of his favorite pastimes. Local masons, carpenters, and enslaved workers, of course, did most of the building. Jefferson moved into the South Pavilion in 1770 and continued shaping Monticello into a Palladian-style neoclassical home. He then married his 3rd cousin, the widow Martha Wales Skelton, on January 1st, 1772. She managed the large household and often served as a hostess, and biographer Dumas Malone described their union as Jefferson's happiest years. I suppose it all worked out pretty well. She spent most of her time doing piano, reading widely, there's a common interest, and busying herself with needlework, while Jefferson accompanied her on violin or cello. Over 10 years, they had 6 children, but only daughters Martha and Mary survived to adulthood. When Martha's father, John Wales, died in 1773, the couple inherited another 11,000 acres, 135 slaves, but also considerable debt, which took years to settle. Of course, it wasn't much better for Martha. Her health declined due to diabetes and frequent childbirth, and she died on September 6, 1782, shortly after having her final child. Now, on her deathbed, she had an interesting request. She had asked Jefferson never to remarry, not wanting another mother to raise her children. Of course, her passing devastated Jefferson, who isolated himself for weeks before re-emerging to take long, quiet rides with his daughter Martha. Following his tenure as Secretary of State under President Washington, 1790-93, Jefferson returned to Monticello to incorporate European architectural influences, finishing major renovations in 1809 during his presidency. Jefferson, inspired by Enlightenment thinkers like Locke, drafted most of the Declaration of Independence at 33, one of the youngest delegates, actually, to the Second Continental Congress, and as the Revolutionary War began in 1775, he strongly advocated for the colony's formal break from Britain. How did he ground these arguments? Well, of course, all resting on the foundation of this sanctity of individual rights, unalienable
unalienable, something like this. Well, moving on. Jefferson pursued John Adams, a Massachusetts representative to the Continental Congress and a rising star in the body. Adams actually backed Jefferson's appointment to the Committee of Five, which was tasked by Congress with drafting a Declaration of Independence, and the two became close friends. Adams, Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, Roger Sherman, and Robert R. Livingston were the five selected. At first, the committee believed Adams should write the document, but you see, Adams convinced them to pick Jefferson instead. He chose Jefferson because he was a Virginian, well-liked, and of course Adams thought he was a good writer. So, between the 11th of June and the 28th of June, 1776, Jefferson drafted the Declaration alone in a house he rented at 700 Market Street in Center City, Philadelphia, after consulting with a few of his committee members. George Mason's draft of the Virginia Declaration of Rights, Jefferson's proposed draft of the Virginia Constitution, and other sources were heavily referenced. After some revisions by our community members, a final draft was delivered to Congress on June 28th, 1776. Now, 2 days, well, actually on the same day, rather, on Friday, June 28th, the Declaration was introduced, and on Monday, July the 1st, Congress started debating its contents. As a result, about a quarter of Jefferson's original draft ended up being eliminated, cut off and thrown in the bin. Jefferson did not publicly discuss the revisions, despite him having very obvious disapproval of them. The Declaration was, however, ratified on the 4th of July, 1776, the most American date ever, and delegates signed it on August the 2nd. Now, by doing so, the delegates were willfully betraying the crown. This was complete treason, and they knew it was going to start a war. It was considered the most serious crime, punishable by death and even torture. But regardless, no turning back. The line, "all men are created equal," that's a special one, don't you think? It's been dubbed one of the most known sentences in the English language, and Jefferson's preamble is recognized as an enduring statement on human and individual rights. That's certainly something special. I think so, at least. Well, let's rewind it back a little bit. On September the 26th, 1775, Colonel Jefferson was appointed commander of the Albemarle County Militia, and that marked the beginning of the Revolution. In September of 1776, when drafting the state constitution was a top priority, he was elected to the Virginia House of Delegates for the Albemarle County. He worked on the Constitution for almost 3 years, and he was particularly proud of his bill for establishing religious freedom, which forbade the state from enforcing religious doctrine or supporting religious institutions of any kind. His legislation to disestablish the Anglican Church also failed to pass. But later on, James Madison actually brought these bills back to life. Jefferson was tasked with updating the state's legislation again in 1778. In 3 years, he had wrote 126 bills, including the ones that streamlined the legal system. He thought of general education as the cornerstone of Republican government. And when we say Republican, we mean a republic. We don't mean this Democrat Party, Republican Party sort of thing, so don't get confused there. Well, Jefferson also took the lead in eliminating what he had called feudal and unnatural distinctions. He specifically targeted laws like entail and primogeniture, which gave all land ownership and power to the eldest son of a deceased landowner. Because he was worried, actually, that Virginia's influential landed gentry was turning into more of a hereditary aristocracy. In 1779 and 80, Jefferson was elected to 1-year terms as governor. In addition to introducing new laws pertaining to inheritance, public education, religious freedom, he moved the state capital from Williamsburg to Richmond. When General Benedict Arnold invaded Virginia in 1781, Jefferson managed to flee Richmond before the British could destroy the city. He tried to thwart Arnold's efforts by sending emergency dispatches to Colonel Sampson Matthews and other commanders. Tried, at least. At least he tried. Well, that spring, General Charles Cornwallis sent a cavalry force under Banastre Tarleton to capture Jefferson and Assembly members at Monticello. But the British plan was foiled by Virginia militiaman Jack Jouett. Jefferson fled then to his western plantation, Poplar Forest. When the General Assembly met again in June of 1781, it looked into Jefferson's behavior, and they came to the conclusion that he had behaved honorably. But bad luck anyway, because he was not re-elected. Better luck next time. Though it is not to say that the bad luck was all over and done with. Unfortunately, his 1-year-old daughter Lucy passed away in April of the same year, and the following year his second daughter with the same name was born, but she had passed away at the age of 2. Rest in peace to those poor souls taken too early. Well, in a scheme to profit from the sale of Loyalist lands that had been seized, North Carolina Governor Abner Nash offered Jefferson a partnership in 1782, but Jefferson had actually turned it down. In fact, he was happy with his estate at Monticello and the land he owned near the Shenandoah Valley in Virginia, unlike some of the other founders. Jefferson envisioned Monticello as a place where his friends, James Madison and James Monroe, could come together to exchange ideas. Seems he just wanted to have nights in with the boys. That is the pinnacle of the male experience, I suppose. Well, following 1783 peace treaty with Great Britain, which finally came after many years of complications, Jefferson was chosen to represent Virginia in the Congress of the Confederation. He suggested an American currency based on the decimal system that was chosen, and he was a member of the committee that set foreign exchange rates. In order to cover the power vacuum during congressional recess, he recommended the creation of the Committee of the States. When Congress adjourned, the committee convened, but unfortunately it was dysfunctional due to disagreements and conflicts of interest. During the Congress's 1783 to 84 session, Jefferson chaired committees charged with shaping a functional government for the new republic and planning a settlement of Western territories. He authored the Land Ordinance of 1784, which transferred the federal government to the large region Virginia claimed northwest of the Ohio River. Jefferson proposed dividing that land into new states rather than having existing states treated as colonial territory, and he drafted a measure banning slavery in all territories. Congress, however, rejected the ban, but 3 years later the Northwest Ordinance of 1787 reintroduced his Jefferson Proviso, forbidding slavery in the Northwest Territory. On May 7th, 1784, the Congress of the Confederation appointed Jefferson as minister to negotiate the commercial treaties, that is, minister plenipotentiary, if we're going to get technical, and this sent him to Paris, alongside
Benjamin Franklin and John Adams. Now that's a boy's trip, if I've ever heard of one. So he departed in July with his daughter, Patsy, who studied at Pentamont Abbey. Less than a year later, he succeeded Franklin as minister to France, commenting, "I succeed. No man can replace him." For 5 years, Jefferson influenced U.S. foreign policy from Paris. The new country, just playing the game. And so 2 years later, in 1786, he met the 27-year-old Maria Cosway, an Italian-English musician with whom he maintained a lifelong correspondence. That same summer, he traveled to London to meet with the U.S. Ambassador John Adams and had a stiff encounter with King George III, whom Jefferson later described as ungracious. But could one really blame him? Certainly have a bitter taste in the mouth from that revolution that just happened. Oh, right, that thing. Either way, he returned to Paris in August. In June of 1787, Jefferson's 9-year-old daughter Polly actually came to Paris too, accompanied by Sally Hemings, whose brother James Hemings was trained there in French cooking. According to her son, Madison Hemings, Sally became pregnant by Jefferson in Paris, consenting to return to America only after he promised freedom for her children at adulthood. Jefferson spent time in France with Marquis de Lafayette, helping to negotiate the trade deals and supporting the early stages of the French Revolution. He let Lafayette and other Republicans gather at the Hotel de Longueuil, consulted on the Declaration of the Rights of Man, and devised the Wheel cipher to protect his correspondence. Although he missed the 1787 Constitutional Convention, he endorsed the Constitution, provided it include a Bill of Rights. In September 1789, he left Paris for America, remaining supportive of the Revolution, yet opposed to its more violent turns. Of course, the Reign of Terror certainly would not have sat well with him. But hey, you have to get it done somehow. Shortly after returning, Jefferson became Secretary of State under President Washington, facing debates over national debt and the permanent location of the capital. In contrast to Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton, who sought to consolidate state debts under the federal government, Jefferson favored each state paying its own. He also opposed Hamilton's plans for a national bank and credit system, leading to intense cabinet conflict. Ultimately, Jefferson resigned from his post voluntarily, not counting in the pressures of the social conventions of the time, of course. As for the permanent location of the capital, that was a significant concern. Washington, Jefferson, and other agrarians wanted the capital farther south, but Hamilton preferred a location that was more near the Northeast's main commercial hubs. Following a protracted impasse, the Compromise of 1790 was reached, which resulted in the permanent placement of the capital on the Potomac River, and the federal government taking on the war debts of all the 13 original states. Jefferson aimed to increase commercial trade with France and lessen American reliance on British trade. In an effort to help pacify Native Americans, he worked to undermine British rule in the North and Spanish colonialism in the Trans-Appalachian West. Together with the author Philip Freneau, Jefferson and political protege Congressman James Madison established the National Gazette in 1791 to oppose Hamilton's Federalist policies, which Hamilton was advancing through the powerful Federalist publication the Gazette of the United States. Particularly critical of Hamilton's policies, the National Gazette frequently published anonymous essays that were actually written by Madison himself, under the pen name Brutus. All of this was done at Jefferson's special request. So, Jefferson and Madison eventually traveled to Vermont in the spring of 1791. Apparently, Jefferson was quite tired of the internal strife with Hamilton. It had been stressing him out to the point where he'd been experiencing migraines. Also, alarmed by rising partisan conflict, in May of 1792, Jefferson urged Washington to quickly seek re-election, hoping he would unify the nation and defend democracy from the influence on wealthy interests. Of course, if you've watched my video on Washington, you'll know that Washington did not want to do a second term. He just wanted to go back home and have a nice little retirement. One can hardly blame him. Well, either way, a lot of historians these days view his letter as an outlining of the core ideals of the emerging Democrat-Republican Party, which, in contrast to Hamilton's push for a stronger federal government, champions states' rights and local control. Maybe I'll do a video just on that letter and the urging of that second term of Washington. Either way, when a war broke out between France and Britain in 1793, Jefferson supported France, but was undercut by French envoy Edmond Charles Guéné, openly disparaging Washington. He also asked British Minister George Hammond to withdraw British forces from the Northwest and reimburse the U.S. for enslaved people freed by Britain, but all of this was to no avail. Jefferson then resigned from the cabinet in December of 1793, possibly to increase his political influence outside of government. He found a unifying issue after the Washington administration negotiated the Jay Treaty with Britain in 1794. Designed by Hamilton to ease tensions and boost trade, Jefferson denounced it as a boldest act, and not bold in a good way, one that was done to undermine the government, warning that it would actually fortify the British influence. Though ratified, the treaty was not extended when it expired in 1805 under his presidency. Remaining loyal to France, he refused to condemn the revolution, even during the Reign of Terror. Well, if you don't know what the Reign of Terror is, that was the part where they were cutting all the heads off. It's a quick little explanation for you. Well, losing the 1796 election to Federalist John Adams by 7168, Jefferson actually became vice president. He performed largely procedural duties in the Senate, calling his position honorable and easy, and allowing debates to proceed freely. Having studied parliamentary law for decades, he published A Manual of Parliamentary Practice in 1800, which is probably as enjoyable as it sounds, and he cast only 3 tie-breaking votes. Well, during 4 private conversations in early 1797, Jefferson criticized Adams to French consul Joseph Letome, claiming Adams would serve only 1 term. He also advised France to stall any American envoys and even to invade England if they could, which helped fuel French hostility towards the Adams administration. When France's demand for bribes became public, the XYZ affair, American opinion actually turned against the French, leading to an undeclared naval conflict that was actually known as the Quasi-War. It didn't really go anywhere, kind of like a Cold War at the time. Well, under Adams, the Federalists had passed the Alien and Sedition Acts, raised taxes, and rebuilt the military. Jefferson saw these measures as unconstitutional and wrote, along with James Madison, the Kentucky and Virginia Resolutions. They argued the federal government could only wield powers delegated by the states, while Madison's interposition theory allowed states to shield their citizens from unconstitutional laws, Jefferson took it further, advocating for complete nullification. He warned that the acts would drive these states into revolution and blood unless they were immediately stopped. So, Kentucky and Virginia resolutions inflicted deep and lasting theoretical damage, sowing the seeds of disunion that influenced the Civil War. Although Jefferson admired Washington's leadership, he believed Federalists were leading the nation astray. Washington himself found the resolutions to be alarming, to say the least. A quote he said to Patrick Henry, "They could dissolve the Union or produce coercion if pursued." You see, Jefferson had already clashed with Washington while serving as Secretary of the State, and chose not to actually attend his funeral in 1799, which is, of course, very rude. But either way, the 1800 presidential election. Jefferson opposed John Adams, Federalist infighting over the quasi-war, remember that naval thing, and the unpopular taxes damaged Adams' campaign. Federalists painted Jefferson as a godless, pro-French radical, while Democrat-Republicans decried the Alien and Sedition Acts and accused Federalists of covert monarchism. Well, as usual, it was a very dirty old American election. So, because of the 3/5 compromise, Jefferson and running mate Aaron Burr unexpectedly tied in electoral votes. The Federalist-controlled House decided, with Alexander Hamilton preferring Jefferson over Burr. After 36 ballots, the House finally chose Jefferson as president on February 17th, 1801. Congratulations. Some critics actually blamed his victory on skewed Southern votes or backroom deals. Jefferson, of course, denied any bargain, but the record remains a little bit unclear, always. Well, Chief Justice John Marshall administered Jefferson's oath of office on the 4th of March, 1801 at the new Capitol. Outgoing President Adams did not show up to the inauguration. Unlike his predecessors, Jefferson preferred simplicity, walking from his boarding house and wearing modest clothing. In his inaugural address, he stressed equal and exact justice to all, protection of minority rights, and freedoms of speech, religion, and press, quoting, "We are all Republicans. We are all Federalists." He appointed moderate Republicans to cabinet posts, including James Madison as Secretary of State, and declared that a free Republican government was the strongest government on earth. Of course, widowed since 1782, Jefferson initially relied on his daughters as hostesses before inviting Dolly Madison, wife of his close friend James Madison, to oversee the White House. She also oversaw its completion and continued to host the First Lady, or as First Lady rather, during her husband's presidency. Reducing the $83 million national debt was of course the first priority. Walking into that mess was not going to be easy to clean up, but the hard jobs need to be done first. With Treasury Secretary Albert Gallatin, he dismantled Hamilton's fiscal structures, eliminating the useless establishments and unnecessary offices, as he put them. Perhaps a kind of Department of Government Efficiency. Well, they repealed the whiskey excise and other taxes. Gallatin's plan aimed to clear the debt in 16 years through reduced taxation and large yearly appropriations. Jefferson viewed the United States First Bank with most deadly hostility toward the Republican Party, but reluctantly accepted Gallatin's advice to let its charter expire in 1811. Instead, he tackled the national debt by downsizing the Navy during peacetime, adding only a small fleet of gunboats for coastal defense. Under these measures, the debt fell from $83 million to $57 million by the end of his 2 terms. And if you ask me, that's pretty damn good. He also pardoned many individuals imprisoned under the Alien and Sedition Acts, and, with congressional Republicans, repealed the Judiciary Act of 1801, thus removing most of Adams' midnight judges. A separate appointment dispute led to Marbury versus Madison in 1803, and the Supreme Court decision establishing judicial review. Jefferson also appointed 3 justices: William Johnson, Henry Brockholst Livingston, and Thomas Todd in 1804 and 07, and also 07 respectively. Determined to build a scientific officer corps for the national defense, Jefferson signed the Military Peace Establishment Act on the 16th of March 1802, creating the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. He also aimed to diminish Federalist influence by replacing outspoken opponents through the officer ranks. Since 1800, Jefferson had been taking keen interest in the newly founded Library of Congress. He advised on acquisitions, and in 1802, Congress allowed him to appoint the first librarian of Congress, also authorizing presidential and vice-presidential use of its holdings. After the Revolution, you see, American merchant ships lost British protection against Barbary pirates, who seized vessels and enslaved crews. Big problems. Jefferson, long opposed to paying tribute, dispatched Commodore Richard Dale's squadron, the first American fleet to actually cross the Atlantic, and received congressional authorization to wage war, resulting, of course, in the First Barbary War, 1801-05, and this was actually the first overseas conflict of the country. It's a little bit of trivia for you there. The Barbary War of 1801-05. Okay. Jefferson ordered multiple naval strikes on Tripoli before negotiating a treaty that restored peace, celebrated by many Americans as a victory for free trade and liberty. Of course, beating pirates is always going to be popular for everyone. In 1800, Spain ceded Louisiana to France, prompting Jefferson's concern over Napoleon's ambitions and Mississippi River security. In 1802, he instructed James Monroe and Robert R. Livingston to offer $10 million for New Orleans and nearby territories. Facing European wars and high costs, Napoleon insisted instead on offering the entire 828,000 square mile Louisiana territory for $15 million. That's a good deal. U.S. negotiators signed the treaty on April 30, 1803, and Jefferson learned of the vast acquisition on July the 3rd. Though initially believing a constitutional amendment was necessary, he reversed course to secure swift ratification. The Senate approved the purchase 24-7 on October 20, 1803. Jefferson bristled at critics who dismissed the newly acquired land as howling wilderness, recognizing it would make the nation self-sufficient and open westward expansion. Really, I don't know how anyone would have argued against it. It just seems like such an obviously good idea. I mean, what kind of price tag could you put on it? I think they got it very cheap. Of course, following the purchase, Jefferson implemented a phased integration strategy for settlers into American democracy, while maintaining the area's Spanish legal system. He thought that while Louisianans adapted to their new country, a period of federal regulation would be required, although historians' opinions on the sale's constitutional ramifications have varied. It's still quite a topic for debate. The majority of them generally praise the acquisition as a significant achievement. The purchase was dubbed the most influential moment in American history by many of them too, so, well, there's that. Jefferson, of course, planned for more exploration and mapping of the unexplored region because he expected more westward settlements as a result of the Louisiana Purchase. He aimed to locate the rumored Northwest Passage and to establish a U.S. claim before any other rival European interests could. Of course, everything's all up for exploration. So he put his friend William Clark, along with Secretary Meriwether Lewis, in charge of the Corps of Discovery, that is, from 1803 to 1806. Jefferson gave Lewis unrestricted access to his library at Monticello, which contained the world's largest collections of books on geography and natural history in the North American continent, as well as an impressive collection of maps. Hopefully they were all accurate, the best you could get at least. During the months preceding the expedition, Jefferson tutored Lewis in the sciences of mapping, botany, natural history, mineralogy, astronomy, and navigation. Of course, the May 1804 to September 1806 expedition gathered a great deal of geographic and scientific information, including information about numerous Indian tribes, and that was going to be useful later on. Well, although Jefferson viewed Native Americans as culturally and technologically inferior, he did deny any innate inferiority, and inserted that they were equal in body and mind to Europeans, which is nice of him. As governor of Virginia during the Revolutionary War, he urged that Shawnee and Cherokee tribes allied with the British must be moved west of the Mississippi River, but as a president, he worked quickly to avoid another large-scale conflict, especially as the British were inciting tribes from Canada. In Georgia, he proposed forcing out the Cherokee in exchange for Georgia surrendering claims to western lands, enabling his plan to advance compactly as we multiply. Influenced by Enlightenment ideals, Jefferson's civilization program promoted assimilation, agriculture, and peaceful treaty alliances. He encouraged tribes to use their lands as collateral for federal loans. Tribes like the Cherokee, Muskogee, and Blackhoof's Shawnees pursued this path, while Tecumseh led a faction rejecting it. Hardly rejoicing it, rather. Learn a little bit about Tecumseh in a different video. It's admittedly quite a complex situation. Now, moving on to his second term was also marred by foreign policy setbacks. Relations with Britain actually worsened, partly due to Jefferson's hostility towards the British diplomat Anthony Merry. After Napoleon's victory at Austerlitz in 1805, France grew a lot more aggressive on trade, and the United States struggled to respond. Jefferson pursued the Embargo Act of 1807 against both Britain and France, but it caused an economic downturn at home and had to be repealed the following year. Of course, this damaged his popularity. And his relationship with his vice president, Aaron Burr, quickly soured after the 1801 election impasse. Burr was incensed at Jefferson's refusal to appoint some of his supporters to federal office, and Jefferson suspected Burr of pursuing the presidency for himself. In 1804, the dynamic George Clinton replaced Burr on the Democratic-Republican ticket. Burr's 1804 campaign for the governor of New York failed amid public remarks by Hamilton questioning his morality. Burr then fatally shot Hamilton in a duel July 11, 1804, and fled to Georgia after being indicted for murder in New York and New Jersey. However, both charges were eventually dropped, and Burr remained president of the Senate during Justice Samuel Chase's impeachment. Some New England separatists approached him about forming a New England Federation, but the scheme fell apart after Hamilton's death damaged Burr's reputation. Burr also contacted the British minister Anthony Mary, that's right, the same one, offering to cede western U.S. territory in exchange for funding and British ships. Hey, that's treason. After leaving office in April 1805, Burr headed west, conspiring with Louisiana Territory Governor James Wilkinson to recruit a military force. Other plotters included the Irishman Harmon Blennerhassett and Ohio Senator John Smith. Burr spoke vaguely of succeeding in New Orleans or capturing Spanish Florida or Mexico. In the fall of 1806, he sent a flotilla of about 60 men down the Ohio River. When Wilkinson abandoned the plan and told Jefferson, the president ordered Burr's arrest, and he was apprehended in Louisiana on February 13, 1807, standing trial for treason. The trial, presided over by John Marshall, attracted wide attention, of course. Well, Jefferson had been watching it quite closely himself and declared that Burr's guilt was beyond question. And he actually became the first president to actually invoke executive privilege, declining to testify when being subpoenaed. Instead, he released key documents. After 3 months, Burr was actually acquitted. Jefferson denounced the verdict, but retained Wilkinson in the military until later dismissing him as territorial governor. Well, following the Louisiana Purchase, Jefferson sought to annex West Florida from Spain. In his December 3, 1805 annual meeting to Congress, he denounced Spanish incursions on the Florida border. Soon after, he secretly requested $2 million to buy Florida. House Floor Leader John Randolph opposed the plan, accusing Jefferson of secrecy and suspecting the funds would go to Napoleon. Jefferson replaced Randolph with Barnabas Bidwell, and Congress passed the bill in February of 1806, only to have France reject payment and keep Florida under Spanish rule. Jefferson's failed endeavor, of course, hurt his standing among his supporters. Not a good look. Meanwhile, British forces escalated ship seizures between 1806 and 07, forcing American citizens to serve in the Royal Navy. Jefferson called for British goods boycotts in 1806, leading to the Non-Importation Acts on April 18th, but they were never really enforced. He also sent William Pinckney and James Monroe to negotiate an end to the British harassment of American vessels. However, Jefferson declined to submit their Monroe-Pinckney Treaty to the Senate because it omitted key provisions to halt British aggression, and we couldn't have that, couldn't we? Of course, that December, news arrived of Napoleon's extension of the Berlin Decree banning British imports worldwide. That's pretty harsh, don't you think? Well, Britain wasn't going to stand for that. They stepped up the impressment of American soldiers under King George III's orders. Now, impressing is kind of you just force somebody into naval service. They also call it Shanghaiing. I don't know why they call it that, but I don't know. Maybe you can tell me in the comments. Though Congress remained reluctant to prepare for war, it granted Jefferson's request for an embargo, allowing time to expand America's naval forces, militias, and fortifications. Biographer John Meacham noted that this embargo act was a dramatic assertion of power. And yes, he is correct. During cabinet meetings in November of 1807, Secretary of State James Madison favored an indefinite embargo, while Treasury Secretary Albert Gallatin disagreed, partly fearing it violated the long-standing neutrality policy. Public opposition continued to grow. Smuggling soared and the economy deteriorated. Jefferson sent federal agents to track the violators, and Congress passed supplemental enforcement laws in 1807 and 08. Despite the steep drop in exports, once ships left U.S. ports, the government found it nearly impossible to stop them from trading abroad. By December of 1807, Jefferson had announced that he would not seek a third term. He increasingly focused on Monticello during his last year in office, allowing Madison and Gallatin to manage foreign affairs. Just before leaving in March of 1809, he repealed the Embargo Act, replacing it with the equally ineffective Non-Intercourse Act. The day before Madison's inauguration, Jefferson remarked he felt like a prisoner released from his chains. Though he left office, Jefferson remained influential, corresponding regularly with future presidents like Madison and Monroe, the same way a lot of presidents do now in the United States. Monroe's doctrine of 1823 actually echoed Jefferson's Council on Foreign Policy. All right, well, career kind of ended. What did he do next? Well, you see, he had this grand vision of a university free from religious influence, offering specialized fields that were unavailable elsewhere. Convinced that education was a stabilizing force in society, he wanted publicly funded schools open to all with the ability to learn. In 1819, he founded the University of Virginia, having first proposed such an institution in 1800. With Edmund Bacon's help, he acquired the land and persuaded the legislature to grant a charter. As principal architect, Jefferson designed the buildings, but he also set the curriculum and served as the university's first rector when it opened in 1825. He also admired Greek and Roman architecture, believing it embodied American democratic ideals. The library's rotunda took inspiration from the Pantheon, and each academic pavilion featured a two-story temple front. Declaring the campus an academical village, he laid out 10 faculty pavilions connected by colonnades, behind which student rooms stood. Gardens and vegetable plots behind them symbolized the agrarian lifestyle's value, and controversially for the time, the library, rather than a church, served as the university's centerpiece. Remember, free from religious influence. Interesting. But of course, the fun must come to an end. In his last months, Jefferson was troubled by his roughly $100,000 debt as it became more and more obvious that he would not have much left for his heirs. He successfully petitioned the General Assembly in February 1826 to hold a public lottery as a means of raising money. Due to a combination of intestinal and urinary issues, as well as rheumatism from injuries to his arms and wrists, his health began to decline in July of 1825. He was bedridden by June 1826. Feverish, Jefferson turned down an invitation to attend a Declaration anniversary celebration in Washington on July the 3rd. He was surrounded by family and friends in his final hours. At 12:50 p.m. on the 4th of July, 1826, Thomas Jefferson passed away. A gold locket with a small faded blue ribbon around a lock of Jefferson's wife Martha's hair was discovered by attendants on a chain around his neck shortly after his death. The discovery of gold at Sutter's Mill in Coloma, January 1848, sparked the California gold rush. Remembered as a pivotal moment in American history that led to unheard-of levels of migration, along with economic growth. The gold rush quickly filled California with thousands of prospectors, from all over the United States and the world, collectively referred to as 49ers, fueling the rapid growth of cities like San Francisco. In addition to hastening California's 1850 admission as the 31st state, this flood of fortune seekers made a substantial contribution to the idea of manifest destiny and a larger westward migration. In terms of economy, the gold rush sparked expansions of financial institutions, infrastructure, and industries. In terms of society, it united the disparate groups, though frequently at the expense of the Native American communities that suffered hardships and displacement. Furthermore, the landscape of California was impacted for a long time by the environmental consequences of mining operations. As a representation of opportunity and aspiration, the California Gold Rush has left its impression on the country's expansionist narrative and shaped the cultural and economic landscape of the American West. And hello, dear viewer, here we are again, back doing a little bit more American history. I hope you're enjoying it. I know I am. So, you know what to do the whole like, comment, subscribe thing, and we can begin now. And we begin as early as the 9th of March, 1842, some 8 years before the traditional start of the California Gold Rush, where gold was found at Rancho San Francisco, located in the mountains north of modern-day Los Angeles. Now, a native of California, Francisco Lopez, stopped on the bank of a small creek while looking for stray horses. This is roughly 35 miles northwest of Los Angeles and 3 miles east of what is now Newhall. And it was there that Lopez made a very lucky discovery. A tiny gold nugget in the roots among the bulbs of some wild onions he dug up while the horses were grazing. The right time, in the right place, I suppose. He discovered more gold after searching further. Lopez brought the gold to the appropriate authorities, who verified its value. Lopez and others started looking for additional stream beds in the area which might contain gold deposits. They discovered a number in what is now Ventura County, in the northern eastern part of the forest. But after that, a little bit of the gold, after being shipped back to the more established United States, nothing really happened. It received very little attention. Near his first discovery, he discovered gold again in 1843, and up until 1846, Sonoran Mexican miners worked the deposits. Before 1848, Mission Indians also made small gold discoveries in California, but nothing to really spark a rush. Well, of course, when you find gold, you don't want everyone else coming, so to prevent this, the locals told them to keep the location a secret. But then, the military conflict in Upper California resulted when the Treaty of Cahuenga was signed in January of 1847, 9 months into the Mexican-American War. James W. Marshall discovered gleaming metal in the tail race of Sutter's Mill, a lumber mill he was constructing for the Sacramento pioneer John Sutter, close to Coloma on the American River, on January 24th, 1848. Marshall then showed Sutter what he had discovered, and the two tested the metal in private. Of course, Sutter was shocked when the test revealed that it was indeed gold, and he wanted to keep the news all to himself, because he was afraid of what would happen to his plans for an agricultural empire in the event of a gold rush. The Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, which officially ceded California to the United States, was ratified on the 30th of May, and with that, the Mexican-American War had come to an end. It was peacetime, at least for a while. People were going to have to find something else to do with their time. In order to secure the mineral rights of the land where the mill stood, Sutter sent Charles Bennett to Monterey in February 1848 to meet with Colonel Mason. That was the top U.S. official in California at the time, after swearing everybody involved at the mill to the utmost secrecy. Bennett was supposed to keep the news to himself, but unfortunately, he blurted it out when he heard about the coal discovery near Mount Diablo while he was stopping in Benicia. The cat was well and truly out of the bag now. He proceeded to San Francisco, where he was once more unable to maintain the secrecy, and again blabbed the whole plan to everybody. They should have chosen a better person to keep that secret. At Monterey, Bennett disclosed the gold discovery again, and Mason refused to render any decisions regarding land and mineral rights titles. So not only was the entire trip a complete failure, with Mason just not giving what they wanted, but that also completely ruined the plan of keeping everything to secrecy. What an idiot. Oh well, what's done is done. Samuel Brannan, a merchant and newspaper publisher from San Francisco, verified the discovery by March 1848. Brannan quickly opened a store to sell supplies for gold prospecting, and while he walked the streets of San Francisco with a vial of gold in his hand, he reportedly shouted, "Gold, gold, gold from the American River." And that ought to get some attention. The first significant East Coast newspaper to report on the discovery of gold was the New York Herald, which did so on August 19, 1848. In a speech to Congress on December 5, 1848, U.S. President James K. Polk affirmed the discovery of gold. Consequently, people who wanted to profit from the gold rush, later referred to as 49ers, started traveling from other nations and regions of the United States, of course, to the gold country of California, also known among the miners who were on their way there as the Mother Lode. His workers fled in search of gold, and squatters seized his land and stole his cattle and crops. Sutter's business plans were, as he feared, completely destroyed. But hopefully he'd find a little bit of gold himself. That might make up for it. Before the rush, San Francisco had been hardly a blip on the map. A small settlement, nothing really going on there. But when the locals found out about the discovery, it initially turned into a ghost town with shuttered business and shops, but as merchants and newcomers came in, it really began to kick off. In 1848, they had about 1,000 people living there. Not quite derelict. But by 1850, there were 25,000 full-time residents. Miners resided in deck cabins, from derelict ships, wood shanties, or tents. The rapidly expanding city, however, lacked churches and religious services. So missionaries like William Taylor filled the void by holding services in the street, with a barrel head serving as his pulpit. Fair enough, you do what you can with what you got, don't you? His sermons, of course, drew large crowds, and as soon as he had enough kind donations from prosperous gold miners to construct the first church in San Francisco, that is exactly what he did. There were no simple routes to California, unfortunately, during what had been called the first world-class gold rush, and 49ers encountered hardships and frequently died en route. The majority of the Argonauts, as they were called, initially traveled by sea. It would take 4 to 5 months to sail around the tip of South America from the east coast, covering about 18,000 nautical miles. Another option was to go to the Panamanian Isthmus Atlantic side, traverse the jungle for a week in canoes and mules, and then wait for a ship bound for San Francisco on the Pacific side. Additionally, there was a route that began in Veracruz and went across Mexico. These transportation companies brought enormous wealth to their owners, including those in the United States. The Mail Steamship Company, the Accessory Transit Company, and the federally subsidized Pacific Mail Steamship Company were among them. The overland route, especially the California Trail, was used by many gold seekers to traverse the continental United States. Typhoid, cholera, and shipwrecks were among the deadly risks associated with each of these routes. Steamship travel from New York City via overland portages in Nicaragua and Panama, followed by steamship return to San Francisco, was largely responsible for the early years of the Russia's population growth in the San Francisco area. Many eastern seaboard ships required their passengers to bring kits, which were usually filled with personal effects like guidebooks, tools, clothing, etc. The Argonauts also brought with them other supplies, barrels of salt, pork, rice, biscuits, cured beef, in addition to their personal belongings. Depending on the steamship they were on, passengers could fish off the edge, have fun on deck, smoking it up and conversing with one another. Engaging in other activities too. It's a very good way to network when you're stuck on a ship for a couple of weeks. But ironically, despite the fact that segregation between wealth disparities was prevalent throughout the steamships, gambling was the most popular activity. The rich and the poor were kept apart in every way, however. Of course, to get to California, you could pay for varying degrees of travel. First class, stowage. You could probably just try and hang on to the edge of the ship if you were that desperate. The routes of the less expensive steamships were, of course, typically longer. But on the other hand, passengers would reach California more quickly on the more costly ones, so time is money, especially when there's only so much gold in the ground. You'd want to get there before anybody else. I mean, they call it a gold rush for a reason. One would think you would be rushing to get there, right? When people traveled together, there were obvious social and economic differences, because those who spent more money were given accommodations that others were simply not. They would obviously want to set themselves apart from those who couldn't afford those accommodations by demonstrating their superior class power. In order to meet the demands of the expanding population, supply ships brought goods to San Francisco. Many ships were turned into stores, taverns, hotels, warehouses, and even jails, when hundreds of them were abandoned after the crew simply left to work in the gold fields. Of course, they may as well repurpose the ships. A lot of them were planning to make their money on the frontier, build a ridiculously large house, and then just live out the rest of their days. Of course, many want to go home too, but you gotta do something with the ship while it's sitting there in the harbor. Of course, Many ships were also demolished and turned into landfills as the city grew and new locations were required for construction. And so within a few years, there was a significant but little-known influx of prospectors into what is now Siskiyou, Shasta, and Trinity counties in far northern California. Thousands of gold seekers traveled up the Siskiyou Trail and across the northern counties of California after gold nuggets were discovered at the modern location of Eureka in 1851. Beginning in the spring of 1848, Californians themselves were the first to rush to the gold fields. These individuals included native Californians, some Californios, Spanish-speaking Californians that is, and mainly agriculturally oriented Americans and Europeans living in Northern California. At that time, they were simply referred to in English as Californians. Families made up the majority of these early miners, and everybody pitched in. It was pretty common to see women and children of all ethnic backgrounds banding alongside the older men. In order to accommodate the influx of men, some enterprising families established boarding houses. In these situations, the women frequently brought in a steady income, while their husbands looked for gold. At first, news of the gold rush spread slowly. People who lived close to California or who learned of the news from ships traveling the quickest routes from California were the first people to go and look for the gold. Several thousand Oregonians who traveled the Siskiyou Trail were the first significant group of Americans to arrive. People from the Sandwich Islands and thousands of Latin Americans, including those from Peru, Mexico, and even as far away as Chile, arrived next, both by land and by ship. And the Argonauts, as they were called, by the end of 1848, approximately 6,000 of them had arrived. That year, only a handful, probably less than 500, left the United States by land. The earliest gold seekers were sometimes called 48ers because they were able to amass a substantial quantity of readily accessible gold, sometimes amounting to thousands of dollars every single day. No wonder they wanted to keep it a secret, right? The average daily gold finds made even by the average prospectors were 10 to 15 times the daily wages of a laborer on the East Coast. It was possible to earn the equivalent of 6 years' wages back home after working for 6 months in the gold fields. And some wanted to launch businesses in California. Others just wanted to get rich and then go home with it. Word of the gold rush had spread globally by early 1849, and a huge influx of merchants and gold seekers started to arrive from almost every continent. In 1849, Americans made up the largest group of 49ers, arriving by the tens of thousands via various sailing routes and overland routes across the continent. Many East Coasters managed to cross the Appalachian Mountains by boarding riverboats in Pennsylvania, hauling the keel boats to wagon train assembly ports on the Missouri River, and then following the California Trail in a wagon train. Numerous others arrived by the Pacific Mail Steamship Company's steamships and the Panamanian Isthmus. Ships carrying Hawaiian newspapers brought the news to Australians and New Zealanders, and thousands of people were afflicted with gold fever from these places, boarding the ships for California. Latin America, especially in the mining districts of Mexico near Sonora and Chile, was the source of many 49ers. In 1849, a small number of Asian merchants and gold seekers, mostly from China, started traveling to Gumsan, which means Gold Mountain in Chinese, which is the Chinese name for California. Well, at least in the old Chinese rendering, at least. Nowadays it's different. It's Jiujinshan, I believe. Jiujinshan, which is like old Golden Mountain. It's either Los Angeles' name or... Yes, I believe that's the name of Los Angeles, Jiujinshan. Well, with a greater distance to travel still reeling from the effects of the 1848 revolutions, the first European migrants started to arrive in late 1849, primarily from France, but then there were a small number of German, Italian, and British immigrants as well. About 90,000 people, half by land, half by sea, are thought to have arrived in California in 1849. Between 50 and 60,000 of these were probably Americans, with the remaining coming from other nations. But at least 300,000 immigrants, merchants, and gold seekers were thought to have come to California by 1855, and that's from all over the world, in addition to tens of thousands of Mexicans, Britons, Chinese, Australians, French, Latin Americans. There were, of course, smaller groups, including African Americans, Filipinos, Basques, Turks, but yes, the majority were Americans. Well, among the first people to permanently settle in the foothills of the Sierra Nevada were people from small villages in the hills close to Genoa, Italy. They brought with them traditional agricultural skills they developed to withstand the harsh winters. There were likely fewer than 4,000 miners of African descent who had traveled from Brazil, the Caribbean, and the southern states. In 1849 to 1850, a few hundred Chinese had come to California, and in 1852 over 20,000 of them had reached San Francisco. Of course, in the goldfields they were easily recognized by their unique attire and appearance. You must remember back then, it was part of the Qing dynasty, and they all had to have the long hair as a requirement that the ruling class had put upon all non-Manchus. So it was pretty easy to spot a Chinese person anywhere, until about 1912, where they had their revolution. Of course, they endured brutal racism from the miners, who directed their resentment towards foreigners. This caused them great suffering, especially when a Chinese miner managed to find some gold. You would bet that people did not like that. And somewhat out of jealousy, they'd take it out on the rest of the community. And this isn't just to say that this is just the normal American miners. It was pretty much everybody. That's just the way that the world was back then. Now, women, of course, participated in the gold rush as well, but they were comparatively few in number. In fact, just 700 of the 40,000 people who came to San Francisco Bay by ship in 1849 were women, and that includes the rich, the entrepreneurs, the single, the married, and those women who wanted to practice their craft in the saloons. There's more than one way to make money on the goldfields. They came for different reasons, of course. Some with their husbands, because they didn't want to be left on their own. Some came because their husbands sent for them. And some came just simply for the adventure and the money. Numerous women, of course, became widows before even seeing California, and many people perished from the trail from cholera, fever, accidents, and a host of other calamities. And so in California was not often to encounter these widows as a result of mining disputes as well. Women who had the opportunity to escape their traditional jobs in the goldfields also took that opportunity. And so the California goldfields were somewhat lawless at the start of the gold rush. California was a bit of a new frontier, occupied by American forces after the Mexican-American War, but it was still officially part of Mexico when gold was found at Sutter's Mill. Although California was part of the United States after the treaty ending the war signed on February 2nd, 1848, it was not actually recognized as an official territory until September 9th, 1850. It was in a unique position of being a territory under military control, not quite consolidated yet, and the entire region lacked a civil legislature or even a judiciary. Locals followed a convoluted and shifting set of American values, Mexican laws, and a lot of the time simply their own personal preferences. The Fugitive Slave Act of 1850 and other federal laws were not strictly enforced, which facilitated the influx of escaped slaves into the territory. Of course, nearly all of the goldfields were outside of Mexican land grants, despite the United States' obligation to respect them under the treaty that ended the Mexican-American War. Rather, the majority of goldfields were situated on public land, which is officially owned by the U.S. government. But there were still no established laws or effective ways to enforce them. Of course, this pretty much means that for the initial stage, the initial waves of immigrants coming to California, that it was pretty much, well, it was a free-for-all. No taxes, no license fees, not even any private property in the early goldfields. Informally, the miners did adopt a few mining laws from Mexico. A claim could be staked by a prospector, but it was only valid while it was actively being worked. If you left the site, well, someone could just jump right in the hole and, well, just continue from where you left off. Of course, this, as you can imagine, caused more than a few arguments. You see, miners only spent enough time at a claim to assess its potential. They would leave the site in pursuit of a better one if they judged it to be of low value, which was the case for the majority. The other miners would of course claim jump the land if a claim was left untended or unworked. Claim jumping was when a miner started operations on a site that had already been claimed. Conflicts were frequently resolved violently, and occasionally they were arbitrated by groups of prospectors. There was, of course, ethnic tensions, as one can imagine. Due to simple pressure, the large number of prospectors in some areas may have caused the size of the current claim to decrease. Early 49ers were able to pan for gold in rivers and streams, or to use their hands to pick up loose gold flakes and nuggets due to the rich concentration of gold in the California gravel beds. Hard-working miners and groups of miners advancing to placer mining employed cradles and rockers or long toms to process greater amounts of gravel, since the panning was just not large enough. Coyoteing was another technique used by the miners, which entailed excavating a shaft 6 to 13 meters deep, about 20 to 43 feet, into placer deposits alongside a stream. The richest pay dirt veins were then reached by digging tunnels in every direction. Once again, dangerous work. Groups of prospectors would divert a river's water flow into a sluice alongside the river, and then excavate for gold in the newly exposed river bottom, in the most intricate form of placer mining. According to current estimates, during the first 5 years of the gold rush, up to 12 million ounces, or 370 tons thereabouts of gold, were actually extracted. In the following phase, hydraulic mining was applied to old gravel beds that contained gold on bluffs or on hillsides by 1853. High-pressure hose directed a strong stream of jet water at gravel beds that held gold in contemporary form of hydraulic mining that first was invented in California and subsequently used all over the world. The gold would then settle to the bottom, where it was collected after the loose gravel and gold passed over the sluices. Hydraulic mining is thought to have recovered 11 million troy ounces, or 340 tons of gold by the mid-1880s, which is equivalent to about 15 billion US dollars in modern prices. Larger volumes of silt, gravel, heavy metals, and other contaminants entered streams and rivers as a result of these extraction techniques. California hydraulic mining was restricted by court decisions and federal legislation between 1882 and 1893. In fact, as of 1999, the effects of hydraulic mining are still visible in many places because the exposed earth and downstream gravel deposits left behind are frankly unsuitable for any plant life, not to mention agricultural problems. Gold recovery operations continued after the end of the gold rush, prospecting for gold that had been gradually washed down into a flat river bottom and sandbars of California's Central Valley and other gold-bearing regions of the state, like Scott Valley in Siskiyou County, was the last step in recovering loose gold. And then towards the end of the 1890s, dredging technology, which was also invented in California for the specific purpose, and it's estimated that had recovered over 20 million troy ounces, or 620 tons of gold. Gold seekers also participated in hard rock mining during the gold rush and in the decades that followed. This method involves taking the gold straight out of the rock that contained it, usually quartz, usually by blasting and digging to find and remove veins of the quartz that contain gold. When the gold-bearing rocks were brought to the surface, they were crushed, and the gold was separated either by washing the sand over copper plates coated with mercury, with which gold forms an amalgam, or by separating gold in water. The amalgamation process resulted in mercury loss, which of course contaminates the environment. I mean, the mercury has to go somewhere, doesn't it? Well, eventually the hard rock mining emerged as the gold country's main source of gold production, and an estimated of 3,700 tons have been produced in California since that time. During the gold rush, some merchants earned significantly more money than the actual miners. In the early years of the rush, Samuel Brannan, a tireless newspaper publisher, shopkeeper, and self-promoter, was the richest man in California. In the goldfields, Brannan established the first supply stores in Sacramento, Coloma, and other locations. He bought all the prospecting equipment in San Francisco just before the rush started, and he sold it for a pretty good profit. Some people who were looking for gold, though, did manage to make quite a lot of money. According to some economic historians, the white miners were more successful than the blacks, Indians, or Chinese miners, and on average half of the gold seekers turned a small profit, at least after accounting for their costs. But then there were the taxes that just ruined everything, like the 1851 California Foreign Miners Tax. They were targeted mainly at Latino miners and prevented them from earning as much as white miners who were actually exempt from the taxes. Now that's not fair. The majority of the late arrivals in California either made very little or lost money. In a similar vein, numerous unfortunate traders established themselves in communities that either vanished or perished in one of the devastating fires that ravaged the newly formed towns. And then we got Levi Strauss, on the other hand, who was a businessman who started selling denim overalls in San Francisco. Around 1853, achieved quite considerable success. Of course, we still got Levi's around today. In retail, shipping, entertainment, lodging, or transportation, other entrepreneurs made significant profits. The highly lucrative industries of boarding houses, food preparation, sewing, and laundry were frequently operated by married, single, or widowed women who recognized that men would be willing to pay a woman for her services while they were out chasing the gold. Large profits were also made by brothels, particularly when paired with gambling establishments and saloons. The state of the economy had drastically changed by 1855. Only medium to large groups of workers, either as employees or in partnerships, could profitably recover gold from the gold fields. The proprietors of these gold mining businesses were the ones who benefited financially by the middle of the 1850s. Additionally, California's economy and population had grown sufficiently, and it was at this point incredibly diverse, enough size to generate revenue from a wide range of traditional ventures. The gold itself took a variety of routes when it was extracted. Initially, a large portion of the gold was spent locally to buy miners' food, supplies, and housing. Additionally, it was used for entertainment, which included everything from a traveling theater to gambling, alcohol, and of course, those more physical entertainments. Frequently, the freshly recovered gold, which had been meticulously weighed, was used in these transactions. The gold was then used by the merchants and vendors to buy supplies from packers or ship captains who were transporting the goods to California. After that, the gold traveled from California to the manufacturers of goods worldwide, either via mules or via ships. The second route was taken by the Argonauts themselves, who either sent the gold home or brought their hard-earned diggings back with them after personally obtaining a sizable quantity. For instance, it is estimated that French prospectors and merchants sent about US $2.6 billion worth of today's conversion, worth of California gold back to France. Of course, most of it just returned to the brokerage houses back in New York City, where the serious business was done. Local banks and gold dealers issued banknotes or drafts, paper money that was accepted in the area, in exchange for gold as the gold rush went on, and private mints produced their own gold coins. Gold bullion was converted into official U.S. gold coins for circulation in 1854 with the establishment of the San Francisco Mint. In order to use the gold in the booming California economy, California banks later sent it to national banks in the United States in exchange for national paper money. And so, just like that, from a sleepy, little-known backwater town to the world's most formidable destination for hundreds of thousands of people. That is how California was transformed by the gold rush. The newcomers frequently displayed this exceptional civic-mindedness and inventiveness, bringing all of the good things, and sometimes the bad things about their home countries, to the New World. For instance, during the Gold Rush, cities and towns were incorporated, a state constitutional convention was called, a state constitution was drafted, elections were conducted, and delegates were dispatched to Washington, D.C. to negotiate California's new statehood. It was during this period that California's second gold rush, i.e. not actual gold, but large-scale agriculture, had begun. Almost immediately, roads, churches, schools, and all kinds of civic associations were established. Americans made up the great majority of the immigrants, and California then became the 31st state of the United States on the 9th of September, 1850. As a result of growing pressure, of course, from the improved political communication ties with the rest of the country, it can no longer be ignored. As for San Francisco, their population grew from 500 to 150,000, and that's just between the years of 1847 and 1870. Transportation between California and the East Coast greatly enhanced as a result of the gold rush's wealth and population. In 1855, the Panama Railway was completed, crossing the Panama Isthmus. Steamships, such as those owned by the Pacific Mail Steamship Company, started operating regularly between San Francisco and Panama. From there, mail, passengers, and cargo would board steamships bound for the East Coast after crossing the isthmus by train. But of course, it all had negative effects too, both on the environment and on people, some of which you might not see coming. You see, due to fish mortality and habitat destruction caused by gravel, silt, and the chemicals from prospecting operations, Native Americans who relied on traditional hunting, gathering, and farming suffered from malnutrition and disease. Due to the construction of gold camps and other settlements in the middle of game and food gathering areas, the mining boom also caused these areas to vanish. Native Americans lost more land as farming expanded later to supply the settlers' camps. Tribespeople living on or close to mining districts were always a target of organized attacks in certain places. Native Americans and settlers engaged in a number of conflicts, and they were frequently viewed by miners as obstacles to their success. According to Marshall Gold Discovery State Historic Park interpretive lead Ed Allen, miners occasionally killed as many as 50 native people in a single day. Larger-scale attacks against native populations, sometimes tribes or villages not even involved in the initial act, may follow retaliatory attacks on lone miners. A group of settlers attacked a band of Windu Indians during the Bridge Gulch Massacre in 1852, after a citizen was killed. This was one J.R. Anderson, and following his murder, the local sheriff organized a squad of men to find the Indians, and when they found them, they killed over 150. The problem was, these were a completely different band of Windu that had killed Anderson, and out of all the village, only 3 children had made it out alive. Now, between 1846 and 73, non-Indians killed between 9,500 to 16,000 California Indians, according to one historian, Benjamin Madley. The majority of these massacres, which are defined as the intentional killing of 5 or more disarmed combatants, or largely unarmed non-combatants, including women, children, and prisoners, whether in the context of battle or otherwise, took place during this time. The killings were the main reasons why California's indigenous population dropped below 20,000 between 1849 and 1890, The California governor estimates that between 1849 and 1870, 4,500 Native Americans were killed in other violent crimes. In addition, California opposed ratifying the 18 treaties that federal agents and tribal leaders had actually signed in 1851. Then there were the death squads, financed and supported by the state government, which appropriated more than $1 million to support the paramilitaries' operations in support of mining operations. California's first governor, Peter Burnett, stated that the state was a battlefield between races, and that the only options for dealing with the California Indians was either removal or eradication. He stated that a war of extermination will continue to be waged between the two races until the Indian race becomes extinct must be expected. Burnett, like many of his contemporaries, believed that genocide was just a necessary part of the plan, and that his constituency in California had to move forward, even though they could not predict the outcome with anything other than pain and regret. In addition to Native Americans, foreigners, particularly Chinese and Latin American immigrants from Sonora, Mexico, and Chile, were pushed out of the mines by laws, unfair taxation, and overtly anti-foreign attacks after the initial boom had ended. The death and crime rates following the gold rush were exceptionally high, and the ensuing vigilantism also had a significant negative impact on the American immigrants, as 1 in 12 49ers ended up dying, with empty pockets at that. Benjamin Franklin, born in 1706 in Boston, Massachusetts, a quintessential polymath whose multifaceted contributions profoundly shaped the intellectual landscape and the political landscape of early America. As one of the founding fathers, he was instrumental in drafting key documents such as the Declaration of Independence and even the Constitution. Beyond his political endeavors, Franklin was a pioneering scientist and inventor, renowned for his experiments with electricity, which led to the invention of the lightning rod, bifocals, and the Franklin stove. He was also a successful publisher and writer. His publication of Poor Richard's Almanac showcases wit and wisdom, influencing American culture and values. His establishment of institutions such as the first public library in the University of Pennsylvania showed once again his commitment to education and public welfare. And so his legacy is that as a visionary leader, inventive thinker, and dedicated public servant. It is the spirit of enlightenment and the enduring pursuit of knowledge and civic responsibility. Okay, hello and welcome everybody. We are back again to do some American history today, and I am excited. As always, if you like this kind of stuff, you can support the channel by just liking and subscribing, and perhaps leaving your comments below. Now, today, it's going to be more about a biography of Benjamin Franklin. All of the intellectual pursuits of his, perhaps I'll leave to a different video. We'll talk about his experiments with electricity and all of that in another time. But we're going to go through his life from birth to death today. So we begin with actually rather humble origins. We'll do a little bit about his father first, and then a bit about his mother. His father's name was Josiah Franklin. He was a tallow chandler, a soap maker, and a candle maker. Pretty useful trades. Now, he was born on December 23rd, 1657 in Ecton, Northamptonshire, England. Josiah Franklin was the son of a farmer and blacksmith Thomas Franklin. All four of Benjamin's grandparents and his father were born in England. So together with his two wives, that's right, two wives, Josiah Franklin had 17 children in all, and around 1677 he wed his first wife, Anne Child, in Acton. Two of them then moved to Boston, going to the New World, in 1683, having 3 children before and 4 children after the move. Unfortunately, Anne had passed away on July the 9th, 1689. Josiah married Abdia Folger in the Old South Meeting House, officiated by Reverend Samuel Willard. The couple had 10 children together. Josiah Franklin's 8th child, Benjamin, was his 10th and final son. Abdiah, the mother of Benjamin Franklin, was born in 1667, August 15th, in Massachusetts Bay Colony, to Peter Folger, a schoolteacher and miller, and his wife, Mary Morrill Folger, a former indentured servant. After King Charles I of England started persecuting Puritans, Mary Folger, who sailed for Boston in 1635, was one of the first pilgrims to escape to Massachusetts for religious freedom. Peter, her father, was described as the sort of rebel destined to transform colonial America. But, well, it didn't quite go that smoothly. His inability to pay bail led to his arrest on February 10th, 1676, while serving as the court clerk, and his subsequent incarceration on February the 19th. He was incarcerated for more than a year and a half, and you can't do much transforming of the colony from there, can't you? Well, then we finally get to Franklin. Benjamin Franklin, that is. He was baptized at Boston's Old South Meeting House after being born on Milk Street in Boston, province of Massachusetts, on January 17th, 1706. When Franklin was a boy growing up by the Charles River, he remembered being generally a leader among the rest of them. His words. Well, it's hard to prove him wrong, though. Now, Franklin's father, he was not very well-to-do. We've mentioned these humble origins, and he only had enough money to send him to school for 2 years. But really, he wanted him to go to school with the clergy. Despite not graduating from Boston Latin School, he continued his education by taking it upon himself to read a lot, and read a lot he did. Either way, it ended at the age of 10. Despite the fact that his parents had talked at the church of a career for him, he was not interested. Now, if they could only see what he was going to become. He briefly worked for his father before starting an apprenticeship with his brother James, who was a printer, at the age of 12. James taught him the craft of printing, and he was apparently quite good at it. Well, he took on the alias of the name Silence Do-Good after being turned down for a letter to the paper. After being published, Miss Do-Good's correspondence became a topic of discussion in the community. The readers of the Courant, which was the third newspaper established in Boston, actually started by James when Benjamin was 15 years old, were unaware of the ruse. And James was not pleased with Benjamin when he found out that the well-liked correspondence was actually his younger brother. From a young age, Franklin supported his right to free speech. Young Franklin took over the newspaper after his brother was thrown in prison for a couple of weeks for publishing content that was disparaging to the governor. Miss Dogood then declared, quoting Cato's letters, "Without freedom of thought, there can be no such thing as wisdom, and no such thing as public liberty without freedom of speech." Franklin became a fugitive after leaving his apprenticeship without his brother's consent. And so, at the age of 17, he fled to Philadelphia in search of a fresh start in a new city. He worked in a number of printing shops when he first got there, but none of the jobs offered him the opportunities he was looking for. A few months later, while he was employed at one printing house, the Pennsylvania governor, Sir William Keith, persuaded him to travel to London, supposedly to obtain supplies needed to start a new newspaper in Philadelphia. After all, manufacturing wasn't as developed in the colonies at that point as it was on the mainland. To get certain things, you had to have them shipped over. And so he worked as a typesetter in a printer's shop in what is now the Church of St. Bartholomew the Great in Smithfield neighbourhood of London, after realizing that Keith's claims to support a newspaper were actually untrue. With the assistance of Thomas Denham, a merchant who hired him as a clerk, shopkeeper, and bookkeeper in his enterprise, he later made his way back to Philadelphia in 1726. Franklin founded Junto in 1727, when he was just 21 years old. The group was made up of like-minded aspiring artisans and tradesmen who hoped to improve themselves while they improved their community. The Junto served as a forum for discussing current issues and later spawned numerous organizations within Philadelphia. The English coffee houses that Franklin was familiar with and had developed into a hub for dissemination of Enlightenment conquests in Britain served as the inspiration for the Junto. The Junto loved to read, but books, they were expensive and hard to come by at that. Following Franklin's writing, the members established a library for assembling their own books. But it was insufficient. Franklin came up with the concept of a subscription library, which he would use the members' money to purchase books for everyone to read. He wrote the charter for the Library Company of Philadelphia in 1731, and this marked the beginning of the organization. He then resumed his previous profession after Denham's passing. Together with Hugh Meredith, he established his own printing business in 1728. The following year, he took over as publisher of the Pennsylvania Gazette, a Philadelphia newspaper. Through printed essays and observations, the Gazette provided Franklin with a platform for agitation regarding a range of local reforms and initiatives. He gained quite a considerable amount of social respect over time as a result of his consistent commentary and skillful development of a favorable reputation as a bright and hard-working youth. Despite his success as a scientist and statesman, he continued to sign his letters with the humble B. Franklin, printer. Now, the first German-language newspaper in America was also printed by him in 1732. However, it was only successful for a year because the newspaper market was soon dominated by 4 other newly established German newspapers. Franklin also produced German translations of Moravian religious texts. He frequently stayed at the Moravian Sun Inn in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. He referred to the blacks and tawnies as undermining the social structure of the colonies, and referred to Pennsylvania Germans as Palatine Boers, who would never be able to acquire the complexion of Anglo-American settlers in 1751, in a 1751 pamphlet on demographic growth and its effects in the 13 colonies. I think that's funny, telling Germans that they're not white enough. That is quite funny. Well, his opinions might have contributed to his political defeat in 1764, even though he reportedly changed his mind soon after, and the phrases were removed from all subsequent printings of the pamphlet. But that's the problem. Once you say it, especially within politics, they'll be bringing it up decades later, every chance they get. Ralph Frasca claims that Franklin marketed the printing press as a tool for teaching morality to colonial Americans. He contends that because he understood moral virtue in terms of deeds, he saw this as a service to God, and that doing good is a service to God. So Franklin believed he was uniquely qualified to teach Americans morality, despite his own transgressions. By building a printing network based on a series of alliances from the Carolinas to New England, he attempted to impact American moral life. Thus, he created the first chain of newspapers. Like many publishers, he felt that the press had a public service obligation. So it was more than just a business endeavor. This was something else, a lot more important. Just before 1730, when he settled in Philadelphia, the city had two newspapers: the Pennsylvania Gazette, Samuel Keimer's universal instructor in all arts and sciences, and Andrew Bradford's The American Weekly Mercury. Weekly excerpts from Chambers' Universal Dictionary served as the basis for this education in all the arts and sciences. When Franklin took over the Instructor and changed it to the Pennsylvania Gazette, he promptly eliminated all of this, and the Gazette quickly became his signature tool, which he freely used for jokes, satire, and even outright mischief or enjoyment. He was able to modify his morals for his own purposes from the very beginning. He adapted the American Addisonian form to fit homelier circumstances in his 1729 essay series, The Busybody, which he wrote for Bradford's American Mercury. Franklin's plan to create an intercolonial network of newspapers that would spread virtue and, of course, make money for him was not entirely successful. He supported 24 printers in the Caribbean, New York, Connecticut, South Carolina, and Pennsylvania over the years. He and his associates published 8 of the colony's 15 English-language newspapers by 1753. In 1731, he started in Charleston, South Carolina. Elizabeth Timothy, a widow, succeeded him as editor. In fact, she was one of the first female printers of the colonial era. And so Franklin and her son, Peter Timothy, who took over the South Carolina Gazette in 1746, had a close business relationship for more than 30 years. In political discussions, the Gazette maintained objectivity while fostering public discourse that inspired others to question authority. After 1765, Timothy grew a lot more patriotic in his stance in the escalating conflict with Great Britain, eschewing blandness and blatant bias. But Franklin's Connecticut Gazette, between 1755 and 68, was not so successful, and didn't really work out in the end. Political conflict gradually ripped his network apart as the revolution drew near. It's funny how politics seems to end friendships like that, isn't it? Well, Franklin was initiated into the local Masonic Lodge from 1730 to 1731. He quickly rose to prominence in Pennsylvania, becoming a Grand Master 3 years later. He reprinted James Anderson's Constitutions of the Freemasons, the first Masonic book in the Americas, edited it and published it in that same year. From 1735 to 38, he served as the secretary of Philadelphia's St. John's Lodge. When two men killed a simple-minded apprentice called Daniel Reese in a phony Masonic initiation gone wrong in January 1738, Franklin appeared as a witness in a manslaughter trial. The other man, as quoted by the record of the trial, threw or accidentally spilled the burning spirits, and Daniel Reese died of his burns 2 days later. Although Franklin was not a direct participant in the hazing that resulted in Reese's death, he was aware of it before it became lethal, but he didn't really take any action to prevent it. Therefore, I suppose technically a charge of manslaughter can be brought forth. His publishing rival, Andrew Bradford, of course, took the opportunity to chastise him for his inaction in his paper, the American Weekly Mercury. At last, Franklin replied in his own defense in the Gazette. Either way, despite all of that, for the remainder of his life he stayed a loyal Freemason. While living in the Reed household as a boarder in 1723, he proposed to 15-year-old Deborah Reed at the age of 17. Because of Franklin's unstable finances and the fact that he was traveling to London at Governor Keefe's request, Deborah's mum was hesitant to let her daughter marry him at the time. And then there was also the fact that she was 15, but, well, things move a little bit differently back in those days. You must remember that the life expectancy was much lower. In some places you're talking 50 years old sort of thing. So getting married that young is just normal. So, unfortunately for poor Benjamin, she turned him down. As in, the mother turned him down, not the girl. It really was the mother's choice more than anyone's. And her own husband had just passed away too, so she probably wasn't in the mood for much negotiation on that front. Probably wanted a daughter around to look after her a little bit. Now, when Franklin travelled to London, Deborah and her family mistook his prolonged silence for a breach of his promises after he did not communicate with them as they had hoped. Of course, it wasn't that they didn't like Benjamin, it was just that the timing was off. So they wanted to first go to London, write a few letters, all that sort of thing, and then when he came back was a bit more stable, and perhaps they'd readdress the whole proposal. Well, the letters did not come. So on August 25th, 1725, Deborah got married to a porter named John Rogers at her mother's insistence. John quickly took her dowry and fled to Barbados to escape debt and legal action. So it looks like mother's intuition wasn't so good after all. Deborah was then unable to remarry due to bigamy laws, since the fate of Roger was unknown. Now that is a twist of fate, isn't it? And so when Franklin came back in 1726, he started to court Deborah again. On September the 1st, 1730, a common law marriage was established between them. They raised his young son, who was recently recognized as illegitimate, in their home. Together they had 2 children. Francis Folger Franklin, their son, was born on October of 1732, but passed away in 1736 from smallpox. Sally Franklin, or Sarah Franklin, their daughter, was born in 1743, but she survived, which is good for her. Now, Deborah's fear of the sea prevented her from travelling with Franklin on any of his lengthy trips to Europe, In addition, it's possible that he blamed her for keeping their son Francis from receiving the vaccination against the disease that ultimately killed him. He did not return until his business was concluded, despite Deborah's November 1769 letter to him stating that she was ill because of stress from his extended absence. While on a lengthy mission to Great Britain, Deborah Reed Franklin passed away from a stroke, December 14th, 1774. Franklin returned in 1775 to bad news. He was then 24 years old, and he raised his illegitimate son William in his home and publicly acknowledged him in 1730. William was born on February 22nd, 1730, but no one really knows who his mother was. After receiving his education in Philadelphia, he began studying law in London in the early 1760s at the age of 30. And so on February 22nd, 1760, William's own illegitimate son, William Temple Franklin, was born, placed into foster care, and his mother was never found. The elder William Franklin wed Elizabeth Downs, the daughter of a Barbados planter in London in 1762, and he actually became the final royal governor of New Jersey in 1763. Not a bad job. Now, William Franklin, a kingly loyalist, saw his relationship with his father deteriorate due to their disagreements regarding the Revolutionary War. Benjamin Franklin was never really able to accept his son's stance on it. After being overthrown by the New Jersey Revolutionary Government in 1776, William spent 6 months under house arrest at his Perth Amboy residence. Following the Declaration of Independence, he was placed under official arrest. This was done by the New Jersey Provincial Congress, an organization he refused to acknowledge because he believed that it was an illegal assembly. After all, it had no sanction from the king, and so he spent 2 years locked up in prison and 8 months in solitary confinement at Litchfield, after he was discovered secretly enlisting Americans to support the Loyalist fight back. He eventually moved to New York City, which was then under British occupation, after being freed in a prisoner exchange 2 years later in 1778. But, well, spoiler alert, eventually New York became part of the new United States too. Sorry to ruin the ending. Well, he rose to the position of the head of the Board of Associated Loyalists, a quasi-military group with its headquarters in New York City that King George III had chartered personally. North of the city, they launched guerrilla tactic attacks into the counties of New York, southern Connecticut, and New Jersey. William Franklin then sailed to England with the British troops that were evacuated from New York, but he never came back after settling in London. I think that he probably knew that the writing was on the wall. Well, under the alias Richard Saunders, Benjamin Franklin started publishing the renowned Poor Richard's Almanac in 1732, which contains both original and borrowed material. This is the basis for a large portion of Franklin's well-known reputation. He actually used pseudonyms to write a lot, even from that young time when he was playing tricks on his brother at the printing factory. For the forthcoming year of 1733, the first issue was released. His distinguished signature style was straightforward, practical, and contained declarative sentences with a subtle, sly tone that was a lot of the time a little bit self-depreciating. His character of Richard Saunders denied it repeatedly, but it was obvious that he was the author. Adages from Poor Richard's proverbs, like "the fish and visitors stink in 3 days, and a penny saved is 2 pence dear," sometimes mistranslated, by the way, as a penny saved is twopence earned, are still widely used in today's society. His readers were well prepared because wisdom in folk society was defined as the capacity to offer a suitable proverb for any situation. It became an institution of sorts, and he sold about 10,000 copies annually. And that's pretty good for back in the day. Doesn't sound like much, but it is good. Oh, for all the British plantations in America, Franklin started publishing the General Magazine and Historical Chronicle of 1751. He illustrated the cover with the Prince of Wales heraldic badge. Now that ought to sell papers to the Brits. On June 25, 1745, he wrote a letter titled Advice to a Friend on Choosing a Mistress, in which he offers guidance to a young man regarding the controlling of his sexual desires. It was not included in the 19th century compilations of his papers because it was apparently quite licentious, at least for back in the day. The document was cited in the mid to late 20th century, federal court decisions that ruled against censorship and ultimately overturned the obscenity laws. Well, one of America's first volunteer fire departments, the Union Fire Company, was also founded by Franklin in 1736. He created new anti-counterfeiting methods and used them to print a new currency for New Jersey in the same year. He published a modest inquiry into the nature and necessity of paper currency in 1729 and printed money with his printing machine, demonstrating his support for paper money throughout his career. He had an impact on the Middle Colony's more conservative and ultimately successful monetary experiments, which actually managed to prevent deflation without leading to uncontrollably high inflation. It'd be nice if the governments of our modern day could somewhat get that right. Good luck with that, though. Of course, he argued in favor of paper money before the British House of Commons in 1766. Franklin became increasingly interested in public affairs as he grew older. Prior to printing his own pamphlet, Proposals Regarding to the Education of Youth in Pennsylvania in 1749, Franklin had a plan for the Academy, Charity School, and College of Philadelphia in 1743. However, the person he had in mind to run the Academy, Reverend Richard Peters, was not interested in doing so. So, unfortunately, Franklin, for the time being, had to put his ideas on hold. On November the 13th, 1749, he was also named the president of the Academy, which opened in 1751, along with the Charity School. He established the American Philosophical Society in 1743 to facilitate the discussion of scientific men's findings and hypotheses. In between bursts of politics and business, he started the electrical research that would eventually take up his life, along with other scientific investigations. He also organized a militia known as the Association for General Defense during the war, because the city's lawmakers had chosen to pretty much do nothing to protect Philadelphia, either by erecting fortifications or building ships of war. Thus he raised the funds to purchase artillery and build earthwork defenses. Franklin, who was already extremely wealthy, decided to leave printing in 1747 to pursue other ventures. For 18 years, he and his foreman, David Hall, entered into partnership that gave Franklin half of the shop's earnings. He had time to study, thanks to this profitable business arrangement, and within a few years he had discovered quite a lot of new things. He advanced quickly and got involved in politics, and he was chosen as a councilman in October of 1748, appointed a Philadelphia Justice of the Peace in 1749, month of June, and elected to the Pennsylvania Assembly in 1751. The Pennsylvania legislature granted Franklin and Thomas Bond a charter to build a hospital in 1751, and the first colony's hospital was Pennsylvania Hospital. Franklin established the first homeowners insurance company in the colonies, the Philadelphia Contribution Ship, in 1752. Now, I really must admire him for being so broad in his scope of business, just trying everything. I really like that spirit. Well, the educational triumvirate of Benjamin Franklin, Samuel Johnson of Stratford, Connecticut, and the educator William Smith expanded on Franklin's original plan between 1750 and 53, producing what College of William and Mary President Bishop James Madison referred to as a new model or style of American college. Elementa Philosophica, an American textbook of moral philosophy by Samuel Johnson, was requested, printed, and promoted by Franklin in 1752 for use in the new colleges. Smith, Franklin, and Johnson met in Stratford in June of 1753. In order to focus on the professions, they decided that the new model college would have no religious test for admission, have subject matter experts as professors rather than a single tutor teaching a class for 4 years, and teach classes in English rather than Latin. You must remember, universities were very different back in those days. Franklin then appointed Smith as provost of the College of Philadelphia, which opened in 1755, while Johnson founded King's College, now Columbia University, in New York City in 1754. 6 men received Bachelor of Arts degrees, and 1 received a Master of Arts degrees at its inaugural commencement on May 17, 1757. And later on, it became the University of Pennsylvania, after merging with the University of the State of Pennsylvania. One can only imagine that that would be quite confusing. In the Continental Congress, for instance, more than 1/3 of the men who contributed to the Declaration of Independence between September 4, 1774 and July 4, 1776 were affiliated with the college. And if that doesn't show the college's future influence in shaping the country, I don't know what does. And so, he led Pennsylvania's delegation to the Albany Congress in 1754. The Board of Trade in England had called for this gathering of several colonies in order to strengthen ties with the Indians and provide defense against the French. For the colonies, Franklin put forth a comprehensive plan of union. Although the plan was not enacted, parts of it were incorporated into the Constitution and the Articles of Confederation. He received honorary master's degrees in arts from Harvard and Yale University in the year 1753. But that wasn't it. The College of William and Mary also granted him an honorary Master of Arts degree in 1756. He then established a Pennsylvania militia later in the same year, where he recruited a regiment of soldiers to fight against the Native American uprisings that plagued the American colonies by using Tun Tavern as a meeting spot. I always found it strange that taverns were used as meeting spots. People go there to discuss very important decisions, right? But when alcohol is involved, perhaps the decisions in the final stage are not very wise. Coffee shops would perhaps be better. Nothing switches you on like coffee. Well, Franklin, who was well known as printer and publisher, was also appointed postmaster of Philadelphia in 1737. Of course, who better? And he held that position until 1753, when he and publisher William Hunter were named the first deputy postmaster generals of British North America. From Pennsylvania to the island of Newfoundland, he was in charge of British colonies to the north and east. On the 23rd of April, 1754, local stationer Benjamin Lee opened a post office for outgoing and local mail in Halifax, Nova Scotia. But teething issues, the service was erratic. On December the 9th, 1755, Franklin established Halifax's first post office in order to provide regular, monthly mail. Hunter took on the role of postal administrator in Williamsburg, Virginia, and was in charge of regions such as Annapolis, Maryland in the interim. Franklin increased the delivery speed between Boston, New York, and Philadelphia, and restructured the service's accounting system. Efficiency improvements resulted in the colonial post office's first profits by 1761. The United States Post Office was founded by the Second Continental Congress on July 26, 1775, and Franklin was appointed as the country's first Postmaster General. He was an obvious choice, because he had been a postmaster already for decades. Having recently returned from England, he was named chairman of an investigation committee tasked with establishing a postal system. On July 25th and 26th, the Continental Congress discussed the committee's report, which called for the appointment of a Postmaster General for each of the 13 American colonies. Of course, Benjamin Franklin was the first person appointed by the Congress to serve as postmaster on July 26, 1775. William Goddard, his apprentice, felt that he should have been given the position instead, because it was his ideas that really shaped the postal system. But he didn't kick too much of a fuss. He politely gave it to Franklin, who was actually 36 years older than him. However, Franklin did name Goddard surveyor of the posts, gave him a signed pass, and gave him instructions to examine and check the different mail routes and post offices as he deemed necessary. The United States Post Office, which is still in operation today, was the name given to the recently created postal system. The Pennsylvania Assembly dispatched him to England in 1757 as a colonial agent to protest the political power of the colony's owners, the Penn family. Think about it, Pennsylvania. It's not because that's where they make the pencils. It's because of the Penn family. He then stayed there for 5 years, working to remove the owners' exemption from paying land taxes and their power to overturn laws passed by the elected assembly. But the mission failed, because he didn't have any powerful allies in Whitehall. It's not what you know, it's who you know. And so the heirs of William Penn, who ruled the colony as proprietors, were at odds with many Pennsylvania Assembly members at this time. Franklin was elected Speaker of the Pennsylvania House in May of 1764, after leading the Anti-Proprietary Party in the fight against the Penn family after his return to the colony. However, his proposal to switch from proprietary to royal government was a rare political blunder. Why? Well, because the Pennsylvanians were concerned that it would jeopardize their religious and political freedoms, and we know how much they loved them. Franklin then lost his seat in October 1764 in the Assembly elections as a result of all these anxieties, as well as the political attacks on his character. He was sent back to England by the anti-proprietary group to carry on the fight against the Penn family business. Franklin then also resisted the Stamp Act of 1765 in London. Unable to stop it from passing, he committed another mistake by recommending a friend to be Pennsylvania's stamp distributor. Outraged, Pennsylvanians threatened to demolish his Philadelphia home because they thought he had always backed the measure. Franklin then testified during the House of Commons proceedings that resulted in the repeal of the Stamp Act after quickly learning of the magnitude of colonial opposition to it. Franklin became the principal spokesperson for the American interest in England as a result of this. On behalf of the colonies, he authored well-known essays at this time, but he was also designated as their agent to the Crown in Georgia, New Jersey, and Massachusetts. He was drawn into overlapping circles of acquaintance through his study of natural philosophy, which is now referred to as science in general. For instance, Franklin was corresponding with a member of the Birmingham Lunar Society. In 1759, he received an honorary doctorate from the University of St. Andrews for his achievements. He received the title of Freedom of the Borough of St. Andrews in October 1759, and in 1762, he got another honorary doctorate from Oxford. Due to these accolades, he is frequently referred to as Dr. Franklin. Well, Franklin traveled from London as a base. He traveled briefly through England in 1771, lodging with Erasmus Darwin in Lichfield, Thomas Percival in Manchester, and Thomas Priestley in Leeds. He stayed for 3 weeks with David Hume in Edinburgh, and 5 days with Lord Kames near Stirling in Scotland. When he and his son travelled to Edinburgh in 1759, he recounted that he spent 6 weeks in Scotland, calling it 6 weeks of the densest happiness I have met in any part of my life. Yeah, Scotland's pretty good. He stayed with Lord Hillsborough in Ireland. Franklin stated of him that all the plausible behaviour that I've described is meant only by patting and stroking the horse to make him more patient while the reins are drawn tighter and the spurs set deeper into his sides. Instead of sitting in the gallery, Franklin was asked to sit with the Irish Parliament members in Dublin. The first American to be awarded this honour was him. He was profoundly affected by the extent of the poverty he saw while travelling through Ireland. Of course, they had a history of not getting as much as the English did, and the English beating them over the head a little bit too much wherever chance they could get. Same as Scotland too, actually. But the same laws and trade restrictions that applied to the 13 colonies had also impacted the Kingdom of Ireland's economy. It was a mutual struggle. He was concerned that if the rules and laws were applied to American colonies, that eventually they too would experience that same degree of poor living. But do you know he also went to Germany? Only for 2 months, but he still went. In 1766, nonetheless. His ties to the nation did last a lifetime, however. He acknowledged Otto von Guericke, a German scientist, for his pioneering work on electricity. Yes, the study of electricity that Franklin is known for did not exist in a vacuum. Additionally, in 1785, Franklin co-wrote the first treaty of friendship between Prussia and the United States. He then travelled to Paris in September of 1767 with Sir John Pringle, the first baronet, his usual travelling companion. And in France, they already knew he was coming. In fact, word of his electrical discoveries had spread quite widely, and because of his reputation, he was able to meet King Louis XV himself, as well as numerous other powerful politicians and scientists. He was certainly the guest of honour I'm sure they treated him very well too. One line of argument in Parliament was that taxes should be imposed on the Americans because they should bear some costs of the French and Indian War. If you want to learn about that, I did a full video on it. Now in 1776, Franklin became the spokesperson for the United States in a widely reported testimony before the Parliament. Americans already made significant contributions to the Empire's defense, he argued, and he claimed that in the French and Indian War alone, local governments had raised, equipped, and paid 25,000 soldiers to fight France, and that was as many as Britain itself had sent. They also spent millions of dollars from the American treasuries in the process. Franklin gathered the private correspondence of the province of Massachusetts Bay Governor and Lieutenant Governor Hutchinson and Oliver in 1772, demonstrating that they had urged the Crown to repress Bostonians. Tensions increased after Franklin sent them to America. In mid-June 1773, the letters were eventually leaked to the public in the Boston Gazette, sparking a political uproar in Massachusetts and posing important questions in England. Things were getting a little steamy. Of course, this is all around the time of the Boston Massacre and the Boston Tea Party. That one decade before 1776 was just, it was chaos, complete chaos. Well, on January the 29th, 1774, Solicitor General Alexander Wedderburn methodically mocked and degraded him in front of the Privy Council, and that ended any hopes of a peaceful resolution. In March 1775, he returned to Philadelphia and gave up his accommodationist position. It was on. Two of Franklin's best-known pro-American satirical essays, Rules by Which a Great Empire May Be Reduced to a Small One, and An Edict by the King of Prussia, were published in 1773. During his stay in England in 1758, he's most known to have occasionally attended the meetings of the Hellfire Club as a non-member. It's not as cool as it sounds. It's a very cool name, though. But according to some writers and historians, he was actually a British spy. Certainly citations needed on that one. Many of these members are simply assumed or connected by letters in exchange with one another, because simply no records remained, as they burned all of them in 1774. Well, there is one historian, Donald McCormick, who has a history of making pretty stupid claims, to be honest with you, was the first to advocate that Franklin was a double agent and a member of the Hellfire Club. Well, along with all the other ridiculous things that Mr. McCormick says, I think we can pretty much pass over this one. I'm not going to talk about that too much. Well, shortly after Franklin's first trip back to Pennsylvania from England in 1763, a bloody conflict known as Pontiac's Rebellion swept across the western frontier. After killing a group of peaceful Susquehannock Indians, the Paxton Boys, a group of local settlers who felt that the Pennsylvania government was just not doing nearly enough to defend them against the Native American raids, marched on Philadelphia. To protect the capital from the crowd, Franklin assisted in forming a local militia. A well-armed and regulated militia, perhaps. He convinced the Paxton leaders to disperse during their meeting. Franklin penned a damning critique of the Paxton Boys' racial prejudice too, saying, "If an Indian injures me, does it follow that I may revenge that injury on all Indians?" Well, that's a very good question, Mr. Franklin. Let's see if it catches on. Well, through his own network of manipulation and counter-surveillance, he responded to British surveillance early. He waged a public relations campaign, secured secret aid, played a role in privateering expeditions, that's basically legal piracy, and churned out tons of effective and inflammatory propaganda. And thus, the American Revolution had already started at the battles of Lexington and Concord on the month before, April 19th, 1775. By the time Franklin had returned to Philadelphia on May the 5th, 1775, following his second trip to Great Britain, the main British army had been forced to stay inside Boston by the New England militia. Franklin was unanimously elected by the Pennsylvania Assembly to represent them in the Second Continental Congress. He joined the Committee of Five that drafted the Declaration of Independence in June of 1776, even though he was unable to attend most committee meetings due to a bad case of gout. Not good for anybody, isn't it? But he did make a number of small and important changes to the draft that Thomas Jefferson had sent him. In response to John Hancock's remark that they all must hang together, he is cited at the signing as saying, "Yes, we must indeed all hang together, or most assuredly we will all hang separately." Franklin was sent to France as the United States Commissioner on October 26, 1776. William Temple Franklin, his 16-year-old grandson, accompanied him as secretary. Remember, not his 16-year-old son, this is the grandson, the illegitimate child of the other William Franklin Sr. Jacques Donatien Leray de Chamont, a supporter of the United States, gave them a house in the Passy suburb of Paris. Up until about 1785, Franklin stayed in France, and with remarkable success he managed the nation's affairs towards France, signing the Treaty of Paris in 1783 and securing a vital military alliance in 1778. Here's the thing. When you get on the bad side of Britain, France is pretty much the first person you go to. At least back in those days. Plus, they're a good person to have on your side, especially as a naval power. Honoré Gabriel Riquetti, Comte de Mirabeau, a writer, statesman, and orator from the French Revolution, who was elected president of the National Assembly in 1791, was one of Franklin's closest associates in France. When Franklin and Mirabeau met in July of 1784, Franklin gave the Frenchman anonymous materials to use in Considerations in the Order of Cincinnati, his first signed work. The American organization, known as the Society of the Cincinnati, was criticized in the publication. It was viewed by Franklin and Mirabeau as a noble order, which ran counter to the new republic's egalitarian principles. He was an active Freemason during this time in France too, holding the position of Venerable Master of the Lodge Le Neuf Sœurs from 1779 to 81. Franklin supported religious tolerance in France, which helped French politicians and philosophers make the case for Louis XVI to sign the Edict of Versailles in November of 1787, the Edict of Fontainebleau, which had denied non-Catholic civil status and the freedom to publicly practice their faith, was essentially overturned by this decree. Franklin was the American minister to Sweden as well, though he never even went there. In April of 1783, a treaty he negotiated was signed. He also saw the world's first hydrogen balloon flight on August 27, 1783 in Paris. As it rose up from Champ de Mars, Now the location of the Eiffel Tower, by the way. A sizable crowd watched the creation of Le Globe by Professor Jacques Charles and Le Frère Robert. Franklin got so excited that he contributed money to the next project, which was to construct a manned hydrogen balloon. Piloted by Charles and Nicolas Louis Robert, it departed from the Jardin des Tuileries on December 1st, 1783, with Franklin sitting in its special enclosure for distinguished guests. I would have been a little bit scared if I was back then doing that. Franklin and the Duchess of Bourbon played chess, and according to Walter Isaacson, she made a move that inadvertently exposed her king. Ignoring the game's rules, he quickly caught it. The Duchess responded, "Ah, we do not take kings so." In a well-known remark, Franklin replied, "We do in America." Ooh, that's pretty badass, isn't it? I think that's so cool. Well, as a champion of American independence, Franklin was ranked second only to George Washington when he returned home in 1785, certainly getting a hero's welcome. There was, however, an inexplicable shortfall of £100,000 in congressional funds when he returned from France. A member of Congress inquired about this, and Franklin responded by quoting the Bible and saying, "Muzzle not the ox that treadeth out his master's grain." Congress never brought up the missing money again. In his honor, Leray commissioned Joseph Duplessis to paint a portrait of him, and it's still currently displayed in the Smithsonian Institution's National Portrait Gallery in Washington, D.C. Franklin also freed his 2 slaves and turned abolitionist after his return. He went on to become the Pennsylvania Abolition Society's president. He was then unanimously chosen to succeed John Dickinson as the 6th president of the Supreme Executive Council of Pennsylvania in a special election on October 18, 1785. It was essentially the governor's office. He served 3 full terms, allowed by the Constitution, and held that office for just over 3 years, longer than any other. He was re-elected to a full term on October the 29th, 1785, shortly after his first election, and again in the fall of 1786 and October 31st, 1787. He then represented the convention as a delegate as well. He rarely participated in debate, and it was essentially an honorary position. Fair enough, he was getting a little bit on in his years, wasn't he? James McHenry claims that a Miss Powell questioned Franklin about the type of government they had established. According to his response, he said, "A republic, madam, if you can keep it." On April 17th, Franklin passed away at his home in Philadelphia from a pleuritic attack. He was in very poor health when the U.S. Constitution was finally signed in 1787, and he was hardly ever seen in public again till his passing. He was 84 years old when he died. When his daughter suggested that he shift positions in bed and lie on his side to facilitate his breathing, he reportedly said, "A dying man can do nothing easy," in his final words. Okay, well, there we go, the life of Benjamin Franklin. Now, as I said at the start of the video, all of those experiments with the electricity and all the inventions, things like this, really requires a video of its own. And one will be done, I'm just not sure when. Just give me a break, okay? Alright, well. Let me thank my top-tier supporters first, that is Dark, Gary, Kimberly, Ember, Ben, Britt, Charles, Aaron, James,
Jeffrey, Melissa, Scott, Stark Factory, Wendy, Jaden, Sherry, Jessica, Christine, Sally, Katiana, Christine, Fazabo, Legitmus, Maverick, Susan, Dr. Neuro Nerd, Cameron, Alexander, Nicholas, Daniel, JR, Charlene, and Christopher. Thank you so much. Do appreciate your supporting. And as always, good night to you all, and lots of love.